Boys, good morning. Nin, no, not happening today. Nope. You can't get me. I'm always prepared. I'm too fast. I'm simply too fast. Simply too smooth. Can't be hit by that pocket change. It won't get me. Nin, thank you for the 19 biddies. Boys, good morning. Clipsy Nin, Merc, Zine, what up, go? Stompington. Who else we got out there? Midnight, George, Lil Death. What up, guys? How y'all doing today? I got my voice back. Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Yo, ni hao, Victor. So my voice is back. That's cool. We're up tremendous. That may be a downturn to someone else. Like it may be a negative if you really don't like my voice, or if you really like Jojo Siwa's voice, because that's kind of what I was sounding like yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. But it's good. It's much better now than it was a few days ago. Torta Steve. Why do I have Windows default cursor? My immersion is ruined. Morning? Yeah, this is the morning. What the fuck do you mean? I'm gonna wake for like a couple hours. What do you mean morning? Yes, of course this is the morning. Yeah, this is the morning of the morning. I woke up. I showered. Hey, let me get in the marketplace. I woke up. I showered. And I went to the store. I got myself some noms. And I also needed to get myself some sugar for my coffee. And someone out there is gonna go, just drink it black. And just eat my asshole. No. Not gonna drink it black. So, I went to get sugar for my coffee. So, I was a few minutes late. You guys have to deal with that. It is what it is. Just have good coffee that doesn't need sugar. I grind my beans fresh every single morning for my pot. I have very good coffee. I just prefer a little bit of milk and sugar. Yeah. I just prefer milk and sugar. I literally order beans. I grind them fresh every morning through my baratza, and I just put a nice little splash of some lactate milk in there, and then just a tiny bit of sugar. I like it a little on the sweet side. It's all personal preference. But I'm also, like, if I wasn't making, like, drip coffee every day, like, my go-to would be a cappuccino with, like, some blonde espresso. So, like, that probably puts it in perspective a little bit. Like, I like a little bit of, like, the milkiness, you know what I mean? So, yeah, big cappuccino enjoyer. If I get, like, a nice blonde espresso cappuccino, oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Yo, resetting, you are first. Get the Sage Dual Boiler machine. Sage Dual Boiler. Dog, that shit's $1,500. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, before someone says, well, this you got that last night. It's not a fucking normal thing here. It's not a fucking normal thing here. You know Summit. I just gotta sell the picture of me and Summit. That's exactly it. I'll sell it like an NFT. I'll let people get like rights to the picture. You can own it for like a week, and then you can Photoshop yourself over me. Listen, man, everything yesterday is for TwitchCon. That cannot be used on bad, irresponsible spending. It simply can't. Nin, off to work you go. That's so sad. That's so sad, Nin. I hope they free you soon. Stompington, you said you got a lot of Larchington? What are we looking at there? Because me personally, I'm ready to start sourcing pickaxe. Not pickaxe, but lumberjacking axe stuff today. Because supposedly, technically you're investing in a machine that'll save money long term. Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. It's the same thing with like going with a, you know, with a burr grinder versus a fucking, either way. Yeah, it's the same thing as investing in a grinder. But I totally get it. Yo, Sasso, I appreciate you. I beat the Noti. You got Noti queued. Nah, that wasn't even close. Nin, you can't get me. You can't get me. I beat the Noti queue. I'm actually just too fast. That's insane. That's literally insane. Yo, Sasso, thank you for the follow. So, oh, 1,500 includes the grinder. Interesting. Breville Dynamic Duo. That was only one. That was easy to dodge. Stomp, thank you for the biddy. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that is nice, but low-key, like, being able to just start my coffee, go take a shit, come out of the bathroom and have my coffee ready, it's nice. And, like, for streaming, it's nice to just be able to go out, like, fill up a cup of coffee and then come back in, but... V60 with fresh roasted beans. Well, send me the fresh roasted beans, dog. I don't have time for that. I'd be having to, like, order my beans. But, like, I'm not roasting it myself. Fun thing is, though, part of what really got me into coffee was when I was playing college basketball. One of my friends on the team, we went to his parents' house one day. And his grandfather is, like... MacGyver, basically. Like, MacGyver. So, basically, we went over, and his grandfather makes pens, and also roasts his own coffee beans. And he made his roaster out of an old, like, barbecue grill. And basically, like, set it up so he could do small batch roasts at controlled temps. And it was kind of fucking sick. It was delicious coffee. Like, it was so good. Like, nothing beats just, you know, fresh roasted right there, but... Can't believe I'm becoming a true duster. Voyle, you have no choice. You're locked in. It's over. It's Jover. As of now, I have Epic for you. Oh, that's fat. I don't necessarily expect a lot of people to find Lego stuff. And it's also... Is that 10 and 10? Like, I want to say that's 10 and 10, but these numbers are very small. It's like a number for ants. Like, are you guys able to see this? And I'm just not? Like, am I blind? I have the copper also for Epic. Oh, word. I think I have a Lego basalt somewhere. We took it off of somebody's dead body. Finding legendary stuff on people has been fun. Yeah, like on people's bodies. Yeah, that was how I got my first Lego, my Lego basalt over here. Basically, like, I think we PvP'd somebody or some bullshit. And, their body, like, the ashes glow with the color of what's on it, right? So, I have a feeling the UI designers have 4K monitors. They might have also just, like, added it as an afterthought, you know what I mean? And so it could just be like, I'll sell that stuff next time. I sell some legendary zinc. Yeah. So there are a few... Excuse me, lads. I'm trying to talk here. What if you guys fucked off? I would prefer that. Why are there more of you? Like, why are you here? What are you doing? Please don't. Just go to sleep. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So anyways, zinc not a bad thing to sell. Zinc is a good thing to sell because you'll make money off of it. But from my perspective, if we scroll down here, excavation kits, ash timber, zinc fragments, and copper fragments. And basically what you get from that is the ability to do high rarity maps. And these high rarity maps will give you much more than the input. So you get raw glint and you get materials and consumables of this tier. So that's how I got like my scrolls from an uncommon map and stuff like that. So whoever's leveling our arcane NG in the guild, we'll want to have them make a bunch of excavation kits. If we're being completely honest, we'll need commons for all of these. We'll need uncommons, blues, epics, heroics, everything. So that's gonna be very important to keep in mind. You're already 22? Yeah, I've been 22. I kind of like, I put the brakes on leveling progression for a minute to try to get geared up. So right now I'm sitting at 5,700 HP and 150 plus fizz power unbuffed. So it's quite nice. I think I still have quite a few pieces to get. There are a lot of things that I could easily switch out. So we're looking forward to that. I have a dead slot in my helm. My chest is a placeholder as well. There's a better HP chest in the Basilisk chest. There are better max, like, Fizz Power chests. My legs are level 0 legs with max health. Those will be replaced. We could actually go to the Tropics today and maybe do some Tropics loops. Or we can go back to Snake Circle. But yeah. So basically what we've been trying to do is instead of just saying, like, we're going to hit 25 and gear us, we've been trying to go to very good farm areas and get name drops to fill out, like, obviously our party, but then once our party's filled out, we'll have extras for the guild. So what we've been trying to do is go to Daytona, go over to, you know, the Beetle Plate Helm Farm yesterday. And thankfully we've been pretty blessed up with drops so far. So that's been nice. It's pretty solid. Because the XP will come, you know what I mean? Like, the last few levels are the last few levels. It's cool, but, like, realistically, I'm gonna probably grab, like, Intercept, Wall, and then change a point somewhere and grab Protect. But, like, there's not much else that's really changing. Our mom's good time to go farm a Scorpion mount. I mean, Scorpion mounts are always going to be hard as shit to farm. Like, if you can ever farm one of those, then I would try to. But the Scorp mounts, the thing with them is you have to get the huntable spawn, and then the huntable spawn also has to give you the actual mount, right? So it's a very low chance to drop the mount, primarily because it is a 100% chance to become a mount and a 0% chance to become a Beast of Burden. So most mounts, or most, like, trainables, have a chance to... The fuck? Why? Why? Why would you do... Oh, man. Yeah, like, what? What and why? Mugmaw is a nice starter greatsword if anybody needs that. Just genuinely. I'm confused. Blood runners or necrotic commit? Nobody needs necrotic commit. What? It's not a thing. Wait, iron bracers are fizz attack speed, right? Yeah. I level 10 stone masonry last night. Oh, that's huge. Did you promote, or do you know, like, which 5 you're trying to promote? What do you get? I would assume just processing of all the T2s at that point. So you don't get anything immediate from that, right? Like, no direct benefit, more of just like wait and see type shit. Everyone's selling their level 0 gear now. What the fuck? God damn. Those are juicer level 0s. What the fuck? Okay. What's up with these stores today? Zybe selling the heroic map for 3 gold. Jesus. Jesus. Not that any level 0 is gonna have that money. Yeah, not like not in any feasible way. No, I agree. I agree. It's gonna be tough to get up there. Let's run the bodies off resets. Yeah. The broodlings are gonna be very, very, very low drop rates, even like once you actually get into a good spot where you're finding a lot of the broodlings. I don't know where I put that Lego basalt. I had it somewhere. I don't fucking know. I've just been slapping shit everywhere. There it is. There it is. It's over an 1/8. Okay, I mean, so that'll get me my mold. I do have 1 epic zinc. So that's cool. It's better than none. But I'm definitely going to need to make a plan for my lumberjacking and lumber milling prog. I thought that was my wolf. Bruh. I miss my snores. It was so easy to tell, like, what mount was mine. Yo, what up, Hunter? Was it hard to grind for your gear? Yeah, like, hard and, like... I think it was a good pace, personally. Like, gear drops are much more rare now than they previously were. Why did my music stop? But with that being said, I think a lot of drops feel much more rewarding now than previously. There was a lot of item bloat that existed in prior patches. Where's my Riverlands music? And so, personally, like, I felt like gear was just, like, pinata levels of dropping before. There also wasn't, like, a huge, I don't know, need for player-to-player crafting, especially in low-tier stuff. So, like, you didn't really see anybody crafting greens, blues, or even heroics. People were dropping greens and blues and getting greens and blues, you know, from the loot table sourcing organically, very commonly. So at this point, like, if it was the old loot table, I probably would already be 230 fizz power and 8k HP. Just being completely honest. Like, if we had a full day controlling Daytona, if we had, like, you know, all of the freeform that we have had so far, I think I don't exist in the world right now. My minimap's not updating. Oh, no. I hate games that just hand everything out. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And I do very much... I'm fucked trying to navigate today. It's a good thing I, like, know general direction of the game already. But this is less than ideal. I'll probably have to hit a full re once I get into Winstead. So we use Carfin to navigate. It's gonna be the easiest way to tell. Oh, that guy's getting fucked. Quick relog. I just relogged. I don't want to relog twice. We've got to navigate by the stars in the tower. That's all it is. Wait, farmed and wiped. I stole my group's glint for my starter gold. Boyle, there's no fucking way. You were coming up on your own group's glint. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate that. I have no idea how to gear. Nothing is dropping in the auction house. Prices are ridiculous. So, for drop rates, did Dusty just start mid-convo or did my stream lag? Max, I've been live for 25 minutes. What? Max, what do you mean? We've been here almost half an hour already. I need a wolf. Can I just buy it from the marketplace? I would buy it from Nelly when Nelly's around. Nelly is resident animal husbandrist. Carla will also be working on hers, but she hasn't had time since we've been leveling and gear grinding to get hers all set up. But yeah, so in terms of gear, I think... I'm stuck in a tree. I think a lot of people are falling into the trap of, you know, I need to hit mobs that are the highest possible level that I can farm, right? And when they get into that, they sacrifice the optimal gear threshold. So you want to be plus or minus 3 levels of the stuff that you're killing to have an ideal chance to get gear drops. And so when we were in Steel Bloom, part of the reason why we are recommending Steel Bloom for people 15 to 20 is because Steel Bloom has a lot of level 16 to 18-ish mobs. So with the average there being level 17 mobs, it's very advantageous to have that 5-level range. Have that optimal, got nothing, 2 drops, so you get 6 is all RNG. Well, yeah, everything's all RNG, but your best chance to capitalize on that RNG is going to be making sure that you're within 3 levels of the mob. Like, that is, that's a confirmed game mechanic. So yeah, like, everything's gonna be RNG. There's no, like, you kill 5 mobs, you get guaranteed drop. That's just not a thing. Everything's RNG. Yes, of course. But being plus minus 3 is going to be the easiest way to just, like, make sure that you're killing mobs efficiently, right? And I think that's the biggest thing is I see so many people that were like, you know, we brought in level 12s because nobody else was that level when we went into Steel Bloom. So they got power leveled. But if a group of level 12s goes into Steel Bloom, you're going to kill shit so slow. You're going to be outside of the optimal drop range. A lot of things are going to be going wrong, especially with the new damage. So I've been telling people, basically either Oaken or Seth until you're like level 15, maybe even 16 if you're rolling hot there. And then go to Steel Bloom, run that till 20. I ran it till 21 and we were still getting good drops. So just, I think a lot of people are kind of like rushing up too soon in Prague and not considering the level threshold. And they're just like, I hit higher level mob for more XP. So, yeah, of course, exclamation guild for the guild Discord. You've got to get your perms through public there. And then once you get your perms, you'll make your ticket. And your ticket will be where you can communicate with leadership. That's where we'll check activity and everything like that. Make sure everybody's still playing. If you need to take a break, or if you're, you know, taking a week off, waiting for August, something like that. That's going to be like the entire communication chain with leadership. So basically, get in there, make your ticket, get all set up there. Lots of PC issues today. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on with your PC, Max? Speaking of stars, I've been mapping them, and I found like only 3 unique constellations. You've been mapping the stars? That's deep. That's deep. I love that. Level 9 and struggling to find the right way to solo level. Level 9 solo leveling. Yo, Vandalium, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Can I get a link? Exclamation Discord will get you the link for it if you just do that in chat. But solo leveling at level 9. I wish Cockrock was still level 12s. Personally, at that point, if you want to, this little dock area outside of Highwayman Hills here, south of Winstead. This dock area has non-elite humanoids. And non-elite humanoids are going to be the very best way, in my opinion, for a solo leveler to get gear drops. So make sure as well that you have swung over to Second Sword Outpost. Kind of like a more startery area, but this is where you can get a lot of your surplus token quests. So that is where I've been sending a lot of people today. Fupo. Big quest related to the stars and being in the night. Right place, time. So it'll be worth mapping the night sky. Oh yeah, constellations could lead to fucking relics. Yeah, it's actually nuts. It is fucking insane. What was I coming up to Winstead for in the first place? Y'all distracted me with the yaps. Oh, I have to pick up my wood at least. I do have a lot of like common larch. No, stop harassing me. Stop harassing me. I just want to go to the fucking lumber milling table in peace. Brother's trying to act like he's one of us. All right, lumber milling's level 6. We're up tremendous. Truly ascending. Hunter, gatherer, refiner, DustyWhy. The cat's in trouble. Find a group and kill some bears. Yeah, like, groups are always going to be optimal. Like, that's always the easiest answer, right? That's the easiest answer. I would say, like, quests got a 30% XP buff, right? So quests are solid. I really like this dock area just as a solo farm. It's a nice safe pull, so that's kind of where I'm at. Solo 9 rogue, and that's where I've been around. East and west of Highwayman. Yeah, if you can get those non-elites over there, you're up. Yo, Antok. Antok, you just hopped in today as well? Dude, that's huge. That's huge. Happy to have you with us. Try the docks? Yeah, of course, of course. Let me know how it goes. Also note today, they did just drop a patch this morning that's addressing some elite mob damage numbers. So things may feel a little wacky, a little wonky, but overall, if anything feels completely fucked, make sure you pass it up. I'm kind of like compiling a list of the feedback from today. So if things feel bad, if things feel good, mob damage wise, make notes of it. If there are any mobs in particular in any areas that feel really bad, then make a note of that too. What's game plan for today? So we have a couple of options. Personally, I think it may be wise to try to hit some Trops farm. We haven't been out there a lot. The thing with a Trops farm is it'll be a little slow if we don't have a boat to kind of like navigate, but we can always just run places. So there are a lot of named mobs out here that have a lot of benefits. A lot of benefits. So we can basically make loops. I don't know what drops on Moon, but over here you have the Dunmore Helm. This is Pyre Spire. There are a lot of drops out here. Over here is the Brine Father, and he drops max HP legs. that I would absolutely fuck up. How hard is it to get a boat? Not bad. It's oak timber. I believe it's 150, and then it's like, I think it's 15 gold. They've been dropping the econ on it so more people can fuck around with it. But honestly, we probably don't even need the boat. It's 25 gold. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. In this economy? Fuck me. Back in my day, it was 50 gold and 500 timber. We had to put 3 journeyman lumberjacking bags on someone. No, not 3, it was 2. They had to get 2 like juiced bags and have every single spot in their materials tab filled with timber. We had to team refine and pool the timber to actually get enough timber to make the fucking boat. It was absurd. It was absurd. Are apprentice tables in yet? Apprentice tables, the first one, I believe will be coming in... Fuck, what is it? Friday is a pace for it. I think that's going to be Jova with the lumberjacking stuff. I don't know what else is planned on implementing right now, but tomorrow, yes. So part of the game plan for today is I need everybody while you're out and about to be very, very aware. Hunting bow is next. Oh, huge. Is the desert leveled up yet? Not quite yet, like leveled Y was up. Oh, I guess Sunhaven's a village. Damn. Sunhaven leveled fast. What the fuck? That took off out of nowhere. What? Jesus. But yeah, so with our gathering, we need to make sure that our lumberjacking is 10 and promoted today. The reason for that, all of the weeping willows that are around the map are locked behind level 10 lumberjacking and your apprentice lumberjacking axe. So as soon as you're on tomorrow and that table is up, you'll want to have 10 western large timber, 10 copper frags, and 1 basalt weapon mold ready to go, ready to craft, and 10 silver. You'll also want to be in Jova so you can craft that. And then from Jova, my advice would be, honestly, set your home Ember Spring somewhere just random throughout the map where you don't think people will be, or somewhere central. Craft your axe, store any materials you have, die, revive at home, and then go get Willow. If you hit the first Lego Willow on the server, you're one of the richest people on the server. Just being completely upfront. That is a lot of money if you're able to get Lego Willow. Hunting bow is next in Winstead or New Ayla. Word. Someone just drove by on a fucking lawnmower, I think. All the beetles and scorpions are huntable. Well, so you have the huntables, but it's apprentice that you need. You know what I mean? So you need apprentice hunting or journeyman hunting, and then you also need the bow. How much does it go for? Nobody knows what it's going to go for econ-wise right now, because the entire econ system itself is currently new. So that's kind of the weird thing. But like, you want 5 legendary larch? Yeah, I can hold it. I mean, that's probably half of what we need for timber, right? Or what's the ratio of like wood to timber right now? Did they keep it 1-to-1 or did they change it again? 10, 1-to-1. Okay, so yeah, if we get 5 more legendary larch, then we're chilling. Also, like epic larch can also go into it, because if we go into Ash's Codex, one of my favorite resources on Codex is going to Artisan and then the crafting calculator. And with that, you can go Apprentice, Lumberjacks, Axe, and then this will be your timber. So when crafting, you can split. I'm being gang stalked by a raven. Give me 1 sec. Okay. So I believe it goes up with higher tiers. Oh, that's neat. Noted. Noted. Okay, huge. So if we go 5-5, legendary, epic, and then say epic here, the mold's not gonna do too much, I'm not gonna lie. But like, you would need full Lego and qual rating on your crafter. Qual rating is probably not gonna be a huge thing right now, so I don't feel like everybody should try to shoot for Lego. I feel like figure out what you need for an epic. Voil actually asked earlier if you can use decon kits yet. Yes, decon kits do exist. And decon kits are also going to go into tempering. So basically you deconstruct something and that gives you materials to temper. So with tempering, say we go heroic here. So this is a low heroic. With tempering, you'd be able to improve the quality within the same rarity bracket. So I can take a low heroic to a high heroic, a low epic to a high epic, but I can't jump through that. So, huge. I didn't need a bow or anything. I just needed apprentice hunting, so the town needed to level up. What? I think someone's capping. Someone's lying to you, because you can get apprentice hunting without the town leveling up. You go to like one of the standalones. So all of these gray dots, like this ag supply, smithy, textile mill, hideworks, all of these are basically where you can promote before the towns are actually up there. You can promote to apprentice there. I'm almost 16 mining. Yeah. Can you show me where the docks are? Yeah, so Highwayman Hills, look for the Ember Spring here, or the POI indicator. And then basically just right along the water here, use this island in the middle as reference. So where that double bridge is, just to the side of that. It's like right in this little alcove. So don't go up to this one. If you're up here, you're too high. Voil, did you already hunt? Like, did you already hunt mobs? With an apprentice bow? Or not an apprentice bow, but without an apprentice bow? Yo, Sewer, what up, brother? Found 5 Lego rubies yesterday. Who do we get that stuff to? I have it in storage. Bro, I don't want to be the guild bank again. I'll make Shockums do it. Sewer, what you getting up to, my boy? We might take a trip up to the Trops today. I don't know how that's going to be. There are broodlings. Oh, broodlings are gatherable at Novice. Yeah. The baby scorps are gatherable at Novice. What up, Strag? How you doing today? Make some alts for holding mats in each town. Word. There were giant scorpions and beetles that couldn't be gathered. Yeah, so the baby scorpions are at Novice. So you can gather those without anything. The town doesn't have to be leveled or anything like that. Those you can just get. That's like finding a huntable Grem in the Riverlands and being able to hunt that. You don't need any like skill progression for those. Beetles need an apprentice, which you get from town level 1. No. No. So your trade skill profession is only somewhat tied to towns. So basically, you would need to hunt up until level 10. Speak to the person that is at, I believe it's going to be your hideworks or your ag supply, and then promote it to apprentice. That allows you to go 11 to 20. So once you hit apprentice, then you can make your apprentice bow, and that's how you hunt the next tier. So right now, even though towns in the Riverlands are the 3rd level at village, we can't chop willow and braidwood because we don't have the apprentice table to make our lumberjacking stuff until tomorrow. So basically, like, the town level, it has to hit 3 to become a village to have building plots and like a mayor. So basically, T0 is the wilderness here, so you have nothing. T1 is your crossroads. That's out here. That's when you get a commission board and a vendor. And then T2, encampment, is where you get a caravanserai. And then you get, at T3, your building plots, your election cycle, and that starts the actual development. So basically, it's empty plots, and the reason there's a node planner is because it's not like New World where every town has everything. Each town can only have so many things. And say I build a wood shop in Jova, which is what they're going to do right now. Well, a wood shop will have to specialize in either... Yo, Voil. Thank you for the 5 months, dog. My brain hurts. You're smarter than me.
My brain hurts.
This will be easy for you. So each building, if it's a wood shop, it has to specialize in either lumberjacking, lumber milling, or carpentry. So there needs to be 3 wood shops in each area, each region, to support each facet of that. There needs to be 3 of like the smithies. I don't know if it's 3, but I know the wood shop is 3. You need multiple buildings in each region. And so that's why there's like a big node planner that goes to each of the mayors, because someone has already done all the work to kind of like architect out like what needs to be built and where. And so as long as everybody follows the node planner, the server has access to everything. If people don't follow the node planner, then the server doesn't get access to much at all. So that's what happened with Vyra last reset, and why everybody thought Vyra was just this disheveled mess, because there were a few like usurps and like mayoral changes and stuff like that. So progression went all wacky because not everybody followed the node planner. So then it got really fucked. Hunting some mounts for the homies. Yo, come through to the Trops if you want to. We'll probably do some Dunmore Helm if, I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be con as fuck. Just being completely honest. I'm assuming Dunmore Helm is going to be insanely con. I kind of want to check Brine Daddy for his legs, because those are going to be huge HP legs. That would get me 6,500 plus HP just from that. Like, these are 82. Might not give me 6,500. It give me like 6,400. I think they're like 750 plus. So that would be a massive thing to get. Another name mob chase, and I don't think that's necessarily going to be like super con, because the Brine Father is the spawn, and in his loot table, Brine Breaches are really like the big thing. Oh, I guess they're only 560 in uncommon. Either way, still plus 500. So that's still pretty fucking large. Those go kind of crazy. Nelly! Yo, thank you for the 6 months. Oh, Voil wanted a wolf. Yes, Voil is with us. He's an official kitty cat now. Kremikis, how are you, my man? What are you farming today? Torn between Snake Circle and Tropics Farm. Cause if we can get Snake Circle, it's unbelievably good. Like it's literally the best spot for us right now. I think we should probably start Snake Circle, feel it out. Level 20 bard at the desert. Hey. Iguanas? No iguanas! No! No! No iguanas! I joined the guild Discord, now what? Now you send me coffee beans. You have no choice. So, in the guild Discord in public, just post up for your permissions there. Just like, just basically like X perms. And then, basically Carla has an announcement in the announcements channel that'll walk you through. But there is a create a ticket channel. Go in there, create your ticket. All you have to do is click a button. Leadership will take care of the rest. Basically, that's your one-to-one like communication with leadership in case anything ever happens. Say Voil's bullying you. Say you're taking a little bit of a break and you know don't want to get kicked from the guild or the Discord or anything like that. So I don't know, you have to get your perms first. So post in public for your perms, and then once you get your perms, you'll see the ticket. Where's my mana? You have no mana. There's no mana ever. Yeah, I mean, Nelly's trying to level animal husbandry, so that helps. Hey, yo, Lil Death. Coming in with the 4 months as well. Dude, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Can I buy one and saddle it up? Yo, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Hey, Nelly, did you hear the bow is supposed to be next? Buying Nelly's Bear Mountain today. Huge. Okay, so I think we start out Snake Circle. Anybody that is 19 plus would be able to come out here and get some very solid XP from it. And then I think after Snake Circle, we drop our stuff in town, we drown, we come back, and then we go to Trops later in the day. If that's cool. Yo, Outcaster, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Because just make sure that you set your home Ember Spring to like, I have mine at Steel Bloom just because it's super central. Does anybody know where to get Broodlings Huntables? In the desert, anywhere that scorpions can spawn, there's a chance for the actual like mob itself to spawn as a Broodling Huntable instead. The Broodling Huntable is gonna have a very low chance of actually like giving you the trainable. Just because it is a guaranteed, like a guaranteed mount outcome at that point. This horse isn't worth it. I mean, the difference between a wolf and the horse is 5%. won't even lie. It's not too crazy. The thing about the Scorpion that makes it so good for everyone is that it's ungodly fast. It's currently bugged as well. I think it's supposed to be like 170 or something. But it moves at like fucking 185, 190. Seen some people on the mount already. Yeah. There are some people who have literally just been going after the broodlings. It's been an experience. There's a reason why it's like 50 gold for a Scorp. Yeah. 175. It's supposed to, okay, yeah, it's supposed to be 175, but I'm pretty sure it's been paced out way faster than 175. I'm pretty sure it's moving like 185, 190. It's fucking insane. Wolf of the Black Market, 165 for 35 gold. Yeah, it's not bad, but I feel like as soon as Apprentice comes in, it's a little less hype, you know what I mean? Because, like, once Apprentice comes in, you'll be able to get way more mounts. I believe you'll be able to get Crocalgators as well, so I think, like, Crocalgators are going to be the play, but... Oh, the Oathbearer? Oh, the Oathbearer is nice. So anyone been trying, like, damage clerics or weird builds, or is that not a thing in Ash's current state? I think that'll come in a lot more. Why am I turned around? I think that'll come in a lot more once secondary archetypes are in the game. Cleric does have a good amount of, like, damage comparatively to a lot of healers just built into its kit, because your healing power is a match of your magic power. So in your magic offense, you're basically just getting weapons that scale magic power rating. You're getting armor and gear that has magic power rating and then sometimes additional healing power rating on it. But in my experience, Cleric actually is capable of doing some solid damage. It's not like anybody's going like main, like, you know, Shadow Priest type Cleric yet. I think that may come around more with, like I mentioned, those secondary archetypes. Something like, I don't know, a Cleric with a Fighter secondary may even be a fucking melee Cleric type beat. A Fighter with a Cleric secondary could also be that. So we don't necessarily know how all of those will fully shape up, but it's gonna add a ton of customizability to people's classes and a lot of decision making. Trying to play with a builder, but haven't tried any weird off roll builds yet. Yeah, I mean, I would say like, what's something that probably plays the most off roll that I've expected? Probably, honestly, like, all of the rolls make sense to me. Like, a Bard is the Omni buffer. I didn't expect Bard to be like as diverse as it is already at level 25. Because if they find more buffs to give it in between 25 and 50, oh my god. Fizzbard? Well, that's just stupid. There are some things that are off meta, and then there are some things that are just dumb. It's like your abilities and stuff scale off your magic power. So that just wouldn't work. Are you... Tell me you're not trying to Fizzbard right now. So, like, if I went magic tank, my abilities would hit for 0 because... Yeah. Yeah. It's all based on your Fizz. Of course not. No, you never. No, never you. Never you. Never you. Book Ranger goes hard at the moment. Bank, baby, the book tank. Taking him to the fucking bank. Updated node plan. Thank you, slackers. At low levels and heavy, I tank stuff with a scepter and focus. Can melee stuff 3 higher than me. Yeah, but you're just not, like, benefiting from the scepter and... Like, so there's an energy focus that you could get. Are you saying, like, as a tank or, like, as which class? Oh. As a bard. Oh, you scared me so much, T-Mac. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I thought you were saying as a tank. Oh no, it's okay. I was scared for you. I thought I was gonna have to be like, guys. Tank do fizz. Tank do fizz. Caster do magic. I was very scared. Gray Spellblade and Magic Longbow get more magic power. Yeah, so that's part of the reason why a lot of rogues will also opt for a greatsword. Because it's my Hawkbow and Flesh Ripper bad on my bard. Jesus fucking Christ. But basically, with slower weapons like great swords, maces are going to be your slowest one-hand weapon. You'll go on the scale of like a more balanced split between the actual like, you know, power and in this case pen, but in some cases attack speed. Previously, every weapon was all attack speed. So it was like some weapons hit harder and less fast, and some weapons hit faster and less hard. So a lot of people, because everything is scaled around your power, like your abilities, your everything is power scaling. A lot of people will just opt for the most fizz power. So even here, it's a one-hander, but it's 870 with 756 max health. And then my shield has another 831. So I'm essentially sitting at 1700 fizz power from my mace and my shield. Then I get another 180 strength. 180 times 3 is going to be what, 540 or something. So I'm essentially like 2240 total fizz power rating from the output of these. So that's kind of solid. Now, a lot of two-handers will probably have more just like straight fizz power scaling, but the max health is also very nice here. And the fact that I can get the block commit, everything like that as a tank, kind of huge. Yeah, not happening. Blue Groundskeeper Maul, 15 gold and 40 silver. Gray Ruvidium Mace is better than Blue Groundskeeper's Maul, in my opinion. Polyphenolly. Depending on how many people are at the event as well, the event's also very, very, very nice to farm, I will say. How much is 4% fizz power for you? For me? I mean, I have 7722 rating right now and 150 power. So, not much. I believe that'd be 6 power. The Bard King of 4%. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Bard is something a lot of groups will run 2 of. So, like, 2 Bards, 1 Cleric is it's raining Grems. 2 Bards, 1 Cleric is a typical group comp for, like, most comfortable groups, like, more established groups. 2 Clerics is kind of like the safety group. So, with Bards, you'll typically have 1 mana battering, and then you'll have the other one just damage additing. Additiving. Damage buffing. I don't know where I was going with that word. Hello, Gary. Hope you're having a good day, brother. Illegal stream watching while in a meeting. Man, you hate the office, don't you? Man's not built for that working in the office life. Poor guy. Let the cage bird free. Yo, Hasbro, hope you're having a good day. Excuse me, pardon me. Yo, Roxas, are there people out there already or no? I don't know if you can see. Is it empty or contested out there? Is this you in my group called Nin? No, Nin's at work. Nin got fucked. So they hit the old bait and switch on Nin and offered a promotion and a pay raise. And then we're like, oh yeah, and you also can't work from home anymore. After Nin took the promotion. So Nin's in the office right now and can't play Ash as a creation. Nin's living vicariously through us. Guy's name is so what? Fuck that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I think Nin's goal is to try to get it all set up over there and then hopefully work from home. Hopefully, but yeah, got the old bait and switch there. So RIP Nin. Not able to grind, but always in our thoughts. Always in our thoughts. Who do we have that wants to come DPS this, by the way? I don't know who's in groups and who's not. But if it's uncontested out there, then we'll be fine. I asked Roxy's if it's contested or not, and I don't know what the word is. Oh, Roxy isn't even out there. Rocks, can you go check Daytona and see if it's contested? Actively getting my boss more and more on my side to let me work from home, like 75% of the way there. Oh, that'd be huge. That would be absolutely massive. And come on, won't do much damage. What level are you, Grumpy? Because you won't get anything unless you're 19 plus. But we should have a lot of leveling groups going, like, of every level today. I know Ralos has been gaming more, and he is... I was AFK for a second. How dare you, AFK? But yeah, Ralos was in Highwayman Hills yesterday. So I think he's probably going to be, like, 12 to 14-ish. Level 10, no groups. We do have other people that are also leveling. Aura guild here? How many? And is it just Aura or is it Aura 69? I mean, we killed them yesterday anyways, but... Is it just one group? If it's just one group, we could literally just pull up out there. Not a huge deal. Whole group? Okay. We need to get our people on. That's the biggest thing. But choices are contest Daytona, go to Carfin, go to Grave Peak, go to Tropics, or go to June Dark. But yo, what up, Dunzo? Is guild recruiting? Yes, Sirski. Absolutely. We are always doing stuff, and we always have a ton of people leveling. So right now we're in the process of trying to get everybody 20 plus, so that way we can get all of our groups up. What about Forge? Ooh, wait. Yo, low key, an early Forge raid. Wait. Not even like a Forge raid, but we could post up in static 8-person farm it. Unironically, Forge has 25 mobs, need uppies to skip. Voil, I've spent a lot of hours in Forge already. You don't need to skip anything. Wait, you don't need uppies to skip it? What? What do you mean need uppies to skip? No, you just farm the mobs there. Forge has the best caster gear in the game. How are elite mobs today? Trying to figure that out. We're trying to figure out where we want to go and who's going to be logging in. And the idea was just presented to actually hit a Forge raid. And I'm kind of down for that. I'm not going to lie. Incorrect. You don't need uppies. There's a 5-star bugged mob. Which mob was bugged? Forge weapons are almost base. Yeah, especially for casters. Ancient Dunzin. So I do believe part of the reason that Forge stuff is really good. Does something look like Corehound? Oh, was it Bellow Smasher? Bellow Smasher's a bitch. But basically, Ancient Dunzin Wand for all DPS casters. That additive fire damage rating is fucking insano style. And a lot of the Ancient Dunzin stuff comes with that as well. So it's a very good way to make sure that you are getting some good damage out early. Same thing with Ancient Dunzin Longbow. So if we're able to get a couple of these bad boys out, that's going to be a lot of damage for our DPS. Dusty die? Oh yeah, I just fast travel died. Gonna wait at Mira. Oh, I'm already past Mira. I respawned at Steel Bloom. Okay, I need to call Carla real quick, and then any space in First Guild. I'm not allowed to invite people. I'm banned from inviting people because in New World, when we made cats over there, I get too friendly and invite too many people and ruin the organization of it. And I filled up our New World company, and then they had to kick people to make room for the first roster, and then I also filled up the Phase 2 guild too fast. So I'm not allowed to invite people. I'm banned. You're terrible. Dude, I'm out of control. Yo, Stealth, what up, baby? Thank you for the raid, dog. I appreciate you. I hope this stream was good. Raiders, welcome in. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I do play a tank, and I play this game for like 10 plus hours every single day. Right now, we're gonna head over to Forge because all of those ancient dunes and weapons that could drop are absolutely sicko mode. So, we're looking forward to all of that. We're going to try to see where we can post up and honestly, just have a nice little farm to ourselves, hopefully. So we'll give it a look-see. We're going to get the group together here and we're going to go out. Stealth, I hope the grind's been good to you, brother. We are at, as you see, almost 23 now, but not prioritizing XP anymore whatsoever. Basically just trying to gear up as a result. Sitting at a pretty handsome 150 fizz power. I've still got some absolute doo-doo pieces that need to be replaced. But sky's the limit. And we got a really good foundation. On top of that, we also got a lot of recipes for our crafters ready to go. Is Shock on? Shock's gonna be on in like 5 minutes. First skill is full, same a couple spots for people you know will be on 100%. Yeah, so as of right now, the two guilds, like the first two guilds are going to be like our PvP guilds. Because we have a fuckload of actives that are very interested in just PvP. Like not just PvP, but they're focused in PvP, right? So we expected to have one PvP focused guild with just like cats, you know, and then have like cats 2 be where like the quote unquote casual guilds start, the accessory guilds. And basically we've had like double demand for competitive players than we expected and anticipated. So everything is filled up super fast, but that's good because part of what we'll be able to do is once we have second guild up, we can deck our first guild on our second guild, put an all call out and have actual 50v50 practices. It's kind of sick to think about. So we'll be able to completely in-house have 2 competitive guilds with the way that everything is looking. So there will probably be restructuring in who's in which guild just to make sure that we have what we need where in terms of comps and everything there. Drop a van, don't bother decking. Why would I spend 10 silver on a van when I could just spend 20 gold on a war deck though? You know what I mean? Also, once they put rewards back in, is that not a thing they worry about? Thinking long term? Because I feel like even if we're not like win trading, don't do that. Well, no, like I'm not gonna actually do that. But like, even if we're not win trading at that point, if I deck on my second guild and we use it for competitive practice and the rewards go out, that's not win trading. That's using the guild versus guild wars as intended for meaningful PvP. And we'd actually be doing the PvP. So it wouldn't be any different than me decking on Envious and being like, Envious, you want a numbers match? We could just change the name to Dogs with Tits. And then it wouldn't be a Cats with Abs company or guild anymore. That's kind of a rewards associated with like modes like that. I worry. Especially on the guild versus guild side. Because it's like we're going to practice, you know, inter-guild anyways, or intra-guild, I guess, would be the inside one. So yeah, we'll see. I bet $5 I'll add a friendly war deck. I don't know, because that would, a friendly war deck would still be used as a grief. You know what I mean? American Pope is crazy. Chicago Pope even crazier. Wait, did they pick a new Pope? Was it actually Snoop Dogg? Can do a war deck where both GMs must opt into it. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. Chicago Pope. Yeah, both GMs being able to opt into it would be good. What would be the downside of that? BDO does that kind of deck system. It's awful. I mean, so this would basically just be for like a friendly, so to say. Think like duels, but guild versus guild duels, so to say. They don't accept and you just get griefed. From that POV. I mean, how would you get griefed if they didn't accept? Because the whole thing would be... Damn, did someone already plant on their freehold? Oh, someone was asking about freeholds. Yeah, this is a freehold. Freeholds have been in. They've done like multiple passes on freeholds as well to improve the functionality of them. They're nowhere near their like fully finished state, but 100 gold. Yeah. Freeholds are level 25, 100 gold. They are they're a bit of an investment. A bit of an investment. We start pulling for one. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea at all, especially since willow rooting balls are a thing that we can get. BDO, people would chain mobs around you, and you couldn't war deck or kill unless both GMs accepted. What? People would chain mobs around you, and you couldn't war deck or kill unless both GMs accepted. Well, I mean, so was that the only system that BDO had? Because right now, like, we have a scroll in Shockham's inventory, so if anybody's... Oh. Yeah, so as a standalone system, yeah, that makes sense. Because you can just have somebody refuse to war. Yep, that makes sense. So, yeah, that would be... this would basically be a secondary system that would give the option for, like, friendly neutral war decks that wouldn't be, like, a gold spin-up or reward or anything like that, and would just be, like, a guild versus guild duel, essentially. So with the actual guild versus guild war deck, we have a scroll in our inventory right now. Shockham's has it. But essentially, under the crafting, under scribe, go down here in novice guild war deck scroll. So it costs 20 gold to make, and then also does this. So basically, we get all of these things, we craft it, keep it in our inventory, and essentially, the type of war is deadly conflict. Duration is 2 hours, locations everywhere. So, it's PvP only, can't get points from any other way. So essentially, they are locked in for at least an hour. You can forfeit after an hour, but you are locked in for an hour. So, if you piss us off and we deck, you're locked in for an hour. Need a tank for a secret swap at no streamers. I'm gonna deck on you. I'm gonna deck on you. I think that's usually that would take a lot. That would take a lot. We're not letting that die for at least a week. Yeah, it's gonna be here for a bit. How close to full is first to being? First is, according to leadership, very full, and our second PvP guild is already having a very large list. So we have, it's looking like two full PvP guilds worth of interest. Like just straight active, like very dedicated PvPers. And then we'll have all of our accessory guilds, which are like the crafting guilds, the casual guilds, the chill guilds. That'll all be a large thing. I have 3 scrolls, 3 guild scrolls. Massive, I appreciate you. Curious how many freeholds are still free and haven't been bought. Personally, I think that I should be able to like set somebody's freehold on fire and they have to come put it out. Or alternatively, if I'm able to control a point within somebody's freehold for a set amount of time without them actually defending it, I get squatters' rights. We're simulating a world here, and I think squatters' rights would be a more accurate world sim. Envious about 3 ASAP last days? Yeah. I mean, freeholds have such advantage. If you're in a no order with that freeholds node, I totally agree. No, I just want squatters' rights. Don't even make me be in a node war. I just want squatters' rights. Like, you get a notification that there's somebody in your freehold, and if you don't defend it, I'm the freehold owner now. And I steal all your copper. All of the copper wiring from your freehold. You'll no longer have anything. No electricity? Shit, I'll take the plumbing. I'll take it all. Cats with Ajax for the cleanup crew. Just comes in after all of the pillaging has happened and loots. Would be solid. Would be solid. All right, we need to get more people out for this. What if you guys all relaxed? Should I give me what goes on deck? Then California kid is moving to someone else's house without consequence. Well, why not? Intrepid's literally based in San Diego. Why can't I have squatters' rights? I feel like I should get them. I feel like it's unfair for me to not have them. I have 62k XP debt. I maybe should have like rethought that whole like I'm going to die and respawn to save a few minutes running over here. Cause I don't necessarily think I'm gonna get a lot of XP in here unless it goes extremely well and we don't die. That'd be nice. But if we just 8-person static, we should honestly be fine. It shouldn't be too large of a deal. Unless slam didn't hit, that was weird. Oh, I got... What the fuck? What? Am I a GM? What the fuck? I'm a wizard. Wee! I turned my no clip on, chat. Now fly through the rock. Pew! No. That didn't work, and I think I just broke my neck. So anyways. Lame. Turns out it wasn't actually no clip. We're down horrendous. We're down horrendous. Yo, what up, Zybe? Envious Alliance when? What you mean? I mean, as far as I knew, Katz was an honorary member of the Alliance, and then we had to wipe fucking Fed yesterday, and then Fed kept trying to corruption bait us after we wiped them. I saw no clip, I just assumed. Yeah, so I've been working with Grap a little bit. We've been talking a lot of tank tech. It's been fun. It's been fun. So you wait until we drop what we got cooked up next. So basically, I'm gonna spawn a wall, and he's gonna be inside of it. Like, what are you gonna do when my wall hits you? Nothing. You're not. Any leveling tech. All right, so you get these oozes together, right? And when the oozes are... Thank fucking God they nerfed ooze farm, by the way. Thank actual fucking God they nerfed ooze farm. So, do we have any formal clarification, by the way? Because one side told me that the same group managed to get reset twice. And then another side told me that they only managed to get reset once. So... Either way, who's winning, EU or NA? Intrepid, they sell in packs like a motherfucker because of this server. This shit's lit. They the real winners. I don't know, like, who's winning so far. I don't even think there's been a guild versus guild deck, has there? Like, I feel like everyone expected people to just come over and close their eyes and start swinging. And I feel like that's been the opposite of what's happened. I feel like everyone's just kind of like frolicking together and like enjoying life. X up, forge, please. There was EU is getting all the world bosses. NA sucks. I'm gonna keep it a buck. World boss loot kind of sucks. If you're spending time taking world bosses right now, while NA is farming all of the name drops and stuff. I don't know how name drops are going in like the Goondark and stuff, but EU's doing way better than people expected, but it's entire region. I mean, EU also has gamers. Like, personally, anytime that I play a game where like EU is involved, EU is feverish about their dedication. Like, I feel like NA players are kind of like, they get ahead and then they like coast. And EU and SA players fucking grind. Like, if they're losing, they'll play more just to bridge the gap on where they're losing. Kind of fucking insane. Kind of insane. China's winning, check G2G. Yo, what up, Vit? Thank you for the 8 months, brother. I appreciate you. China's winning. That's fucking insane. That's insane. NA got like 3 straight, 2 mock and firebrands both. Okay, yeah. Wait, so what is the final, like, what's the formal world boss tally at right now? Because I'm gonna be completely honest. There's not even anything really good that's dropping off at 2 mock right now. Everything's HP regen off 2 mock. Like, I feel like people would rather have an Ancient Dunes in 1 than a 2 mock right now. With the exception of maybe 2 mock dropping Epic. But no one, has there been a single 2 mock 1 drop? Or is it just Bark? Because I feel like, the fuck? I feel like everything is, we got a 2 mock greatsword and argued over which guild had to take it. Yeah, 2 mock sucks. Firebrand is good if you get the greatsword or the longbow. Like it's either Bladebinder's Montant or the longbow, and other than that, like, the sword's ass. Because you're better off just rocking a gray Ravidium mace for the 756 max health if you're a tank. And if you're a DPS, I mean, I guess you can get a sword and an energy focus, but there aren't going to be any crazy energy focuses. So, fizz power wise, you're probably just better off with a fucking skin stripper. Or no, flesh ripper. Skin stripper's the level 21, right? Either way, you know what I mean. Can you drop relic yet? Yeah. Relics exist as far as we know, but show feet? No, why would I do that? Hello, Corla. I was just about to call you. I figured you fell back asleep. We're over at Forge. So, I just dropped the bomb of a watch streak. Where? Wait, I didn't see it. It didn't pop up anywhere. Wait, why can I not see people's streaks? Oh, shit. Did you share it? Oh, why can't I see people's streaks? That's weird. Huh. Corla, thank you for the 220-day streak. Massive. Weird. I'm using like I started using a new chat plugin thing through Stream Elements like multi-stream. And apparently it doesn't show watch streaks. My bad. Thank you guys for your streaks. Yeah, I can't see that one either. But if I look over on Twitch, I see it. It's just a Stream Elements thing. But weird. Weird. I'll pass that up. Corla, thank you for your streak. See, thank you for the streak. Thank you if I've missed anybody else's streaks. My fault, gang. My fault. Yeah, Vid's here too. Give me my dopamine back. No. Alright, who's coming to this forge? Wait. Leon had the 75 today as well? Wait a second. Thank you. What the fuck? Who else's streaks did I miss because of this? What the hell? Who's getting on? Who's coming to Forge? We got 4. We have room for some more DPS. There's some EU guilds in the Forge. I don't fucking care. The fuck are they gonna do? Yell oi? How's elite damage looking? We're about to find out. I've hit more trees than I have mobs today. So today we're gear farming, but we also have to do all of the prep work to get ready for the Lumberjacking apprentice table to drop tomorrow. So we need to have all of our mats ready to go in high rarity to make our Lumberjacking axes. Voil, what level are you? Be getting a new group to for tonight. Name me mage gear. Super secret forge spot. You're not allowed. You people going from 1 to 4 AM the most? You people are fucking degens. 19 wants to get off this XP debt. You'd still get XP out here. Yesterday was awful. Yeah, I've heard shit was hitting a little hard yesterday. Last call, forge spots. So, was everything just hitting absurdly hard yesterday? What's with non-stop training? Yeah, I don't know why people are mob training like crazy. I'm not gonna lie. The mob training has been kind of fucking cringeroo lately. I will say. Not even gonna bother getting high rarity for apprentice tools. Gonna save it for journeyman. I mean, so my thought on apprentice tools, see, is that there's no really like downside to it because it's novice mats anyways. It's large, it's copper frags, and it's a basalt weapon mold. I have a legendary basalt from someone that I killed. I have copper fragments and large timber. So like people will be able to make heroics and maybe epics just super fucking easy. And then if you're able to just push up any additional willow because of that, works for me. Oak was hitting hard, then Steel Bloom and Desert Minotaur is harder. Yeah, so like they are adjusting Elite Mob 8 damage. It's an ongoing change, but not worth. Brother, what the fuck do you mean not worth? Those mats aren't selling for anything. Waste of money could be spent on a caravan. Why would you make a caravan out of larch when Eastern Hemlock epic caravans are the caravans that go too high? Larch and Hemlock are completely different. Epic Hemlock caravans are the ones that go too high. Epic Larch goes too high? Yeah, but you can just use your large on other shit that will make you more money than a singular caravan. If you hit one epic or Lego Willow, you're probably making more than any vans that you're running right now, unless you're running vans 24/7. Non-static rarity, people are already making bank off of selling shit. If you think that spending 10 larch and 10 copper frags is not worth when you're going to be stuck on apprentice logging for a while, you're tripping. You're tripping. Absolutely tripping. Because keep in mind, people are probably going to be making other vans as well. It's a recipe for rarity tool. That's going to take apprentice mats. So the secondary recipe in each tier will take the mat tiers of that tier. I also upgrade the tools as I climb. Yeah, like I'm not making novice tools. I'm still using my crudes. But at level 10, and once that hits, yeah, there's literally zero loss to it. You will make more back your first couple of trees than you spent on your axe with novice tools. I was dying using crudes. Yeah. Common novice tools, like everything, it's an easy make if you do want to make it. Yeah, absolutely. The extra durability is such a quality of life too. But yeah, apprentice tools, definitely fucking worth. And because of the availability of larch and everything like that, it's a no-brainer. Your axe isn't going to get destroyed. Your caravan, if you're running a van and you can't just guarantee a van train safely, is also probably gonna get destroyed. So, if you want to dump all that into a van, and then have that van probably just get run through at some point, then feel free. But what is... what is going on here? Are these just like slaughtering people? What the fuck just happened? Get away from them. What? They're fine to me. What do you mean? What the fuck? Huh. Someone train. Wait. So someone mob trained over here and then the guards attacked you? Sometimes I just heal around them and it counts as combat and they one-shot me. Oh no. Oh, that's fucked. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense if it's AoEs too, because I'm not really spamming AoEs around those guys. We need the Gooner to get on, and then we need 2 more DPS. Flash Global, looking for 1 Bard, 1 DPS. Forge, PM. I'll put 19 plus. Actually, I'll put 20 plus. Send me a guild invite to order this in game, please. I just added you. I am not the one that's sending guild invites out. I am just a figurehead. Our main guild is full right now. We are going to be making our other guilds soon. But we have hundreds of players interested, and we can only have 50 until we get this guild tree leveled. So make sure if you guys are going to be joining the guild, you're in the Discord. So for organizational purposes, the people that are doing invites, they will not invite anyone unless there is an active ticket in the Discord and like that's established. So exclamation guild, post up in public for your permissions there, get your roles, and then once you can create your ticket, you'll create your ticket, and that will basically be your like your way into one of the guilds. Without that, we can't keep anybody on the list or keep track of like who's here, who's not, communicate with people. So from an organizational standpoint, everyone's just got to do that before they can get their invites. Exclamation guild for that bad boy, and that'll be the best way in. Victor, also, thank you for the hydrate. All right, I'm gonna make sure, I don't know where Carla went, but I'm gonna make sure she gets on. I'm gonna fill up my coffee, and I'll be right back. And then Forge Farm! Chat, you guys are just so handsome sometimes. Ugh. I've returned. Sorry, I had to get my coffee. I just almost sneezed. My thought is those guards kill on heals that are 2 states, DPS and a heal state. They read both and counted as DPS threat and kill. May 1st patch actually do anything? What do you mean the May 1st patch actually do anything? Since May 1st? Yeah, we've had a shitload. Or were you talking more towards like something in specific? A quick look at your Discord DMs. For what? Maybe a relic. Weird. Sorry. What do you mean have fair loot rules? I mean, Roxas, every one of my groups is just need if you need it and greed if you greed it. That's, yeah, that's the entire thing. We don't master loot or anything. It's literally just if something drops and you need it, you need it. And if it drops and you don't need it, you don't need it. That's, yeah, that's always how we run everything. I don't know if you've seen like otherwise or anything like that, but yeah, typically that's just how we go about it. And if you ninja, Dusty just won't invite you back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily know what, like, fair loot rules you were looking for or anything like that, but, yeah, there hasn't really been anything too shady going on over here. I think every time we bring in a pub, they usually end up with gear, because we have pretty bad luck on rolls. The thing with the guild group is, if we have 7 people in here that are rolling of every class, then we're probably just gonna have multiple people rolling on stuff, you know what I mean? If it's a direct upgrade need, if not greed. Yeah. And then like maps, stuff like that, that's not gear. We all just all greed it. Pretty straightforward. We don't like make people roll in Discord or on stream or anything like that. And pass down your use gear. Yeah, exactly. Guildies rolling for guildies is my biggest concern. Is that something that you've seen before here? Because we pass down upgrades, but we don't, like, roll for guildies. So what happens is if something drops and it's a better piece for somebody, people will roll need on it. And then if you have something that's less good, you basically just pass down what you have got before. Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time, and I've been streaming pub groups for a very long time. I promise you, this is not my first time leading a group, and there will not be any issues with loot. Just sounds like you're grouping with the wrong kind of people. Yeah, like, I've already played so much of this game, and I think it's kind of weird to, like, have trust issues for the most transparent person here. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll give everything to Fupo. Fupo is an equal opportunity cat. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there are people who will be like, oh, I'm master looting everything to me and then distributing it after to prevent, like, people stealing stuff. I literally just tell people to roll on everything if they need it. If they don't need it, then don't roll on it. But we gear share in the sense of if I get an upgrade, like, you know, I get an upgrade, I pass my shit down to whoever needs it in the group. So if you see people trading after drops, that's probably what it is, because there's nothing that's, you know, bound or anything like that. You know what I mean? So say I get a bow, I'd get the bow, I would roll need on it, and then if I want it, I would equip that bow, I would trade this to somebody else. So it's not like I'd be rolling for that person, I'd be rolling for me, but I would be giving the stuff to somebody else. That's the biggest thing. So you're building Ashes Codex. You think full HP is better than avoidance gear, etc. So the build that I linked in Codex is titled Poverty Build. So that's basically your, I call it the least common denominator. It's intended to be farmed in primarily Steel Bloom, Carfin, and Grave Peak, those 3 spots without going anywhere else. So that's an incredibly easy set to farm that's made to not be best in slot, but made to be good. You know what I mean? You'll also notice there that I have an iron shield instead of the steel shield, because steel shield is a little bit harder to get. Steel shield's just a better version of iron. So like that particular set that I shared from Codex, the one that's all like the greens and stuff, that was before the June Dark loot table. And that was also built to be like the most easily accessible set. So later on, like as you get stuff, if you want to rock Amulet of Zarin for more mit instead of, you know, like Lumadon or instead of a Blackened Chain, you can make those switches in and out. That's more so just like a very straightforward, if you are a new player, you can go 3 places and you can have a set where you will do damage and be tanky, if that makes sense. Much less a specialized, like, you know, this is the God set. I'll be releasing that set as I start to actually get my God set acquired. That's gonna be beefy, high damage, high crit, big burst, big everything. So that's gonna be nice. 1 DPS Forge PM. Chat, we need literally 1 more DPS or 1 more Bard if anybody's available. Oh, Carla's on. What? Oh, whoops. I didn't see that she was on. I've had a single guild that would master loot and pass out loot every hour. The GM was a master looter who streamed in Discord the entire time for transparency. Most people just trust others not to be dicks. Yeah, and personally, I think if somebody is yoinking loot in a 3-month-long alpha, like, this is not even going to be lasting past August, right? You know what I mean? I think that would be the craziest of the crazy. I think that's something where it's just like, what is even the point? You know, you have a lasting reputation now as someone who shouldn't be in groups. If your guild continues to like keep you around, they have a reputation associated because of you. It's like, why? I don't know why people do that shit. But also, I don't know why motherfuckers be robbing people IRL. So maybe I just think differently. Maybe I'm just like too empathetic. Who knows? Maybe I should be more cutthroat with my gear acquisition. I don't know, man. It's a weird time, but give me Summoner. Yo, Summoner, when it does drop, is going to make the solo leveling experience so much better. I'm not that attached to pixels. Oh, really now? Are you not? Tell me that you're not attached to pixels right now. Because I'm pretty sure you're attached to some pixels right now, dog. Just try to tell me you're not. This is beauty. This is these pixels. My God. My God. Pixels that'll change your life, chat. Literally change your entire day. Not into midgets. I'm a Dunier. What do you mean? I'm not, like, I'm normal size. I'm literally the Tyler 1 build. I don't understand. I'm very short. I have my arms all the way up and I have my titties all the way up. So that way I look like Tyler 1 from any angle. I'm about to just buy this basalt. Do you need a Lego? Because if you're trying to craft a Lego axe, I can just give you my Lego. Because I'm not going to make use of a Lego axe as efficiently. I'd like to. Okay, well, I have a Lego basalt. So I can help with that. You should check the difference on Codex between Lego and like Epic Copper and see what the price difference would be for like the output difference. Over 1 Bard Forge PM 20 plus. Please and thank you. I need some like dwarf metal or something when I go into the forge. I need some like hoeing and humming and some like electric guitars and shit. See how much time you would save me so I can go back to the granite. Yeah, I mean, I'll grab it next time. Sweezy? Wait. Wait. Is this? Wait. Is this my Sweezy? Or is this a different Sweezy? Because I'm confused now. Surely it's not my Sweezy for Breezy. He said he was gonna come through it, check it out at some point, but he wouldn't be this under the radar at this point. It's gotta be a different Sweezy. Ash is using 4 gig of my RAM and 99% of my CPU. The fuck? How much RAM do you have? That seems not accurate. I feel like Arrowly was also having an issue yesterday with his CPU usage, right? What's your CPU specs? Yeah. That seems like a lot, but Arrow was having an issue and his game wasn't even in the launcher. Definitely using 100% CPU myself too. Weird. What CPUs do you guys have? Do you have Intels? Because Arrowly has an Intel. I have a 7800X3D, so I'm safe. Okay. So it's not an Intel thing. Weird. Touch your PC and maybe like. Okay, yeah. So it wouldn't be anything that like should be stressed. AMD Ryzen 9 5900 only using 46% CPU. What settings do you guys have turned on? Out of curiosity. Are you guys using my graphic settings in game or are you using default graphic settings? I'm wondering if it's a setting that's triggering it. I'm low everything. Max. Default. Try exclamation settings and see if that helps maybe. That may help. But that may also, because it's not going to be full low. Try a fresh client too. Yeah, if you've been on for a long time, there are some memory leaks that they've been working on solving that are coming along, in my opinion, very well. It's a lot better now than it was previously. So that's cool. But I would say if you've had your client open for a long time, just do like a full client refresh. Even sometimes when I'm only in for a little bit, but I'm in an area that's like super populated or I'm server worker transitioning a lot, that can cause a little bit of an issue with some of it. So what do we know about Forge name mobs? Are they on a 20-minute respawn? 20-second respawn. That'd be fucking sick. It's def memory leaking. Did you get back in and it's better now? Like anytime that my game starts to run like shit, I just restart and then it's fine. Guys, I'm cooked. I just said Forge Lord out loud in my meeting. I got the stare down from my boss. Nin, you're not gonna get me with those. You're not gonna get me with those. Wait, so how fucked are you actually right now? What? Like, why did you just randomly say Forge Lord in your meeting? Are you just like daydreaming? Like my man's like, Forge Lord, relic, ancient Dungeon 1 added fire damage rating. Like what? Are you like fantasizing in your meeting? How did Forge Lord just like involuntarily escape your lips? I'm confused. Like I feel like it's hard to accidentally say something. I was thinking of other shit when I got asked a question. No shot. They asked you a question for work and you said Forge Lord. No. No, it's over. It's all over. How was the answer to a question, Forge Lord? Oh no. Forge Lord was first in line on my list of words to say. That's fucking insane. There's no way you can play that off either. I don't think that's something that's in your line of work. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, just the queue of thoughts got a little behind and it was one ahead of where it was supposed to be. It's like a little gear slip for a second. Oh my God. Oh, Forge Lord. On cinematic, my 9800 X3 is using 37% and only 7% GPU. Mom's not an issue. 7800 X3D rig is similar. Do you just have fucking two PCs right next to you that are both juicers? What the fuck are you, hacker cat? What the hell? Keep many issues, drivers, settings, windows. Yeah, so that's something. I have 3 PCs. Oh my God. Jesus. That's the big Streamo setup. That's the streaming, the recording, and the gaming PC. That's the dream. That's how you get the best mods. It's good I saved it by fixing the answer right after. Can we get a man with 4 PCs? Well, what do I use the 4th PC for? Huh. Maybe I could use a 4th PC as like a ring light. And instead of RGB, I would get like white fans, and then that would be my ring light. Watching corn. What do you not have phones? Done the 2 PC setup. Oh yeah, so I had the same dual PC set up for years, and around Christmas, chat made me put up a fundraiser goal and got me a PC for Christmas. So basically, I built it on stream, and I'd never built before. Build went well. It went great. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It booted first time. My cable management's fucking exquisite. Like, the PC itself came out clean as hell. I was super impressed. So chat didn't even criticize me much. I was being a little bit of a bitch clicking some stuff in, but chat was like, you're not gonna break it. So that was fine. Then came the moment of, well, trying to rewire the dual PC aspect of it. That shit sucked and I cried. Because I was panicking. I woke up confident as fuck. I had all of my wires labeled, everything. Like, everything was good to go, right? Like, all of my cables were good. All I had to do was plug and play. Lo and behold, it was not a fucking plug and play. Everything went to shit. I got a Go XLR Mini. They've half supported their, like, their fucking software downloads for, like, the last 2 years. I got a lot of shit. And fortunately, I knew someone from when I was in the Fortnite scene that specialized in like dual PC stuff. So I was very lucky to get walked through it, but my God, setting new dono goal for a PC. No, I just got a PC for Christmas. I don't need another PC. No, chat, all like for Christmas literally just got me on. I don't need a fucking new PC for like 3 years. So it was basically my old stream PC was, oh God. My old stream PC was a 1070 and an i7-8700. And my gaming PC was a 2080 Super and a Ryzen 9 3900X. So when I got the new PC, I went to a 4080 Super and a 7800X 3D. And then the 2080 Super became the new stream PC. So it's like, I already went crazy in terms of the upgrade. I don't really think I need much more for a very long time. I'm also, like, I was talking about this with you guys last night. I don't spend money, dog. Like, I try not to spend anything. I feel like it's much easier for me to be a full-time streamer if I spend less money. So that's always my goal. Figuring out audio for 2 PCs fucking wild. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's giving me PTSD with random video input delays and audio issues. That's one thing that I fortunately haven't had to deal with very much. Thankfully, is like a lot of desync and shit. My setup has always been very good to me in that sense. And fortunately, I don't touch shit. Like, once it's good, I'm a firm believer of, if it's not broke, I'm just gonna fucking leave it because I'm gonna break it otherwise. So that 3-star still hits hard? Oh yeah, things are going to hit hard. Things are meant, especially elite mobs, to be big chunguses. It's not meant, I don't think, for us to be pulling like 20 plus mobs at a time and me just kind of like do this around them and be fine. So I do love that elites are difficult. It needs more feedback from the community. So what I've been telling people is, if you have any experiences today where mobs in certain areas feel good, 1 star or 1 thumb or 2 thumbs up, right? Then let me know. Send me a Discord DM or ping me in the guild Discord. Let me know which areas felt good, which areas felt bad, and if areas felt bad, which mobs in particular in those areas felt bad. Because I'm compiling a list of what everyone says over the course of the day, and Intrepid is looking for that feedback. So we're going to be spread out a lot. We have a lot of people in chat, a lot of people that are going to be leveling. If you're getting one-shotted by mobs, let me know. I'll put you on the list. Hope it was worth it. If you're fighting mobs and you're like, wow, these are really fun, let me know. I'll write that down as well. Where do I type that? If you're in the guild Discord, throw it in... Let's see. Once you get your roles there, throw it in the PvE chat section and I'll assemble the list. If you don't have roles, feel free to just post it in chat, and I'll tell Shockums to write it in the PvE chat. But we'll get a list together, and I'll be sending that up at the end of the day today, just so Intrepid kind of has a feel of post changes and everything, how, you know, how we're thinking about it. Because they did originally set what they wanted it to be yesterday, but they said a lot of people have progressed very quickly. So they're toning it down, and they're going to progressively up it as like player power curve like matches that progression. So what we need to know is, you know, where does it feel good? Where does it feel bad? Where does stuff hurt more? Where does stuff hurt less? And you know, what is the happy balance point? Because the goal is he'll play 18 hours a day. Well, so it's not even a matter of like, they talked about it was like an artisanship bug. So I think they meant a lot of the progression was like material wise or something, and acquiring like baseline gear sets through ample crafting. I don't really know all of the details about it, but that's also what all of this it's what also like all of this feedback is going towards. They're not trying to gear around like the top 0.01%, because like our group isn't really having a ton of issues dying to stuff. But like a lot of groups that are comprising that like top 20 to top 80%, that big mass, right? Like if you're in the bottom 20% of a skill base, everything's gonna feel bad. Hello. This guy whispered me and said hello. How can I join your guild? Discord.gg/cats with abs. I hope I don't get banned for posting links in chat. From what I understood, the ratio problems combined with the low amounts of low tier gather rolls meant people couldn't craft gear at all, basically. So the ratios are T1, or not relevant at like T0 mats, right? Isn't it still a 1-to-1 refine with everything that is like low ratio? The problem is the artisan gear is only for level 0 to 10 crafting until crafting tables get built in, and people are already farming 20 plus gear. Yeah. I mean, people leveled quite quickly. So I don't know if it's related to... I'm a ranger, 200 fizz power. Jesus. 200 bones? Oh, you got those shoulders. Oh, give me those Ashen Haunt shoulders. You red beard beautiful fuck. All right, I need a shock. I need you to get this man set up. Start the onboarding process for Mandalore, please. Hello. Shockums will be your point of contact. This is so official. I can explain in 10 minutes in league game like the actual progression problem. But yeah, because I do think on the top end, so many XP per hour farms were fucking insane. I'll be completely honest. June Dark had at least one XP farm that was 1 million plus XP per hour. It had the Ooze farm originally. It had a lot. In addition to that, Ooze Tech, yup. Ooze Tech was absolutely sicko mode as well. We didn't do any of that, but there were a lot of farms that were very out of hand, including something as simple as Daytona, once you actually get up to a level appropriate point, right? So in Daytona, it's still locked. Actually, it's not. There's a huge exploit that does need to be fixed. I showed it yesterday, and it's not the greatest. But yeah, so with Daytona, you just one pull the entire bottom, and then you have 2 5 pulls up top. The one pull on the bottom part is was previously so laughable that you would have like, I don't know, probably 15 snakes on you, and you'd just be like face tanking them, not even worrying about it. So I am glad that potentially on the top end of things, we're going to see the super high XP per hour areas get nerfed and normalized, because it does feel like a lot of the competition for areas, like I feel like you do want it to be focused in points of interest, of course, but like the fall off of like high congested POIs where you're AoE pulling and more spread POIs where you're chain pulling was very hard. Very hard. Problem was that the mobs were hitting for too little. Right. Which means larger pulls and faster XP. Agreed. There's a lot of people to farm 3-star mobs, 7 to 8 levels plus above them, despite not having a gear. Agreed. And never needing to slow down pulls or farm more level appropriate mobs for gear. This resulted in level 20 plus characters with empty slots and great gear. Exactly, and I 100% agree. And part of the reason that they fell into the I don't have any gear is because they were focusing on those mobs that were 7 to 8 levels above. So they were putting themselves outside of the ideal loot table range. So yeah, I definitely agree. There wasn't enough punishment for like high elite mob pulls. Even in Steel Bloom, I mean, we were doing 10 plus mob pulls in Steel Bloom literally for free. So no, I definitely agree. And they did say that that was because diminishing returns accidentally got applied to mobs as well, which is kind of funny. I don't know how much like power mobs have, but according to the diminishing return spreadsheet that we got, it was theoretically impossible to hit 500 like power output right now. So having mobs hit harder would have forced people to kill stuff closer to their level, thus causing them to gear up and stop the problem we have now. Also, I think there should be... So, you heard me say earlier 2 different terms, AoE pulling and chain pulling. AoE pulling is I'm going to pull this massive pack of mobs, and chain pulling is I'm going to pull 1 to 2 mobs at a time super consistently and keep it rolling for everybody. Oh shit, Carla's dying. Come here, puppy. Okay, so basically, AoE pulling, at least in my experience, is something where you typically have a large pull, and then you've got a mana up, you've got a food up, you've got a heal up after those pulls because they exhaust you, right? Chain pulling, you've got these nice controlled pulls on this nice controlled cadence, and you're able to keep it rolling. And that is, in my opinion, something that should not be the same thing. Right now, people are chain AoE pulling. Well, not right now, but like prior to these changes, people were chain AoE pulling and like combining the two. So you were pulling packs of like fucking 15 without having to actually stop your pulls. And that, in my opinion, was a lot of the big issue too. If it was like you're AoE pulling like crazy, but everyone's burning through their mana, everything's fucked, which honestly, people aren't gonna burn through their mana very quickly with bards playing properly. I just think it's a tough spot to have people pulling as many mobs as we were pulling, even in the 2-star standpoint. Oh, shot, careful. What on that, sir? Accidentally looted someone else, now I'm flagged, I'm stolen goods. Do I just destroy them? Oh, you will unflag after a set amount of time. If you ever think that it bugged and you're not unflagging, you can do Alt F. Alt F will put these swords up and then just do Alt F again, and that will remove the swords. As long as you don't have the swords on your buff bar, that will not be, you won't have to worry about being permanently flagged. But if you do steal someone's loot or anything like that, that will flag you for a little bit. You just gotta kind of like wait for that to go away. I'm worried about how hard these guys are going to hit, but it should be pretty chill. And honestly, these are good mobs to farm too, just based on the loot table. So I wouldn't mind just chilling here and farming this room. We got the puppy, we got a few of the dwarfs. Where'd the other dwarf go that we just pulled? Wasn't there another one of them a second ago? Oh, Dios mio, his lightning orb hits hard. What the fuck? Mage is everywhere in shambles. Careful of the forge bursts. Those things, oh, I guess they don't chunk that much. And those chain AoE pulls were allowed because mobs did 30% damage after the first respawn, which caused a snowball effect, made the problem even worse. Yup. No, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And the Thanos mobs that we were like, oh my god, these are so imba right now, these are so fucked. Those were what were intended. So, I think part of the problem is, as you said, people were incentivized to start out hitting things 6+ levels ahead of them. As a result, they start behind on the loot progression because they're outside of that ideal loot range. Thus, they stay behind on loot progression because everybody is conditioned to, you know, go throughout that same level of progression. I want to hit stuff 5 levels ahead, not 3 levels ahead, because I can. Oh no, why am I not getting gear? Oh, well, my entire group is 5 levels under, so we haven't got any gear drops in the last hour. Like, there are so many contributing factors to why people were behind on gearing And I feel like if people would have just been farming within 3 the entire time, a lot of people probably would have better gear. I'm not saying everybody would be out here god geared like first character, but I think people would at least have a baseline. I mean, Shock is like fucking 70 power right now. Is rush to get to Steel Bloom and Car first so you can farm them and leave before the servers crash. Yup. So it's hard to stay in gear form even if you wanted to because of the server crashes. I absolutely agree. And a lot of people, after the server stability changes went out in Steel Bloom, saw us go over there at the right time because we had been a little bit behind that top level of progression, but in that wave following. So when the server progression changes hit, or not the server progression, but the stability changes hit, we went into Steel Bloom at like level 15 within that 3 level range. And as a result, we just started raining gear out. Now, we also ran extremely hot, but going there and having the farm, being able to AoE pull, and being able to like be within the level range, we got really geared. Really, really, really geared, dog. It was good. In my opinion, common and maybe uncommon should still drop more often. Might help with decon as well. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it'll be tweaked, but like all of our people are relatively well geared at this point, except for Shock. And Shock was the one who was the most like ahead of the curve in terms of gearing progression. Not gearing progression, I'm so sorry, leveling progression. So I don't know, it's a weird little balance. I'm just gonna pull this guy back. I think we stay in this room and wait for Forge Flame Bellow to respawn. Because Flame Bellow drops an upgraded mace for me. So I'd like to stay here, wait for him to spawn, and then try to kill him. There's a lot of feedback that people don't feel good gear not dropping at all. They need to find a balance. Oh, yeah. And I mean, keep in mind, this is a few days after these changes were implemented, right? So the balance will be very, 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 very ongoing. Or the days you were going to TwitchCon, I'm trying to convince Ralos to go. Oh, geez. Carla, she's the smart one. It's in October. Chat, what days is TwitchCon on? It's 3 days, but I think we're gonna be there like 4 or 5 total because we get there the day before. Because there's a lot of shit that goes on like the day before the con starts up. What was the difference in elite mobs? Elite mob damage is a bit higher than a lot of people are used to because they want elite mobs to actually be a difficult task. So a lot of people were very caught off guard by how hard some of these mobs were hitting. So we're gathering data today for some ongoing changes. It's always, always, always important to remember the development's a moving train. All of these changes are continuous, and all of our feedback will directly contribute to the changes being in a much better spot long term. Let's head over to Flame Pupper spawn, so when he does spawn, we can get the tag. Because we can just stand here and then kill stuff as it pops up. But if these guys are over here, that probably means that this guy's spawning soon. So we just need to get ready for the DPS pump. If they're here, that means that this is spawning very soon. Don't stand in that, by the way. I don't know who these guys are, but I also don't know what the spawn timer is. Like, realistically, they probably think we know the timer, and we probably think they know the timer. And realistically, this boss is on a 20-minute timer right now and may not be spawning for another, like, 10 minutes. Like, neither of us know the timer right now, and neither of us are fucking leaving the spot. Yo, Flanker, what up, baby? I hope you had a fantastic stream today, Goaty. I was lurking a little bit and chilling. It looked like it was a fucking blast, as always. Raiders, welcome in. If you haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name is Dusty. I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. All right, so I would definitely say the timer is here. Right now, we are over in Forge, and we're getting a little bit of gear farm to start the day. And apparently Flame Bellow is spawning soon. So we were just here farming the trash mobs because the nice little secure spot to get some of the flame strokers and shit. And Evil Empire came around the corner and just started like swinging over here. So I came over here and started swinging. And so we're now in a spot where nobody really knows if anybody knows the timer, but everybody just thinks that it's spawning anytime. So for all we know, we were just saying this could be a fucking 10-minute timer because it's a 20-minute respawn for the boss. We could still be waiting 10 minutes for this boss to spawn and just not fucking know it. So it's all about trying to get the tag, but nobody fucking knows when the tag is. I think we got Bella's measure. I think we got the tag. Everybody go, everybody go. Full pump, full pump, full pump. Full pump, full pump. Oh, baby. This is what you came here for. This is NASCAR. This is gaming, chat. I think we got the tag. I think we got it. There's no way that we didn't. Oh, he tweaking. He's struggling right now. Boop, boop, boop. So I do play a tank, if you guys can't tell. I have over 800 hours since late December. I stream 10 plus hours every single day. So if it's your guys' first time here, make sure you do drop the follow. I run a community called Cats with Abs. We have hundreds of players and we are growing by the day. This is all gonna be whoever got the fucking tag, I swear. That's all what it's gonna break down to right now. No, it wasn't us. I don't think so. Gosh darn it. Tragic. Tragic. This boss, for example, is too easy. I mean, that boss had 3 groups of people on it. They're probably in a raid group. Is Evil Empire also European? Because that would make sense. That would absolutely make sense and be canon. That is a very evil thing to do. I think so. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Evil Empire, European Union. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just ease. Thinking about purchasing AOC for the alpha. How's the gameplay so far? Wow. What a fucking drop already for the boys. Oh my god. Well. Congrats to our casters. Yep, we're farming here. That's a pretty nice drop to pull. If you don't want that, I'm not getting that. I don't roll on caster stuff. This is a need if you need it, greet it if you greet it. Dusty, I'll trade you my green bow. Sounds good. I've gotcha. So, basically, how much content we have and is there PvP? Yes. Basically, it is an entire PvX gameplay loop. So, PvP can happen really at any time, anywhere. There's an open world PvP system. There are more structured systems as well. Through caravans, through node citizenship, through guilds. There is a lot of PvP. But with that being said, Ashes is a full PvX. The best way to get gear for PvP is going to be through crafters. Crafters will be able to make the highest rarity outputs for gear. You'll be able to get the best gear from crafters once you farm up the mobs to get the recipes and gather up the mats to craft the stuff. So, long term, that's always everyone's goal. We just started up this like fresh start server and this stress test period a few days ago on May 1st. So everyone's still in the process of trying to gear out with their initial drops. So what we're doing right now is farming a dungeon called Befallen Forge. So this is a very expansive dungeon, can accommodate multiple groups at a time. And we're essentially just chilling on this spot. We've got some nice respawns here that we can kill, and the respawn timers are really solid. So, just in the time that we've been here, we've already got a really good one for casters. So, we just got here. It's a pretty solid thing. In terms of how much content we have, I played 10 plus hours every single day, 70 hours a week. I've been here since late December. I played 800 plus hours since then. So, in my opinion, there is a near infinite amount of content simply because the game is a social sandbox. That means that once you get level 25, once you get geared, that's when the game really starts. There are so many systems that branch off, like past the typical MMO progression of I'm max level, I'm geared, I'm done playing, GG, thank you, I wait for next phase. And really the entire like gameplay of Ashes is a combination of like your leveling experience, your progression after leveling, your gearing, everything. Hey, what the hell? Get the fuck over here. That is not yours, and I don't appreciate you trying to take it. It's fine if people don't want to be crafters, but if they get drops that are equal to craft gear, then crafters is no longer become important. Oh, are you talking about Kirito? I mean, crafting is always going to be... Carla, just flag up. Carla always flags up so fast. Like, crafters are always going to be your way to get the most incentivized here. Carla, make sure you unflag since there are raids down here. As good as we may be at beating people up, if we get like 20 people on us, we might not be able to beat them up as quick. So just be careful when there are a lot of people around, but can make rare materials using crafting, the illicit. I'll tell you, there's maybe 20% of players playing the game that actually enjoy crafting. Many restrict crafting stuff to go kill more mobs. Yeah, but that's also because crafting is a finite thing, right? Not necessarily a finite thing, but like one crafter, once you have the recipe, people will know that that crafter is the crafter, right? So there's a lot of depth to that loop, right? I don't necessarily think that with how the setup is of Ashes right now, crafting is devalued. Like, even low rarity crafting with these loot changes is going to be used. People will absolutely want green named rolls, like, not that you'll use your fucking mats on those, but people will want like green iron shit, green steel shit. Like, all of that is going to be entirely viable for crafting, especially if it's something that isn't in need piece. So I absolutely think, like, with what we've seen from gearing so far, I don't think crafting's devalued. I just think that a lot of people are in spots where it's like they didn't really put enough progression like towards gearing while they were leveling, and they focused on just like raw XP, 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 you know what I mean? Final version of crafting will require you to spec all the way down a specialized tree to be able to make the best endgame items. Oh my god, I can't wait for the like lifestyle skill trees. That's going to be nuts. Yeah, genuinely cannot wait for that. That's gonna add so much to it, especially if there's variance in the trees too. That'd be cool. Yo, what up, Bongs? How you doing, my boy? Moin, how you doing, Turbo? If you don't want to be a crafter, kill a lot of mobs. Wait, what the fuck did I just tank? Turbo just killed me. Oh my god, wait, what? Fire skeleton burning aura. Huh? What the fuck is that? Oh, wait. That's just an aura that he's putting out. Oh, Jesus. Do not let that get close to you. What the fuck? How much damage did that do? Fire skeleton burning aura. That hit for a fuckload. That had to have hit for over 1,000, right? Am I tripping? Is there a combat log? Yeah, it's just so much shit happens during combat that it's hard to kind of like scroll up and see while stuff's going out. I wish that I could sort the combat log to like deaths or have like a small recap. I think I saw something like 3.8k. Yeah! The death's been at 22 for a few days though. Me? Oh, I haven't been trying to level in the past few days. Once you get 20 plus, it doesn't really matter much, because it's all about just being able to equip your level 20 plus gear. It's not really an emphasis. We could have been 25 like 2 days ago probably if we had just like put our head down and XP grinded, but we've been more so running around targeting drops at this point and trying to just trying to chill. Eventually, listen, nothing slowed us up because we're not trying to get XP. Yeah, that like we're not prioritizing experience right now, so nothing slowed us up. We're just like, we cognitively made the decision to slow up because there were people that hit level 25 that had like 70 power, and I'm currently at level 22 with 5,700 HP and 150 power. So like, by slowing up, so to say, we're now ahead of the curve, and as a result have won like a majority of the fights that we've been involved in, unless we're severely outnumbered, because we have gear advantage on people. Dusty, trade please. Oh, I'll trade you in a minute, sorry. So yeah, I stopped playing for 2 days and you beat me in power. Yeah. I mean, we got I'm 21 at 140 power. Yeah, and there are people that are 25 right now that are still sitting under 100 power in like competitive guilds. Level is by no means everything, especially once you hit 20 plus. Like we just got an Ancient Dunes in one drop as well for our casters. It's good. How hard is this to start now? I think it's a great time to start now. So we're in the middle of a 3-month stress test. So this is going to be a 3-month period, and then on August 4th, we'll get new servers. Pretty much everyone in the game is going to re-roll on those new servers anyways. So in my opinion, like, starting now and progressing and figuring out the progression, it's the best time that you could possibly hop in. You'll figure everything out before August 4th and kind of like, you know, see where you want to go progression-wise later on. If you want to focus, like, if you want to focus gathering, crafting, refining, if you want to focus gearing, and you'll kind of have like an understanding of your class as well. This dude better not reset, Jesus Christ. To level up, is it just follow quests? It's a pretty non-linear leveling progression. It's a lot of mob grinding if you want to do it the most efficient way, but we're in the middle of a questing revamp right now where quests currently have a 30% bonus XP multiplier, and all of the feedback that comes from questers right now is shaping that full revamp of questing that's going to drop for the August 4th servers. So if you are someone who really enjoys questing, it's come a long way even in the last few months with a lot of attention, a lot of updates, and a lot of positive growth in that process. It's nowhere near completed, but it's getting better, and player feedback is what's driving that change. So if you're a big quester, I would definitely say it's a really good time to get in. And as Argom said, when you do purchase your Wave Free Pack, the $100 pack, if you like it, you're in until the game launches, and you get $30 worth of kickbacks when the game launches. So, if you don't like it, on the alternative, you get a full 90 days where you can get a full refund on your product, every single cent. Intrepid keeps nothing. And so, it's like a stress-free purchase. You'll get to hop in this entire 3-month stress test because it started May 1st and it goes August 4th. And then when August 4th rolls around, you'll be perfectly set up to be like, okay, do I want to do this again, or do I want to wait till launch? And if you want to do it again and keep playtesting, you're good to go with that 100 until the game comes out. And if you want your money back and you want to wait, you can get your money back. Tends to be, in my opinion, one of the safest purchases in gaming right now, in terms of like respecting your actual like value that you'll get from your purchase, especially in the playtesting slash, you know, in development realm. I think that it is an unreasonably generous refund policy that every person that picks up Ashes just gets to know that if they don't enjoy anything, or if they just need the money for something else, Galaxy Gas, who knows? I don't know what you do in your spare time, but if you need the money back, you can just get it back. We even had somebody that bought the game and then the same day requested a refund because their friends didn't believe the refund policy. So instead of looking up the refund policy and showing their friends, they refunded the game, and I guess they're gonna buy again. But the refund is insanely safe. It's insanely safe. Sometimes too safe, I guess. That was the first I had heard of that. Telling you right now, huge. There is only one server right now, so no matter which region you're on, you'll be on Shoal. And then on August 4th, we'll get more regionalized servers again. This is a stress test that's meant to be like a very, very, very good, like, long-term, you know, kind of like goal set and preparation for normalized launches. Originally, the like projected, why am I missing everything? Originally, the projected player base on one server, like concurrent players, was going to be capped at 10K. And that's at one time. That's with all 4 of the starting areas active, right? So we put in this stress test 8,100 plus concurrent players on the server at once out of one starting area, which, in my opinion, is pretty fucking cool. I like that a lot. So if we get 4 starting areas, more server worker implementations, dynamic gridding goes off in any smooth way, shape, or form, we could be looking at surpassing that in an incredibly seamless manner. And as far as Intrepid knows, what we've been told is that that is also the record for concurrent players on a single Unreal Engine 5 server, which is another huge accomplishment. So I think change the color and log with what kills you to understand better the chat log. Well, I mean, the thing with the log is it just moves so fast so you can't scroll up, you know what I mean? Like, it shows every single heal, every single small instance of damage. So like this is how fast it moves. If you die to something and there's like any combat or you get rezzed or anything like that, it's gonna be a little bit rough. It's an accomplishment, but I think no other MMO runs so far on UE5. UE5 is used a lot, but one of the big critiques of it for like an MMO in general is that it can't have the server capacity. It wouldn't be able to actually support it. So basically, part of the reason that nobody runs UE5 for MMOs commonly, from what I've heard, is because of the server capacity this, server capacity that. So the fact that they're, you know, doing it on what a lot of people conceive to be not the greatest for MMO structure, it's really solid. It's really solid. 8K is actually almost a record for any MMO on one layer. I think Lineage 2 did like 10K. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, that is, it's a ton. And the biggest thing for me is that this is an entirely seamless world. Like, I think people underestimate how far you can go without hitting a load screen, without hitting an instance, without hitting a wall. Like, there is a lot. WoW, for example, can do max 5 to 6K on one layer. Usually 3K is limit. So this is crazy. They also have planet-side engineers on staff, so it makes sense their servers are popping off. Were planet-side servers like really well set up? I personally didn't play planet-side, but I'm like familiar with the structure of it a little bit, in the sense that it was massive. Kazan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Docs, honestly, we're gonna start in a raid. PlanetSide holds the Guinness World Record for the biggest online battle. They haven't seen Discord after a guild war then. PlanetSide server structure and netcode was nuts. Okay, well that makes sense, because the netcode and like how smooth and fluid everything runs over here, for me, I'm a big movement player, big combat enjoyer, big fluidity fan, right? And that's always been, for me, a huge bonus about like how Ashes feels to play. It just, no matter what you're doing, obviously with the stress test, we got into some pretty janky spots, but for the most part, no matter what you're doing, especially once you're not in a super laggy area, it feels real good, man. And that has been something that has been like a very big piece of enjoyment for my core gameplay every single day. I've always said, like, if something just feels terrible to play, I'm not gonna want to play it. You could make it look as beautiful as you want to, but if the gameplay itself feels bad, I would rather just watch a movie or something, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not playing a game to be like fucking cinematically invested on the edge of my seat. I'm playing a game to have fun with that shit. So I personally put a lot of value in how fluid, how good Ashes feels, but people are forgetting that Intrepid's an indie studio too. Yeah, I mean, they may or may not be one of the most resourceful indie studios in the world. But yeah. Technically, Ashes is a small indie game. That is very important to remember, yes. I do agree. Where's Roxy? Uh-oh, probably had to repair some. Remember about small but indie? Yes. Small indie studio. Humble 12-employee studio. Simple potato farmers just trying to make ends meet. Small indie $50 million game. I think it's gonna be like 110, isn't it? Not to like Birkin your Gucci bag, but like, I think it's 110. Ran by man in sandals. Why need suit when have sandals? 250 employees? Well, now yes. Now yes. But before it was mainstream as the, you know, as the cool indie stew, humble 12-employee studio. 250 plus dev plus hardcore staff is for sure not small. Isn't that still ridiculously small for an MMO staff? I feel like Steven recently said that MMO staffs are typically like twice this size, especially for ambitious MMOs. Which is also a large reason why certain long-haired wizard men won't accept this, but why Intrepid always has job listings posted. Not because they're struggling and these things aren't being fulfilled, but probably because there are a lot of people that have been wearing multiple hats within the studio that they're trying to like delineate and kind of you know, delegate their workload and get them focused on one task. Finding good devs is impossible. From what I've heard, all of the good devs that worked on New World got poached to come over here. I won't even lie. I heard a lot of the good New World devs ended up over here. So even the New World devs that were cooking originally, they just ended up here. It makes sense. That's why I love it. You know who else wore sandals? Jesus. Yo, honestly, he is kind of like this world's Jesus. I won't lie. Man can just fly whenever he wants. That was just the get off the stagiest get off the stage that I've ever seen. Whoever, if that was Sweezy's get off the stage, I'm gonna randomly select him for a fucking drug test tomorrow. That man just sent that dwarf like 450 feet to left center field. So that panda mounts here too? I don't, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked to see pandas coming in with a different biome. I don't think there's anything sourced on Wiki under the ground mountains right now that's a panda. But more stuff always comes out. Like, the game's always expanding. More biomes have different themes to them, different animals, different wildlife. I don't think they exist yet, but will probably come eventually. Yeah. We already have bears. Yeah, and a panda's just a bear with like a different skin on it, right? It's basically just an alternate art bear. There'll be another continent. Yeah, and I think one of the continents is gonna be like, or not one of the continents, one of the biomes is gonna be like bambooey, right? Is that a word, bambooey? Panda's playable race confirmed. Ban him. We're not doing that. I'll allow it. A panda mount appears. Mist of creation. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we have to go get Roxy real quick. So we'll run back out. We want to make sure that if we can, we get Bellow. Ooh. Oh. I thought that was going to be something cool. Excuse me. Pardon me. Let us kill these. I guess just this Forge Garden. That one does not want to get pulled right now. I just sent like 4 fucking projectiles his way and he's just unbothered. I'm gonna just let him exist. Grab you, and then I'll bring you over here. Please don't point that at my raid. This way, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your cooperation and your contributions to Dusty Corp. That was bannable. Bro, you can't give them ideas. Intrepid listens to the community too well. Actually, yo, low-key, we are gonna have a furry race. And they're gonna live underground. It's just, they're gonna be the last race added. So, like, please, God, no. So, got a little bit of bad news for you guys. Got a little bit of bad news for you guys. Let's see. Races. So, let me introduce you to the Tolnar. Tolnars are as varied as the beast aspects they possess, but they are united in one crucial belief. All fursuits must be fucked. Corruption must be fought wherever it creeps. They're refugees that not only survived, but have thrived despite its tormenting presence in the world above. The Tolnar is a combination of 4 major races and many minor races that were left behind on Vera after the apocalypse. The ancestors of the Tolnar fled to the Underrealm to escape the corruption that befell Vera. Tolnar stands for the Forgotten and the Furry. Tolnar eat many things. But yeah, so I definitely feel like this is gonna be your like furry X scaly hybrid. Is ass among those many things. Well, yes, I've heard that the Tolnar are a race of culture, so they do enjoy the fine cuisine of the modern bootay. Yes, yes. I mean, I feel like anybody that doesn't at this point is just not accepting the evolution of the world. God is dead, and we killed him. Our God is here. Our God wears sandals. And our God gave a Firefox mount to a man that was clearly a furry and said, "Oh yes, I love animals," when Steven asked him if he liked animals. Our God did this. This is like chat. Brother. Like, it's like not all Tolnar are scalies or furries, but all scalies or furries are Tolnar. You know what I mean? What's going on with those teeth? Well, those are for spreading the cheeks. So, like, basically, you have grippers here. So, like, cheek, and then that opens it up for, like, definite tongue access. Yes, exactly. Master eaters of ass. So, when they went underground due to the apocalypse, they had to adapt, and adapting meant ass. They don't look awful. Galdry? Is that what you were using before, Ja? Jesus Christ. Come closer to me. This hound is two-shotting me. Checks to see if a Tolnar appears is available. Tolnars are going to be the last race in. I think Steven's trying to, I don't know, limit the furry infiltration. So right now we have EU versus NA, and we need to let that, like, season of the anime play out. And basically, once that plays out, it'll essentially become like the third rate of Furry Island, where it's EU and NA like unite against a common enemy, the furries. So that's probably gonna be global versus furries. Yes, thank you. And honestly, we'll probably be outnumbered in terms of like the global. I'm a half furry. Which half? Top or bottom? I think underground will be implemented later. Yeah. They won't be here for a bit. Yo, Equinator. Equinator. My bad. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Names are hard. Did someone say Cheek? Hey, Cheeks. What up, dude? How you doing today? Really wanted to do spell check. So I just got... What'd you get? Top half is... Yeah, I don't know what the meta would be there, but let's go check Fire Puppy again. Excuse me. Should be coming up anytime on a 20-minute timer, right? First underground place in December. I mean, we're getting 3 races in between now and August. And then Summoner in between now and August. Secondary is August plus. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Keep in mind, the entire underground is also one biome instead of like multiple biomes. So I do think when the underground does come, it'll be a quick implementation. I don't necessarily think it'll come in a lot of patches. We already had some of the Underdark in Alpha 1. How was it? Was there Luminite? I'm a big Luminite fan. I want to be able to craft shit out of Luminite and make like glowing swords and shit. I want more particle effects. Am I going from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom? Oh god. Why do I feel like nobody discusses Wind Waker anymore? Can we take a quick pit stop just along the way for Wind Waker? Because people either loved or hated that shit. Wind Waker, the Zelda game? Yes. Majora Mask best. So my like how I familiarized myself with Zelda the most was that my brother AMC was a very large, you know, like Zelda player, like very, very large into the entire series. So I'd watch him do A Link to the Past playthroughs. I would watch him do Ocarina playthroughs, Majora's Mask playthroughs, everything. Thing is, AMC never did his homework. AMC is 8 years older than I am, my older brother. So he'd be babysitting me, and I'd basically be like, yo, you should play Zelda so I can watch. And he'd be like, all right, bet. And then he would play Zelda, and then when my mom would come home, I'd tell my mom that he was playing video games while he was grounded. So he started psychological warfare, and he knew that I was scared of the sewers in Majora's Mask. So I'd ask him to play, and he'd go to the sewers and scare the shit out of me because I didn't like it. I don't like scary stuff. My younger brother got to play on the Game Boy hookup and sunk all my rupees on bombs. No! No, that's so sad. That's so sad. Dessert. Majora's Mask is so dark. Dude, it's such a fucking good game though. Such a fucking good game. Ocarina of Time, Legendary Game Release. Ocarina of Time gold cartridge. Why would the Underrealm have only one biome type in it? I don't know, but that's what the wiki says. Yo, Gam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, I just go off the information that I have at my, at my disposal. But, the wiki says that there will be 18 biomes, and I dodged that. Biomes? Yes. Let me double check, but it states that there will be 18 biomes and that the Underrealm will be one biome. Let me see. 18 biomes. Oh shit, Bellow Smasher. Did we get the tag or they get the tag? Fubo sabotaged me. I don't think we got the tag. They did? Oh, that's so sad. If we can get it to reset, then maybe, but that would be probably less than ideal. I don't necessarily think we're going to force the reset here. If they have this, then we can just go out. Just leave them, just leave them. Leave them and they'll probably die. Just come out this way. And then we can just come over here and we can get Master Smith when that spawn comes up. Cause he should be up anytime. We could always drop down and form the Smith spawn too, but yeah, I would say just come out this way. Because honestly, they may not have the damage to push through that. It didn't look like it was dying fast. So we kill these and then I'm gonna peek in. Because unless they have that full raid, then I don't know if they're gonna be able to do that. Why is my shield assault not going off? It keeps highlighting but not going off. It's being a little fickle today. This one, that statement. Yeah, one of the statements. I don't remember which one it is, but let me see. Hold on. Control F, Underrealm. Oh yeah. So list of biomes. They have Badlands, Desert, Floodplains, Forest, Jungle, Riverlands, Snowy Mountains, Tropics, Tundra, and then the Underrealm is its own biome. Yeah. That's where it came from. So Underrealm environments are vast. Caravans should be able to operate as they do above ground. If there's insufficient room for dragons, another mount type may be utilized. Burrowing mounts are being considered as an alternative to flying mounts in the Underrealm. Which would seem weird as hell, but would be very cool. So Underrealm will be pretty unique as well. I can't wait to explore that. I think it's gonna be pretty solid. If you're from the Underrealm, what do you call the above realm? Wouldn't that be the sky? Named? Oh shit, yeah, we got the names. That's huge. Because this guy can drop a very nice hammer. Very, very, very nice. I want to say this is this Igneous Striker or what's the one from here? No, Igneous Striker's from Bellow Smasher. Oh. Jesus. What if you relaxed, dog? What if you chilled? It's just pants. This guy? No, he has a hammer in his loot table as well. Master Smith. I don't think it's the Igneous Striker, but... What is his name drop? The Hammerhead. Oh, Ember Toss is his, not Igneous. I'm stupid. Ember Toss is his. Igneous Striker is the other one from Fire Pupper. Ember Toss is Con and Fizz Crit Chance, so it is still quite nice. I still think Rubidium probably better, but it's a really nice hammer to have. Yeah, what up, Captain Ducky over on YouTube? Befallen Forge, haven't been yet, looks cool. Oh, Befallen Forge is amazing. It's so expansive as well. There are the regular, like the Trash Elite mobs that have their own loot tables, a lot of drops there. Then there are the named mobs, so Master Smith here that we just killed is a named mob. He has his own loot table as well. And then we also, wow, that just gave us 20k XP. Holy shit. What the fuck? I mean, honestly, the experience here hasn't been bad at all. If we're getting docs, we might as well get more people so we can contest stuff as well. Chat, if anybody wants to come back out, let us know. We're over at Forge. We're probably going to be chilling over here for a bit. I will convert the party to raid. I'll invite docs. If anybody does want to come over, we can try to post up on bosses. We could even potentially try to go down to the Zammer room and see what we can find there. It is going to be a little bit hectic, but we've already found one of the wands. So it's been good drops already today. So I'm only 17. Yeah, please try to be 20 plus, just because of the level of mob differences. But the more, the merrier, and we can get more loot very, very quick. I'm not able to add cargo to my caravan. You have to, before you launch the caravan into your inventory, pack your cargo on it through that interface. So before it launches, you'll be able to go into your storage, and that cargo storage is where you'll put it into your inventory. Then you'll launch the caravan into your inventory and then deploy from there, and it'll have everything like pre on it already. This is a little scary. These mobs are being mean. Run to the Tropics too dark almost the entire time. Ooh, you getting any good loot out of there though, Ducky? Tropics and Goondark have a lot that I would love to get. And if I don't, and I've already launched, you will have to complete the caravan basically and then restart it. It's a little unfortunate, but it's essentially a way to stop people from like loading things on after the fact. But help with the mobs by the entrance. Okay, we'll be right there. But yeah, I would just run into the nearest node. Can you invite offline players to the guild? I do not believe you can put a pending guild invite out, no. I think everyone has to be online. Oh, yeah. So if you didn't put it on, I would run it to the nearest town. And then from there, you would be able to, like, just reset the caravan, redeploy it. You'll be out 10 silver for the deployment cost, but... Uh-oh. Beautiful. Still large pull. Things hit hard, though. This is actually fun that we have to be aware and can't just, like, do this. Anyone says this game is toxic is crazy. The amount of times I have to tell people not to help is crazy, but also I had a bard try to CC me to death while I was farming. The duality of everything. Yeah, no, I mean, personally, I think especially if you are a part of a guild that's well-liked within the community, like, that makes your experience a lot different. Like, it's a PvX game where your reputation as a player, as a community, follows you and impacts, like, what you get for content. It's a really cool concept. A lot of fun with Lawless Zones, too. Not as passive aggressive as just slinging around mob farms. Yeah, Lawless Zone farm's great, especially if you have enough, like, numbers to actually contest it. We do want to get out to the Trops very, very, very soon, because there are a lot of named mobs out there, which are very good, so. Can I take a caravan to a sailing dock and turn in? Yes. Yes. The game is toxic, this is true PvX, and people can test you for things sometimes. But most people don't understand this is true PvX. Yeah, like, I feel like people are very scared of what a true PvX is. Like, And I think that a lot of people don't understand that, like, through competition comes a lot of the fun in gameplay. And when people start competing for mobs, even if you lose the mob competition or something like that, that adds an element for me that makes something like this more fun. If we were like, okay guys, we're gonna go do Befallen Forge, let's hop into our own instance and then have that all to ourselves and have no competition and just run through. There will be instance content in Ashes. It's gonna be very light though. And I think most importantly, the instance content isn't gonna be something that you just spam and repeat forever. So from my perspective, I love the competition. We've flagged up multiple times against multiple competitive guilds, and we've killed their 8-man, and they've either left and lost the spot to us, or they've called in another group to deal with us. So basically, like, all of that competition, for me at least, is something that has made every part of Ashes real fun. Like the idea I can get grief farming, keep in mind in check. Oh, and you can grief yourself too. Keep in mind, you don't even need to, like, get full griefed. If you're out farming for 10 hours and you don't go back to town and then you die to a random mob or something like that, you're losing 50% of your glint. Like 25 on your body, 25 into the abyss. And I don't think your body's gonna stay there much unless you're right next to it. Almost had that happen with 20 plus epic large. Yup. And just when you think you're comfy, you remember you have all of that shit on your body and you're like, oh no, this is a little scary. I slept at level 8 over Granite this weekend. He blamed me, then I traded him the Granite and told him I just wanted the XP and he changed his tune real quick. Was hilarious. That is so fucking funny. That's so funny. Oh no, I've turned into a loop pinata. Man, people just don't keep track of what they have. And there's an escalating risk reward to everything. You're out farming for longer, you got more on you, that risk reward's gonna be higher. US guilds are quite unorganized in those areas too, so the only real threat isn't that prevalent either. Yeah, I feel like a lot of NA guilds are very, I don't know, gaggle-fucky right now, I guess would be a good way to describe it. Also, LD, message me in game if you want to come over. You said you're another cleric. Yeah, come through. Let's make sure all of our lads can get in. I don't know who else isn't here or if we have to wait for anybody. I think Krem's, where's Krem at? Because we have Krem that's on the way. We have Docs that's on the way. X up, Forge, Raid, 20 plus, please. You're back 1 minute. Yeah, you're chilling, you're chilling. Emus 5 minutes out. Okay. Just DM me in game. Are you already in game, or are you 5 minutes from logging in and then you gotta run as well? But yeah, no, I definitely feel like a lot of NA guilds are very disorganized in terms of like shot calling and stuff like that. I think there are strengths, but there are also a lot of weaknesses. Like NA guilds take certain things very seriously, and then a lot of the competitive guilds will, like, I don't know, it's a weird attitude to me, but they kind of like scoff at certain levels of content. And they're like, oh, why would I take that seriously? It's just open world mob grinds. And they're like, that doesn't matter. It's not a node siege. And I'm like, brother, the only node sieges you've done are on like PTR and 2 tests on live. So I think NA guilds are kind of sleeping on how competitive the rest of the game is. And a lot of them seem focused on like 1 or 2 things that aren't even like big emphases of gameplay. Like we haven't even seen, I feel like, a lot of node versus node, guild versus guild shit outside of maybe world boss comp, but I haven't seen much during like any of the times I've been on. So yo, what up, Andrew? Noob here. Where's currently the most endgame area you can farm? So there are a lot of different areas throughout the world that are currently level 25 plus. So the Goondark is actually a level 50 area that's artificially scaled down to be farmable by players right now. The Tropics has a lot of level variance in it as well. The Riverlands all has level variance in it. So a lot of these areas, they do support an entire level range from, you know, a lot of them being like 12 to 25, but there's a ton of endgame areas. So a lot of what's cool with Ashes is you'll be running around place to place, kind of trying to like target certain drops. So over in Befallen Forge, you've got a ton of things that are in like the Forge loot table. And then you also have all of the mobs that you can kill that have named mob loot drops. So it's a very, very, very good way to just kind of like get gear flowing, get gear out to your guild. But this is only one area that's endgame. We could sail out to the tropics, and out here, there's the Brine Father as one of the named mob spawns on this island. He drops pants that are like 550 plus health. So those are some pretty nice HP pants early on for scaling, considering I'm wearing level 0 pants. So for me, I think that it's a lot more of like, there's not one endgame area you can farm, but you almost map out the areas that you need to go to and then make your plan based around that. So fraction of the amount of time keeping up, having beef with most everyone. Yeah. A lot of NA guilds like to yap at each other. No, I agree. Yo, what up, Merc? Just got off work. What's everyone saying about the changes today? I think overwhelmingly a lot of the changes are pretty solid. We did run into, whoops, open link. We did run into this a little bit earlier. So the Tauren fire guards, when they go to the fire skeletons, oh no, those are the fire skeletons. But either way, the forge guards fire skeleton, the blazing aura and the burning aura, I don't know if that's double hitting, as 2 different aura buffs. But you'll notice that it's not just burning aura. It's like blazing aura and burning aura, and it hit really hard and wiped quite a few of us. So that's the first thing that we've seen that's like, ouchies. Other than that, it's been pretty chill. We've done a few like 4-5 pulls, and those are intense, but they're very, very doable. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the June Dark. It's supposed to be level 50. I thought they weren't doing zone equals this level, but rather based on the level of the node in the ZOI. So not every node will just start with level 1 mobs. Every node will kind of have like its starting point and then its progression. For example, Nuela. Cock Rock on launch day, if you're wondering why we call it Cock Rock, it's because this rock looks like a penis. So basically, on launch day, this was level 12 Minotaurs, and now I believe it's like level 20 plus Minotaurs because everything's leveled. So because the Goondark does support level 50, you may see it start out at, you know, level 35 or level 40 or something like that, right? So that's a good thing. Is there a place that has all the loot table listed? Yes, Ash's Codex is a very good resource that I use a lot. It's ashescodex.com. So on the homepage, just kind of looks like this. You can find some build overviews and stuff like that. Then in the database, you can look up any gear in the game. So say you want to find something that is we'll go a chest, and you want to find a chest that has fizz power on it. So you'll go here and you'll be able to sort by fizz power rating, and boom. You see every single fizz power chest in the game. Fizz power chest. So, very, very useful resource. Brings a lot of efficiency and a lot of value into it. I would highly recommend getting used to Ash's Codex as like a quest mob map utility. And then Ash's Wiki is very good for looking up information. So Ash's Wiki is for like systems. If I have questions about biomes, if I have questions about what is a guild, what is a node, like, that's a really good thing to go to the wiki for. Any other bosses we're gonna try for? Yeah, once we get like a raid here, we'll probably honestly try to go sit in Zammer's room. I don't know how con that's gonna be, but if we can get enough people, I don't know if Sweezy can hear me. But if we can get enough people to go sit in Zammer room and just take those spawns, that's gonna be bis. I'm thinking any of those dwarf type spawns where they're just prevalently there. In brawl level 20, DM me in game real quick. Someone remembers Bello respawn? Probably like 10 minutes from now, if I had to guess. But I would say personally, we should try to get to Zammer room if we have a raid and just muscle up there. I don't know if there will be other raids that are sitting down here right now, but Zammer room has insane respawns. It's got Forge Lord Zammer himself, so that's a huge thing. Huge drops. I would definitely say that's probably the best place for us to target. The Clank is back and I'm not geared. Where are my solo AoE farms? What level you at? My understanding is that nodes will scale based on their progression. However, that doesn't mean all nodes are equal in level either. Yeah. See, we think so alike. Sometimes. A lot of the NA guilds are like dogs barking through the fence. Nah, Boyle, that's such a good analogy too. And then you actually flag up, like they'll yap at you, and then you actually flag up for PvP and they're like, whoa man, I was kidding. I was kidding. Let me just call in my mount. What if I try to corruption bait you instead? Do I need to use an epic excavation kit for an epic treasure map? Yes, you do. If we can get a few more, we go eat Zammer's ass. Zammer, 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 Zammer. Yamato, I'm gonna get you in here. Tasty. Alright, Mastro, that's gonna be Mastro. Got another clerk in this bitch. I'll be on in like 2 hours, but that's a long time to not just add more deeps. I don't really have much of a reason to not just bring more people if I'm being completely honest. Like, more people means more kills per minute, which means more drops per minute. You know what I mean? So, for me, in terms of raids, we'd be able to post up in a better area, kill more stuff, safer, and even if our individual chance of getting loot is less, we're going to see more loot, thus making it probably more worth. That's just kind of my take on it. Especially once gear farms start, like, we actually got a decent amount of XP from this, too. We're still getting 2,300 experience from this, what? Oh, shit. Oh, please let me hit on this. Oh my god, please give me a good roll. Oh, Lil Death just rolled an 81. Oh, fuck. I'm never gonna win this. I'm never gonna win this. Fuck, I'm fucked. 24, no! No! The 24. I have one? Oh, can I have it? Tank prio when? I'm not, so personally, my thought on tank prio is like, I just have to hold aggro and live. So I'm tanky enough and do enough damage already. Like, I'm already, oh, Lil Death, you do not have to give that to me. You can use that yourself. Use it yourself. Seat has one. It's an upgrade for you. You use it. You do not have to give that to me, dog. I lost the roll. I'll just be better with my dice next time. I'll just be better. I lost fair and square. You use that. You get your scaling up. You're one of our DPS. So I was just saying, part of the reason why I'm not tank funneling is because I can hold aggro and I can already live. I don't really need to funnel anything to be effective as a tank. What makes me more effective is if things die faster. So for me, it's like, I want all of my DPS to hit twice as hard, and then once they're all geared, I'm chilling. My job's easier. You know what I mean? So I could tank funnel all I wanted. I could be 200 plus fizz power with everything that's dropped right now, but I'm not too worried about it. I'd rather all of my DPS be 180 plus, and then I work mine up. I lied. Mine sold for 20 gold overnight. Okay, wait, Lil Death, give me that one. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's huge though. 20 gold overnight's a fat sale. That's really good. Also, I think we now have 2 steel longbows in the guild. Like, I'm pretty sure we're up. That's sick, though. I'm gonna pull stuff back. Everybody stay here for a sec. I'm just gonna grab a couple mobs and pull them back if they're up. I didn't expect to sell for 20 gold. That's a good for you. Like, good for you. I'm happy you got 20 gold out of that bitch. I'll get a steel longbow at some point. I'll get a carpin bow, like some. I'll get it. It'll drop, dog. Shit, 20 gold's 20 gold for a green steely? First of all, who got 20 gold to blow like that, dog? From St. Pit? Oh, that's where we found our first one as well, yeah. Who else has a green steely? I feel like somebody else in the guild has a green steely. Do drops like sand runes sell in another town for more? No. No. Vendor prices will be, unless you're talking like player to player stuff, like player to player sales will always be different, like town to town and shit. But like vendor price wise, that's always gonna be set. Hopefully eventually, but not right now. It would be a cool system eventually as well, yeah. No, I do agree. We got so many that we were greeting on fizz items. Oh no. I think vendor prices should also factor in regionality. That would be cool. Now, this would be a really deep, like, evolution to it. But what if something that was vendored to, like, an NPC vendor was relisted at the vendor for a set amount of time? That would add so much bloat in storage, but I feel like it'd be a cool system. It's completely unreasonable. Like, unreasonable, but just in, like, a hypothetical of, well, maybe someday. That'd be kind of sick. But that would also just be a player market. No, it'd literally just be a player market with extra steps. Might add value to moving a lot of material far away, buying material in one place and selling in the other. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I'd expect sand runes to sell best to whatever node builds up the enchanting table. Sand runes were also something that just simply weren't used before. Like, genuinely not used at all. You don't have that kind of system to make items more expensive in other regions. Yeah, I'm hoping the player-to-player, like, econ emphasis. I thought that was going to be another drop. I hope the player-to-player econ emphasis, like all of the changes that we're in the middle of, really do bring a lot of value to some of those materials that aren't quite as used right now. Because there are definitely some materials where you're just like, oh shit. Like, I remember during the P2 servers, I don't think I used a single sand rune. When there's a whole ass new continent, we'll see arbiters for sure. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Second continent's gonna be nutso. And I also love that people are gonna have to, like, cognitively think out, like, where do I want to start? Where do we want to play these next few days? Like, we want to play out of this region and farm up everything in this region. So, like, I gotta go to Frostgrave Fells. Who else needs stuff at Frostgrave? We're making a Frostgrave raid. Sewer Sorbent's gonna be making a Junedark raid. Sign up with me if you need to go Frostgrave. Sign up with Sewer if you want to go to the Goondark. Like, and all of that will be, like, calculated out and evolving. As tank is level 5 enough to go to church. If you have a group and you are careful with your pulls. 24 Ranger, can I join? Are you in guild? Are you one of us? Are you a cat who meows? No. What? What guild? What guild? EU Spy. What are your thoughts on beans and toast? Are you one of those EUs? Beans are awesome. Heinz beans? Or like good old American molasses and brown sugar beans? Yeah, Shock has timers. Is there an all called cats with cats with bags would probably be our econ team, right? Regular beans? Like American, like baked beans, like beans on toast. But like with good beans. Fine, you're in, you're in. You seem like one of the good EUs. Your admittance fee is 1 steel longbow, by the way. Just so you're aware. Don't come if you don't have one, it's not safe out here. Still using a goddamn book. Fucking tanky Potter out here. Yeah, I do feel like cats with bags would be good for our econ team, like our super rich, like, money-making guild. And that could be like, I don't know, maybe our bank alts and shit too, I guess. That makes sense. Cats with diabetes. Our cooking team. Rich guild. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Heard you don't like Heinz beans because Heinz makes the ketchup that you find spicy. No, I've got used to the ketchup. I'm trying to get used to the Hellmann's now. I feel like that's the next level of spice that I'm trying to take on. It's just, I feel like Hellmann's recently changed up their formula to add more oil to the mixture. And that's been it's been a little tough on my supple wupple little tasty wasty buds. So I'm trying to get through it as best as I can. Did we not get any items from that name bomb? Where Fire Puppy? Because he's probably up at this point. I don't want to go too far. Just got a Steph Shard ring for 2 gold. What's that have on it? Bro thinks water's spicy? Is it well water or sewer water? Or no, sewer water. Well water or city water? That sewer water's got a little bit of kick to it, boys. Good fucking god. Yo, Mish, thank you for the hydrate. Drink up. Green is 534 magic power, 355 regen, and 3 int. Oh, that's not bad at all. The Tormented Invoker, the mob that is like before the Carfin event starts, is also a very good ring that has, I want to say it's high magic power and the like crit chance, crit damage or something like that. But yeah, that's a very good one. Do you like beer? No, not really. I'm not much of a drinker myself, but I think beer is, for the most part, pretty vile and makes my tummy hurt most times that I drink it. And it's not even like, oh no, I drank too much, my tummy hurts. It's more so like, why does this taste so bad and make my tummy hurt? All right, who are we still missing? Let's go sit on Pupper real quick. So we can try to get this. I don't know what the actual timer is going to be, or if it just died recently, but this has Igneous Striker, which is going to be my best. Not my best, but my second best. It's gonna be my best that's available right now. Booty is close, kill the dog. Oh, god damn it. Okay, we have to get Selkirk and Booty. I just don't want to miss this respawn. Again. As long as we don't miss the respawn, I'm happy. European, I don't know how US beer tastes. I'm not a big beer guy. My brothers were both big beer guys at one point, and we do have like Maine Beer Company up here because I live in Maine, so that's nice. If you're an IPA fan, they have, I guess, like very highly rated IPAs. I think a very highly rated beer is still equivalent to somebody pissing in my mouth. So, you know, if I wanted to pay $8 for a drink, I would just support small business and just go the direct route. I don't really think there's any real benefit to it, so. Some like that. Some pay good money for that. Yeah, exactly. Me personally, I can think of a lot of things to do with $8 that's not spend it on a beer. Also, I think going out and drinking is fucking criminal budget-wise. I think that is like a fucking budget killer, and that came to like a stark realization for me last year at TwitchCon because I pimp smacked one of my friend's drinks and I was like, oh, I'll get a round of drinks for everybody to make up for me being a bitch. And it's like $100 for a round of drinks. I was like, brother, where's Carla and what's Carla dying to? Carla, what are you dying to? Where's Carla? What the dog doing? Sorry. We got dogs on the back. We got people pulling everything. I think we're good. I saw people dying. I came back here and then everybody else started to die. I think we're all set. And then I don't know where Forge Pupper is at, but he'll be here soon. He'll be here very soon. Okay, Cartel is coming in, so that means he's gonna be up soon. I'm gonna bring all the spawns over to here. And then we're gonna sit right on top of this because we now have a raid. And we win even if we don't get the tag, I'm pretty sure. So everybody just needs to sit here with these spawns. Just keep sending AoE out. I'm gonna try to get this gripped over. We're good. Alright. Alright. We sit here, we wait for the puppy to spawn, and then I get my Igneous Striker, and please, for the love of God. I do not say this frequently, but Igneous Striker is a mace with max HP on it. This is one of the very few items that no one other than a tank really needs if it does drop. It's a massive tank get, though. This is like our recurrent BIS with everything being locked. So if it does hit, then it's a big hit. If it doesn't hit, then we're down tremendous, but we keep trying our best. And since they're over here, this is gonna spawn very soon. If we get this timer, and we have Master Smith timer, this could be very, very, very fruitful for the boys. My XP's thumbing. I'm about to level. Like, I'm 99 from that. Huh. Weirdly good amount of experience. Not sure about brands. I just like it. Fair. Main Stephen King land? Yes. Yes, it is Stephen King. It's moose and lobsters. Exactly. Exactly. Crown of Coke is the way to go. Man, at TwitchCon last year, like, if I do drink, I'm like a vodka crayon, vodka soda with some lime, something like that, right? And basically at TwitchCon last year, Stomps every single morning woke me up and he was like, yo, take a sip of this. It'll get your day started off right. And it was like, it was a fucking like Jack and Coke minus most of the Coke and just mostly Jack. So it was a little bit of an experience, not exactly my go-to drink of choice. All right, everybody needs to pump. Everybody needs to pump. We should be able to just annihilate their DPS on it as well. Should. You would think with this many more people. And I think that we got all of these tags, right? There's no way that we didn't get the tag here. Careful of the charge. Ooh! Jesus! Jesus! What kind of tank uses taunt? Who the fuck needs taunt? Dusty, take away their VIP. Who's VIP? Who's VIP we taking away? Can't drink down there? What, TwitchCon? Lame ass Americans. Oh yeah, are you Canadian, Nin? I forget Canadians exist sometimes. They're a very humble people. Never really throwing it in anybody's face or anything. Bruh, what, Docs, are you Canadian too? How many of you are there? Like, what's the population in Canada? Like 100,000? Huh. A lot of y'all. No shot that we didn't get the tag, right? Huh. That's super unfortunate if we didn't. We didn't get tagged. That sucks. Oh well. It's all about the tag, personally. Suit dipped. Who the fuck is that? I have no idea who that even is. Brother, the entire thing is tags. Personally, I've always thought that tags are lame as shit anyways. That it's like a 30% kick. It's a lot. There's an entire reason that world bosses are based around resetting right now and not actually competing for the mob in a DPS race. It's kind of sad. But hopefully someday they like lower the tag threshold of it so people can actually compete. It's literally just try to get the first hit. If you don't get the first hit, you just reset the mob. You literally have to 70% DPS cap. Hispanics at the beginning. Bruh, don't be racist. What the fuck, Max? That's not okay. I feel like that's borderline racism. What do you think it should be? I think a 10% bonus would be reasonable, yeah. Yeah. Like 6139 to like pull it off. I think that a 30% bonus is it's literally just like a free tag, right? That's the biggest thing. Then you would actually see like DPS races for mobs instead of everybody just pulling and resetting stuff. It's 1031. Well, so basically like if it's a 10% bonus and we did 50-50, then you'd be 60-40. So like I would basically have to gap you by like 11%. Thought it was 10%. The latest that we've heard is it's 30%. Based on everything that I've heard, it is way more than 10, because I originally thought it was 10 as well. And unfortunately, what I've been told from a lot of guilds, especially those that are fighting over world bosses, is that it is way more than 10. We have to fight for the moose title? Oh, there's no fight. I'm sitting on a moose right now. Yeah, it's actually a moose made Herman Miller. 6931 for the nice factor. Yeah, I would love to see it just be less of a tag battle. Because let's be completely honest, like right now, it is actually just fight for the tag the same way that it would be in WoW. And if you don't get the tag, you're resetting the mob. That's it. Like, if you knowingly don't get the tag, you just reset the mob. There's not really any actual DPS race, and it's essentially WoW's mob tag system with extra steps right now. Like, honestly, even like a 5% difference would be nice. I just feel like making it actually more of a race while the mob's up, and less of an initial tag, and then just go from there. It'd make world bosses more fun. Make normal bosses more fun. Yo, what up, Gavin? How you doing, brother? Front of a day here, girl. Yes, sir. Dude, last night was absolutely insane. Last night was absolutely ridiculous. Twas a night. Maybe 15% for bosses. Keep it at 30% for non-bosses. I even think 15% is too much. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little fucked. Like, 15% is a lot, because then I immediately have to do, what, 66% of the damage to, like, take over? That's a lot. You gotta do 2/3. So, I don't know. I think where open world, like, mob tags are a valid source of comp, or supposed to be, right now it just kind of, like, leans into all of the reset meta. But bigger problems in the world than that right now. People getting Thanos snapped by mobs. Although mobs have felt fine today. World boss should have a PvP zone around them. Yeah, but it's not even just world boss specific. Like, this isn't a world boss, and you can't just make every dungeon a PvP zone as well. I think it's just like the holistic tag system in and of itself. I think world bosses should be PvP zones for sure. I think that would be a very cool thing to allow people to actually fight for them. But even in areas like this, where it's just that open world PvE mob tag situation, mob tags are just like, they're fucked. It's so hard to genuinely steal a mob if you miss the tag. Oh, we have to go get Mastro. Let's go back and grab him at the start. And then we chill. Because we can probably Zammer hop too. Would be pretty... Ooh. Okay. Well, we're 23 now. Steel short spell bow. That's our 3rd weapon drop of the day. It's pretty solid. Goon with the big 97. Oh my god. Ding! Boys, we did it! 2 more levels and we're good. Damn. Carla just dropped out a fucking 97 for that. Holy shit. Carla, make sure you get your stuff. Carla, make sure you get your loot. You haven't got your loot. It goes public if you don't grab it, and someone's gonna steal your shit. Did she get it or no? Because I'm pretty sure it's on that Forge Hound. Please do not come over here and try to steal the loot. That is not hopefully going to be a thing. I just want to make sure that Carla got the bow. Because she was looking at somebody's fucking dead body. I don't even know if she can hear me right now. She's probably blasting K-pop. Alright, we'll figure it out. I hope she got it. If she didn't, -1 bow. I think the coolest thing would be that it's, let's say, week or in-game week, certain areas would rotate to be a PvP zone, with a slight bonus to stuff inside it. Could be intriguing, but I don't know. I also think, like, forcing people to opt into PvP just because it, like, randomly hits on that zone rotate could also be a pretty abrasive system for a lot of players. I think a lot of what's nice about Ash's PvX loop right now is that a lot of the loop itself is more so like an opt-in system, right? Not necessarily like a full, I avoid this no matter what, but like, if you don't want to do territory, or not territory, but node wars, you just not be a citizen. There's not a lot of citizenship benefit right now. There will be more, but as more citizenship benefits in, you're also going to be in a spot where there will be more nodes. So you can go to a node that's less developed, that's less incentivized, less progressed, and less active in the PvP scene. And through there, you would have your desired gameplay loop. You'd avoid the PvP that you didn't want to kind of like partake in. So you don't want to participate in guild stuff, like guild versus guild wars. You're a part of a guild that never gets decked on. If you do get decked on, you just drop guild tag for a little bit. Who'd we just lose? Oh, Toke just fell. Oh no. Carla, did you get your bow? Or no? Because I want to make sure... Yes? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you got it. That's probably going to be a huge upgrade. Why are you still using your wand? Yeah, your bow's going to be fat. I wish I could get a longbow, man. I have such bad luck. We've seen 2 of those drop, though. We'll see more. We'll see more. Did it drop off of the skeleton? I saw the mob sitting down there, like, not looted, and I got so scared for your bow. Okay, wait. Now we need to wait for Toke. Regroup at start. Wait for Toke. Then we'll get Master Smith next. Timer. Then do Lava Hop. I want us to try to go down to Zammer room. Fuck the Holy Spirit. Call me the Holy Spirit, baby. What up, Jacob? How you doing today, brother? Just get a boat and raid on the open sea. It's Pcash is a creation, non-citizenship gameplay. I am a sovereign citizen in my own private domicile. You're just living on a boat, just vibing, enjoying your life. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Hold on, I'm filling up my coffee. I also need coffee. 1 sec. Okay, hold on. I'm filling up my coffee, and then we're getting this next Master Smith, and then we jump. Good day, I've returned. Is the entire group dead or are we fine? Okay. Hi, Max. I think everybody's good. Sorry, I wanted to get my last coffee before it got too late because I hadn't had my desired amount of coffee for the day. And I try not to have too much coffee past like 6 p.m. Because if I do, I'm up all night. And then I can't sleep. So my last cup of coffee, I must chug fast, and then we ball. Jacob, what you getting up to today, brother? And Max, what are you doing today? Elite mobs are feeling better so far, by the way, chat. I don't know if you guys are farming elsewhere, and you've encountered, like, good or bad, but... Yo, what up, Tactics? Great stream yesterday. Thank you, dude. Hopefully another great stream today. The goal is always to just have some fun, have some good vibes, figuring out more about the game, man, and that's the big thing for me. I just wanna keep making people feel comfortable and happy coming in here, and that's the goal. Into my doggo, still be around. Need to get our energy out so I can game. Sounds good, brother. Let me know when you're on. Yo, Oscroc, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. GPU started walking out after this recent Ashes update. Stayed at 100% when I tried to. Interesting. Change your encoder maybe on your stream. I don't know like what you're on right now for your encoder, but that's strange. Could also be stream settings. Hoofsy! What up, Hoofs? How are you doing, my dude? You missed a doozy last night. I don't know if you were lurking or anything, but I tripped and fell and chat threw money at me, and now the TwitchCon goal's done. I don't really know what happened. I cried again. Yo, what up, Ape? How you doing, man? I'm an noob with OBS. So it's been an uphill battle. That's valid. That's valid. Shock, we got the tag. Thank you, sir. I missed it. Good job, team. Dude, it's absolutely insane, Hoofs. Absolutely wild, brother. So today, I woke up very blessed, very happy, as I do every single day. But dude, it still is unreal. Like after stream, Carla was like, "How do you feel?" And I was like, I always have words for something, and I was genuinely speechless. Just such a crazy thing. Is the radiant damage from cleric buff? Is that a magical power attack? Is my magical power scale if I'm using scepter or melee attack with it? So basically your scepter and your melee and your ranged weapon are always adding to your power cumulatively, even if they're put away. So everything in your paper doll is always turned on, so to say. You don't have to have the weapon out to get the stats from it or anything in particular like that. Mostly it is... Oh, shit! Is it okay if I grab to give to Guild Armor Smith? Because I think that's going to be quite good for the Armor Smith of the guild, right? That's going to be something that we want. Yes? Okay, is anybody opposed? I'm gonna grab it for guild. No! My 99! Why? Dude, I could have rolled a 1! No! I'm not even the Armor Smith! That wasn't for me! Oh, why, dude? Why the 99? Oh, fuck. God fucking damn it. Armor Smith's gonna love you? Oh, yeah. I mean, Armor Smith is gonna love me for that. This is a huge grab for armor smithing. Oopsie! Coming in with a 1907! Oopsie, thank you. Thank you. Don't get any strikes right now, please. Please don't.
19.07. Also WTF people. 62 cents. Also WTF people.
Don't shame them. Don't shame them. But also, that donut goal is looking awfully nice. Alright, everybody come here. Everybody come here. Come. We're doing the lava hop. Zammer time. Come to me. This way. Yeah, everybody over here. I see you, Corla. I see you, Little Death. Get the fuck over here. A meal's so nice, I'll have it twice, Mr. Hoofsy. Thank you for the 1907, brother. Think Lumberjack gear is worth it? Oh, yeah, especially... I'm in a bad spot! I went too far too fast! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god, I just went so far. What the fuck? So that's what happens when you cancel a charge with sprint momentum and low grav uppies from Bard. You get a lot of momentum. I wonder if I did that off the top of Carfin, if I could make it to Miraleth. Oh, fuck. I bet I could. I bet I could. Off the top floor of Carfin all the way to Miraleth with that. Chat, we actually might be able to. Found a huntable broodling and it turned into a gland. That's because you killed it. What if you just try not fucking murdering it next time? Oh, sorry. We're going over here. My bad. I ended up here by accident. It's this way. So you go up just on like this ledge, and then we're going this way. My bad. Come over here. Can't kill it? No, you killed it. Yeah, you killed it. So when you hunt it and you pet it, there's a chance for you to like pet it properly and you get the animal. And then there's a chance for you to pet too hard and you kill it. And it clear that mob. Ah! Oh, okay, he was upstairs. So, basically, what appears to have happened is you're a little heavy-handed. And you killed it. You murdered that shit. So, no more Scorp. It's a baby scorpion, too. So, always remember, you must be gentle. So, realistically, it's a really low, like, actual... Why did my Shake It Off didn't cast? What happened? Dude, it's, I swear to God, it's that Forge Guard, like the aura. The Forge Guard aura is just nuking us. That's not ideal. When the aura goes, it ticks for thousands of damage a second. So we need to nuke Forge Guards, please. They're bugged. I'll pass that up. That is, that's scary. Just try to be cautious, try to be aware of it. And if everybody can focus this, then we're good. I'll try to keep it as dragged out as I can. If it dies, that means it wasn't worth enough to be about. Yeah, no, I agree. It wasn't meant to be. You need to get a resilient baby Scorp as well, because you're going to be putting like all of your weight on that thing. Like if it can't even deal with pets, do you think it would be able to deal with like combat? Like getting you through all of the thick of it, no KSI? You need to get an actual specimen. And if you don't have that specimen, you're fucked. Just got Luminon ring and someone in group wants to buy it from me. How much do you think a blue Luminon, if he's giving me a blue steel bloom plus gold? What does Luminon ring have on it? What do I feel like the ring isn't used much? Am I tripping? I can't look it up on Codex right now. I'm gonna get one-shotted. Same as Steel Bloom, but higher. I mean, if he's giving you a Steel Bloom, which is identical, but the lower roll, and you can scam him for 10 to 15 gold, if he's in here, I'm so sorry. But if you can scam him for 10 to 15 gold plus that right now, you'll be able to turn that 10 to 15 gold into so much more. Genuinely. I think 10 to 15 gold will get you like a standalone, like green to blue rarity best in slot in a couple of weeks. So that, yeah, that'd be pretty high value. You could use that like good enough for now. What's Steve at on Twitch? Oh, like Steven? It's his name. Steve Allen B. Are you looking for like Steven that made the game? I don't necessarily think he just like lives in chat and hangs out. He like has a company to run. Or were you looking for like a different Steve? What are you trying to accomplish? Yeah. He definitely lives in your chat, or he should. I don't necessarily think he just lives in my chat. He's a busy man. He's a very busy man. He's looking for Jack Black. Chicken jockey. If I was richer, I would like throw my mouse at my wall right now and scream chicken jockey, but I can't afford another mouse. Like, the thought went through my head to just fucking Gronk spike my mouse and scream chicken jockey. But like, I literally cannot afford another mouse. Shit's expensive. Gear raid. What tier sub are you? Down the stairs. Come. Come. Don't get left behind. Oh, I see Zammer. I disconnected. We'll reconnect then. Have you tried reconnecting? Oh, did you see we got a green steel bow earlier, Locke? I'd only pay like trade plus 2 to 3 gold myself. Prices are going to tank this weekend. Oh yeah, so Seat's giving you the fair deal. Like, if you like the person, trade plus like 5 gold is a really good deal for you, right? That's why I said if you want to scam him, 10 to 15 gold. But yeah. I would say like 5 gold is good. Absolutely. How's the question really? How long should they last? I think if they die from losing HP, then they shouldn't be attackable while mounted. Yeah, but not making the mounts attackable while mounted takes out an entire form of PvP, because then people would just keep their mount on them at all times, and then the second you went to switch to it, they would switch onto their mount and run away, and then go to their mount. I feel like that would be a really slippery slope, because then you just have like fucking mount hopping as your PvP meta, right? I do worry about that. They die too much just running from mobs. Yeah, I do feel like a mount HP pass to deal with like new mob damage thresholds could also be like something that just hasn't been gone through yet, you know what I mean? Just kind of one of those like accessory changes, so to say, that will come as more things get developed around it. Because I feel like mob HP values have been stagnant the entire time, despite certain, you know, time to kill HP values, attribute values changing. So I'm sure we'll see something like as a pass or an update to that. If you have an active caravan, can you use it as a tank vehicle? You mean like get the mobs on the caravan and have the caravan hold aggro? Things can still hit you while you're in your caravan. Does it have a lot of HP? Yes, but you can still get targeted in it. So like if you're driving a caravan, I can attack your caravan and then hit you as the driver. You used to not be able to, but they changed that a while back. And then people were getting one-shotted from their caravan driver seat. So the TTK change came in, and it's a little bit better. Wonder if I have a 3-story caravan if they can target it. You sit in the driver's seat, not in the caravan part. You're at like horse level. Yeah, you're not that elevated. How do you think these caravans work? Do you think you're the cargo? How did I uppiece up there? Man's driving remote. I don't think the caravan should have a damage threshold before the driver can be murdered. I personally just think up the damage reduction for the driver a little bit if the driver is in a spot where they're getting absolutely gibbingtoned. So, for this, every single one of you will stack up near the table. You will not go too far to either side. I will tank Zammer in the back of the room. Everyone stack up near table if ranged. When I pull to back of room. Be careful of whirlwind. Watch HP. Emu pump raid. Thank you. All right. Chat. We're either gonna wipe or we're gonna get something good off this. Can you trip the whirlwind or kick it? Nope. He does not like being CC'd very much. He likes CCing though. Not again. Yep, literally just... Oh no. I got one of them at least. I'm trying. Nope. That's not good. Everybody's pulling shit. Reset. Everyone pulled ads. That's not good. That's not ideal, man. We pulled a lot of ads. Make sure bards aren't using discordians. Yeah, I don't know what pulled everything there, but something pulled everything there. This is gonna get fucking hairy. Forge guard first, please. If we can get this down. There are two of them. So as soon as their aura kicks up, it's gonna absolutely fuck my face, but... Ooh, time to block. I don't block often, but when I do, it's because I'm fucking panicking. I think there's just too much damage, unfortunate. Okay, just regroup outside. So... Make sure you don't spawn at your home point. Make sure you spawn outside. Yeah, a little unfortunate that we got all those pulls on the side there. That's slightly less than ideal, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not here for XP. We're here to try to get drops. It's very important that when we're pulling Zammer there, we don't, like, just go wide or anything like that. But yeah. Yeah. Important to keep in mind. Okay, sorry, chat. Call it a membership fee. I'm gonna throw some tea in the harbor over these taxes. Wait, membership fee for what? Don't hover over weapon swap button. Does hovering over your weapon swap button crash you? Because that happened to me yesterday, actually. Wait, that crashed my game yesterday. Somebody asked me about a weapon swap bind, and I hovered over and it crashed my game. It crashes you without error. That makes sense. Okay, yo, big quads, what up, go? Is a shield just not used? A shield is very, very used in, like, melee situations, but a lot of the time with mobs, especially when I'm trying to round them up, like, ranged is a very efficient way to, like, just round shit up and get it to you without having to relocate yourself. So I switch back and forth a lot. Currently, my book is, like, just the best thing that I have. Long term, I'll be using a longbow. It's got the best range, got the best, like, damage output. In terms of like the power rating on it. So that's where I'll be going like long term. But in terms of active block is just another form of stam management. Like you can iframe if you want to. It gets you that half second of 100% evasion. You get the 15 stam back for every single attack that you dodge during that. So like you can chain dodges if you really if you do time it right through a lot of attacks. But the active guard is really nice if you have a lot of things hitting you at once, because it's going to be that frontal cone block. And a lot of people are saying like, oh my god, why is my passive block chance so low? I mean, me personally, as long as you are in your tree, keeping this up, and you have that out, you'll notice I'm sitting at 7.4% passive block chance. If I weapon switch, I'm at 2.4. But 7.4% passive block chance, while I can also force a full block, like a full guaranteed frontal cone block, is in my opinion very high. So it's always important to keep those things in mind. There are a lot of small things that can like change it up a little bit. A lot of the time, like I'll have the range weapon out just to kind of like keep a little bit of distance in between myself and mobs, so I'm not like actively getting hit, because even if I'm blocking something, it's not a full damage block, it's a percent mitigation. So even if I'm like blocking something, that's still going to be doing some damage to me. So once I hit 20, I can use Scepter Days and stun. Scepter no get stun. The finisher? Oh, word. Does Scepter have a stun on the finisher? Is it different than the Mace Tree? Because like Daze is going to be cast speed reduction, and then you have Stagger. Stagger is going to be disable evasion. So personally, I go double Daze on mine, just for like mobs and shit like that. Minus disable evasion will be nice as well, but yeah, personally, I'm just a Daze. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's quite nice. Even in PvP though, like a lot of the time PvP wise, we'll be maintaining distance, like even as tanks. I'll have my longbow out. I'll just kind of be like throwing out shots and like vibing out there. And then as soon as I see an initiate, I kind of like hop in with the combo. But it's not really a situation where like even PvP wise, I'm really sitting up with my, you know, with my sword and board out in the thick of it, in the middle of everyone, just kind of like slapping stuff. Especially as you go up in the amount of people that are like in the mode that you're in, that becomes way less viable the second you start adding more people. So always something important to keep in mind. And as mobs are hitting harder with this patch as well, I'm trying to really like not fuck around and find out too much. And so instead of, you know, really relying on that passive block chance, that active block, I do always just try to like take instances of 0 damage when I can. Because no matter how much I block, 0 is always going to be less damage than I would take even if I blocked a hit. Do we have the name mob over here? Oh, it's Forge Guard. Sorry, I'm here. My bad, my bad, my bad. I just need the threat ski back over there. And then we're fine, but disabling my kid that combos with it. Word. Yo, Cheku. Hope you're having a fantastic day. This was your stats. Shark is putting tariff on guild. Wait, what do you mean Shock putting tariffs on guild? What do you mean Shock putting tariffs on guild? Oh yeah, see, I was supposed to ask you this today. Do you know any business around guild taxes? Like, do Envious and other guilds charge their members weekly to be a part of the guild? Yo, Gravon, how are you, my friend? Good evening. How's the forge and the mobs? It's forging and it's mobbing. We do have 3 weapon drops that we've got so far. I believe 2. Yeah, we got a wand, we got a short bow, and we got a steel longbow. So, actually, we got a ancient Dungeon wand, we got the steel short spell bow, and then we got the steel longbow. So 1 fizz, 2 caster weapons. No gear drops yet, but we've just been kicking around for a little bit. We went down to Zamrit room, and that room is dangerous with the additional mobs and stuff like that, but never heard of that. I heard of contributing a type of map, but not gold, especially this early on. Yeah, I guess there have been a lot of people like up in Corla and Shock's ear saying that like every competitive guild does guild taxes and stuff like that. And I personally hadn't heard of it over here, so I figured I would ask. Maybe for a boat? Well, so I think it's more intended to be able to like funnel into crafters and stuff, because otherwise like the guild crafters will have to be funded somewhere, either out of their own pocket, out of leadership's pocket, or out of us just informally being like, this is a donation thing. That's what people have been saying is the intent for it. This has been something that's been behind the scenes that I haven't really been involved in the planning of. So it's like a church. I think the big focus is being able to like supply things to the guild. Consumables are all player made now, crafting, all of that shit. But yeah, I don't know. I had said that I would ask and see like who's in from which competitive guild, but no MMOs. I've been in a guild that's been, if you don't like farming, mats, bellow up. Come on. Come. Really though, 2 goals is a little rough. Yeah, I wasn't involved in this decision-making process whatsoever. So I can always talk to them and see like, because I don't even know what the announcement that went out was personally. I just kind of chill and recruit, and then they're actually making the decisions like infrastructurally. So I can always see like what it is, and if we can do like mats or just some other form of contribution as well. Because like this is something that I guess people have been like in their ear about a lot as like, oh well, this is something that this guild and this guild and this guild do. So yeah, I don't want people to feel like obligated to do any of that, but like we do also have to like support our crafters somehow. which does 1000% make sense. Otherwise, we won't be able to, have crafters. Confirmed a lot of other guilds do it. Like, which guilds are actively doing that right now? Like, is anybody in chat a member of a guild that is throwing out guild taxes right now? Envious does 3 gold per week. Is that current? I was asking Seat, but I think Seat's playing fucking League right now. Used to be 5. Valid. Need to have a way for crafters to be able to have a way to have easy funds. Yeah, exactly. That's the entire thought behind it. Because otherwise, like, the day that we funded a guild deck scroll, keep in mind something as simple as a singular guild war deck is 20 gold to fund. So we funded that out of a few people's pockets, and we'll have to pay that back because we took that on loan. Kill Jamari, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, essentially it's a way to always make sure that there are funds available when the guild does need it, like in the moment they're needed, instead of kind of like a spin up and then we have to wait for everything to be assembled. Freeholds as soon as they open, gear, crafts, materials. If there's a good deal for something like that the guild needs, then all of that will kind of go into that. So I don't know all the details of it, but I think Shock put out the announcement. But yeah, like Carla said, I think that's also primarily going to be for the 2 competitive guilds to support all of that infrastructure within that. I think that's the big focus there. Please show me an Igneous. No Igneous Striker. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's for guild XP, right? Uh-oh. 28k XP still? Yeah, I mean, and for some reason, I think that paid off a lot of my XP debt. Did we get anything? Name of farming is legit. Yeah, did anyone get like a recipe or anything? Unfortunate that no drop. No. All right, so timer on that is what, like 6:17 that we have to get back? I think we just honestly for now stay here and bounce back and forth, like do this room, bounce around a little bit, because we've already found 3 weapons on this loop. 2 gold a week is next to easy. Yeah. I don't know all the details of it, but like Shock said, I wasn't involved in the decision making of it, so I didn't even know the announcement was going out or anything. Carla and Shock are doing a lot of like the back end admin stuff. So if you guys have any questions on it, hit up your ticket. That will be the best place to have all of those questions answered from like the actual smart people that are involved in the decision making. I'm just the yapper and the recruiter. 2 gold a week or a T3 sub. Yeah, or 17 T3 subs. Is it gold only or item donations as well? I have no idea. Questions for that, just post them in your ticket in the guild Discord. And keep in mind that is only for the first 2 guilds. That is for the competitive PvP guilds to be able to fund everything that's needed consumable wise, like guild deck wise, to be able to support everything from crafters to whatever we need in-house. So that is just for those 2 guilds. Every other guild, if you're in 3rd or anything past that, there will be no form of that whatsoever. So it's not going to be like an implemented thing where if you are associated with the community, you've got to pay us to be here. It's literally just a matter of like, if you're in these top 2 guilds, this is going to help the infrastructure between supplying our animal husbanders with what they need for refining fees, supplying our, our lumberjacking axes to get all of our gatherers out hitting braidwood and then eventually willow and having high rarity goods there. All of that stuff, so. Tower crafters will craft. So the big thing is we already have our gatherers. Wow. That's a lot of damage. Huge, need it. I did, but I would honestly rather give it to a DPS to use with an offhand. I'm gonna be completely honest. I would rather give it to a DPS to use with like a Focussy because I have almost 1,000 max HP on my Riv Mace. Like, I would rather a DPS get that. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. You rogue. You rogue, you use. You pump. Rogue do more damage than me. I have HP on mine. I don't, like, need that. That's just an insane drop. Like, it would be good for damage, but, like, overall, I think I'm better off with mine. Yeah, just hook up, like, I don't know, zombie or something if he needs it with, like, your old weapon. But this is what I've been saying, though. Me, personally, I would rather have, like, the super high tier, like, weapons and shit go out to our DPS. Just in terms of my opinion. I don't really need, like, everything hard bis. Oh. Maybe I would have lived if I had that weapon. So, yeah, I'll be fine. Well, it's more so that, like, my best in slot weapon currently also drops here, right? So, Bellow Smasher has a chance to drop Igneous Striker. Igneous Striker, if it drops, is going to be, like, my best current weapon until pocket dungeons open up more in the desert. So, what's 2 minutes, Mastersmith? Fox, stop rolling! God damn it. It's like what Ludwig's chat looks like when he streams. Did you say Mastersmith is 2 minutes? He already gets glazed by the rest of the guild. Bro, not really. Like, I still got poverty shit on. I still got poverty shit on, dog. Soon I'll be geared though. Oh wait, Mastersmith is up. Oh fuck. This is gonna be rough. Named mob coming up. And that named mob is me. Emu! Emu, no! We need a res on Emu stat. Emu died so I can live. Oh god. Poor Emu, dog. Huge heals. We're chilling. So this guy could drop Ember Toss. We did already get one of the armor smithing belts, but it like feels like it's bleached. It's probably my global illumination. I bet if I go here, video, global illum high. There we go. Is that 4G enough for you? I don't know if this is intended either, but less cozy but closer. Yeah, I mean, this is high illum. I don't know what global illumination you're running on, but that can impact a lot. I think we just gotta wait for the smoke to clear out. I mean, it would make sense that this would be smoky as fuck, though, because, like, all of the forges, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't lava put off a shitload of smoke? Game options, global illumination, medium. Ow! What the fuck? Probably. Yeah, I feel like that's realistic. But this is pay to win settings for visibility purposes. I see everything forever. No smoke here. Anything they need to fix? Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming somewhere in between that last one and this one is like the goal. I have mine on high. I mean, mine was just on high when it was like fucking clam baked in here. Excuse you. Everything says it's on high. Oh god. Oh god. What are your frames? Almost there at the Ember Spring now. Isn't second guild for gatherers? No, so basically the demand around like getting into main guild as a PvP oriented player was approximately twice as large as we expected. Oh, Dusty, I'm here. Oh, okay. So essentially, we originally planned on just having like Cat's main guild, like the, you know, the flagship guild be the big PvP one, but we legitimately have enough interest already for 2 full PvP guilds. And that's with all of the rest of the guilds being like, you know, the accessory guilds, casual guilds, everything like that. So that's something important to keep in mind too. Like as numbers expand, second guild is going to be the PvP guild as well. And as we get people leveling our main guild, basically through like guild caravan commodity runs and stuff like that, that's going to expand how many people we can get into our main guild very, very quickly, and will also give a lot of benefits. So you get 10% max health, 10% max mana. So like this middle tree is very, very, very good to have. So that's where a lot of the commitment in like the top 2 guilds in terms of competitive communities comes in. A lot of these guilds are putting in the effort, both with like steeper taxes than, you know, what the taxes would be for our PvP guilds, as well as like having a lot of people on those guild commands. I just want to gather for now. It's the 3rd guild. Yeah. I guess that is where we're going with the structure of it. Corla and Shock are handling a lot more of the structure. I just kind of like relay stuff. I'm more like the spokesperson of the front man. But yeah, so Corla and Shock, I believe, have said that 3rd guild will be basically 3rd guild and past will be where there are no taxes. That's just like you're chilling, you're vibing, you're balling, you're flossing. Everything that you do, like, you know, put into the guild, you either have the choice of donating, or thankfully, because of the guild funds that we have, we'll be able to hopefully compensate you for your time gathering for the guild as well. So like all of those things will help build the community infrastructure too. So that way, like, you know, if you're a 3rd guild gatherer and you're like, yo, I heard you guys need Lego Larch to make your like your apprentice axes. I've got a bunch. Like, I'll sell it at way below market or something like that, or donate it to the guild. I don't know. I don't really know the full structure of what they're doing with it, with percentages and everything. Again, that's a Corla and Shock thing because they have brains. I just kind of yap. I just said 20 lumberjacking. You're up tremendous. So my advice, knowing that Jova is going to get the wood shop tomorrow and that's going to be all set up, I would personally prep 10 larch timber, 10 copper frags, and 1 basalt weapon mold tonight, and then make sure that you log out in Jova ready to make your apprentice axe tomorrow as soon as that table is up. I don't know what time the table is supposed to be up at tomorrow, or like what the pace of it is, but I do know that that table is going to be up tomorrow for sure. And that's when the, like, Weeping Willow Frenzy is going to start. Do I need all blue items to make it a blue axe? Great question. So there is a crafting calculator on Ash's Codex where you can put in the rarity of all of your materials. And I actually have I had it pulled up. Hold on. Do I have it pulled up? Artisan crafting calculator. Yeah, so right on Codex, you go artisan and then you go crafting calculator, and then you search up what you're trying to make. So when we're in a safe spot, I can do a little tutorial. But basically from there, you'll look up your apprentice lumberjacking axe, and then you can put in all of the materials that you're looking to use, and that'll show you what your output is. Later on, once people have, you know, quality gear and buffs, that's also going to be a factor in terms of quality rating. And quality rating will improve the, you know, kind of like the stats of that item. And say you have something that would be a very high epic, right? But instead of being a very high epic, it goes to a very low legendary because you have super high quality rating on your crafter. So there are a lot of things that'll weigh into the total like output. But yes, for the most part, it's you put in higher rarity stuff, you get higher rarity output. Very simply put. Sewer 60% into 19. Let's go, brother. I hit 23 today, so that's cool. Forge with an 8-person group is really not bad XP, especially if you get like Bellow Smasher and shit. Like it's pretty surprisingly solid. What time was our Bellow Smasher pull at? I do not want to miss it. I just want to make sure that we are over there as soon as we need to be. Because if I get an Igneous Striker, then I'm going to actually be happy. I will be very, very, very happy at that point. That's gonna be way better than my Grey Riv. Trying to get a 20 to open the map up. Oh, dude, 20 plus is where you can actually play the game. It feels so good at that point. Feels amazing. What have you been farming to get up to 20? I've been recommending everybody just does like fucking Steel Bloom or Ceph. Steel Bloom is my favorite. There's so many good drops in that table, but really can't go wrong either way. Boop, boop. I don't think Nurse is going to be up because of the 20-minute timer. So with the Nurse being down, we'll kill these and then we'll go back into the previous room and get ready for Bellow Smasher again. Because he should be up super, super, super soon. I'm only 10k in XP debt now as well. So we'll come back. These mobs will be respawning. We've got, I want to say we've got all of our weapon drops off of those mobs, by the way. Nurse said 13. Okay, thank you so much. Do you have Bellow timer? Because I feel like Bellow was right around there as well, right? Up here in Ceph, 1918, 3 stars, spawning so fast as pocket spot. How's the Ceph damage feel? And have you fought Aberrants or anything like that yet? I heard Ceph yesterday was very, very, very griefy. So I'm hoping it's not as bad today. On my end of things, we've encountered a couple things that are hitting a bit hard, but... You said 617. Okay, so 617 is when it went down. Or was that when it was supposed to come back up? Either way, we're getting respawns here. If we killed it at 617, that would mean that it's coming up at 637. So we'd have a little bit of time. How's Cleric damage? Since it's just the Cleric primary archetype right now, it's nowhere near like, you know, what even a Shadow Priest would be or anything like that. But with secondary archetypes coming in after the August Fresh Start servers come in, you'll get more options for Cleric to have a little bit more burst, maybe like a Cleric Mage, maybe like a little bit of a Cleric, you know, Cleric Fighter. But I will say, like, Cleric does do better damage and, in my opinion, have better solo viability than most healer archetypes that I've fought against in games. I feel like Cleric is kind of like the healer that fights back a little bit in PvP, which is pretty cool. I think a lot of people that I've talked to that play Cleric, I mean, Carla's been playing Cleric and she's been loving it in PvP especially. She feels like she can actually play her life, sustain, fight back a bit, so I've heard a lot of good with how Cleric's set up, and I do think secondaries like Cleric Fighter maybe allows you to get into like a little bit of a melee range or something and do a little bit of AoE proc healing or something like that. I don't really know how heavily like Fighter would augment the Cleric stuff or like what that would actually result in, but there's a lot of kind of like quirky builds that'll come out, you know what I mean? Very nice if they have at least a little bit of kill pressure. Yeah. And you can also, as a Cleric, like, you have a silence if they stay in. You have basically some area control where you have autonomy to play, and you can essentially just juice yourself as long as you're holding an area down. So Cleric definitely has a bit more of like a fight back. It's not just that helpless healer that's like, oh my god, I need peels or I'm dead. Clerics, especially good clerics, can play their lives very, 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 very long. And even in 1v1s, like, really good clerics can be very hard to deal with. Timber's been okay, but people still mob pulling into people. Oh, that's so cringe. That's so cringe. Mob training is ass. I don't like it, dog. I'll be completely honest. I think mob training and corruption baiting are probably a couple of the things that'll have to be addressed this patch. Bard Fighter about to fuck hard. Dude, I low-key think Fighter Cleric could go Insano style. Like, if you give Fighter itself more self-sustain off of its abilities, I feel like that solves a bit of the Fighter issues. Mob training simulator is what Hushes has become. Is it really that bad in the leveling zones right now? Like, I heard Ceph was bad yesterday as well with aberrant pulls. Yes. Let's see about range canting as a tank. Tank ranger might be rather neat. Ooh, that could be cool as well. I think every tank secondary... Sorry, I had a hiccup. It's awkward. I think every tank secondary adds so much uniqueness to tank. Like, if you just want to be the brick wall and go like tank, and just have the highest health pool, the highest mitigation possible, you can, and people are going to notice. You go tank cleric, you got self-sustain, people are going to notice. Tank bard, you're putting out a lot of buffs, people are going to notice. You're going tank rogue, tank fighter, tank ranger, tank mage, tank summoner. All of those things are going to be so unique. And that makes me very excited about the future of tank. I'm going to be completely honest. I think already tank is in a spot where there is so much variability to how people play tank, what people do on the class. You could ask any two like very high tier tanks like what their build is, what their gear prio is, this, that, the other. And genuinely, it'll keep changing. I don't want to leave this. Nope. I don't want to leave Bellow Smasher. Man, thank you for the biddy. It's in the biddy bank now. I think most of the time it's just noob groups running for their lives. Yeah, so I do say about mob training a lot. Half the time I feel like mob training is probably intentional, but the other half where a lot of people just instantly say we're being trained on, this is ass. I feel like a lot of the time it's like, oh shit, we overpulled, we're resetting, we need to reset. I'm so sorry, this is congested, I don't want to pull near you. But it's also very easy to tell the difference. Like, for instance, I was farming one day and I had mobs here and I saw somebody coming down here with mobs on them. I pulled my mobs over here. The person that was coming down here turns into me and then stands here waiting with their mob while I'm not attacking. And I'm like, okay, man, okay, like be less obvious with it. Like, some people are coy with it. Like, some people can be real slick. What if a guild mob trains on you to try to steal a boss kill? How toxic is that 1 to 10? It's toxic small penis energy that also indicates that that guild is not good enough at PvP to actually defend the boss that they're trying to hit. I don't like mob training at all. I think mob training and corruption baiting are essentially like, why are you even playing a PvX game if you're scared to actually PvX? You know what I mean? They give us the option to actually fight over spots, and people are scared to fight over spots. It seems a little weird to me. You gotta do what you gotta do. If I gotta suck a dick for a world boss, I'm gonna suck a dick for a world boss, okay? I do it for the guild. We don't mob trade here, we solve our problems different ways. What you trying to trade me? That wasn't an open offer. Oh. Oh! Oh! Very nice. Recipes for the crafters. We also did pull for our armor smith the belt, so we're up tremendous. I've been killing obsidian and holiday for spots recently. Yeah, we've been fighting over spots a lot. We've been fighting over spots a lot. What pissed me off last night with Fed Guild is they trained and we flagged, but they just ran and wouldn't flag. Just wanted us to die by mobs and loot ashes. Yeah, Fed may or may not have also been trying to corruption bait us yesterday instead of flagging with even numbers. So we were at the Beetle Plate Helm spawn and there was like one Fed group there. They ended up flagging up and we full wiped them. They came back with a second group. We flagged up again. They killed us because they had double the numbers. And then we called in another group and they refused to flag and then called in a bunch of mobs and tried to corruption bait and literally like wouldn't flag. And I'm like, man, like I thought this was like Fed or dead. Like, called in another group and then I called in another group and I thought it was gonna keep going. My group gets over here wanting PvP, thinking that people are gonna flag up because it's big bad Fed, and we're like, what's going on? I mean, I'm sure their competitive end is there, but I also feel like a lot of guilds are probably going to have like newer groups or returning groups or something like that. And I feel like a lot of guilds have also overhyped where they're actually at. And in their head, because of a lack of knowledge or their own echo chamber of who they're competing against through node ownership, people that are simply, you know, not really giving a shit about guild wars at the moment. Like, I feel like a lot of those guilds have been in a complacent spot, and so they've kind of like, I don't know, not developed as much. So a lot of pretty much like everything here, in my opinion, is the result of new people in the community gaining knowledge, gaining experience, new communities coming in, gaining knowledge and experience. And all of that together, if guilds got complacent in the spot they were in previously, then it's gonna show. And like, we've had fights against people from Nova, Barcode, or Aura, Fed, who else? I mean, we shot on those Omen people for like 6 hours straight. That was funny. But like a lot of comp guilds. And the only time that we died was when Fed was one group up on us. Like an entire group. And we still had over half of them down. Omen? Yeah, but I mean, Omen got hard farmed. Omen's not a comp guild. I'm, like, respectfully, I don't necessarily think anyone considers them competitive. Unless they just came from somewhere that I'm not familiar with, but... So you're saying Penvia is still on top? Excuse me. Excuse me. Pencats. The fuck is this? What do you mean? I will say, there was a Peck. there was an innocent American from Polar that was getting turbo slapped by like a few European lads in Grave Peak, and I told everybody to just flag and kick the shit out of the Europeans. And the mobs in Grave Peak yesterday were hitting so ungodly hard that we ended up dying, they ended up dying, everybody ended up dying. But we defended America's honor and one of our Polar friends. He was one of the good ones. He came over after and said, W killing EU. Fucking legend. America. Yeah, it wasn't just defending like the Alliance or anything like that. That was defending an entire goddamn country. Cries in European? If it's any consolation, the guys that we killed were actually really good players. It was a couple bards and a tank, and they were pretty fucking nice with it. They're good players. So it wasn't even like, oh my god, you guys got shit on. We went on them, and the bards, they were fucking schmoovin'. The bards were playing off of each other, and it was, bro, it was hard to keep up with. I consider myself a really good movement player, and brother, they were going fast. I would get right next to them, and then they'd like create more space, and I was like, fuck. It's no longer guild tax, it's caravan insurance. Generally feel betrayed by Aura going to the EU side. Wait, really? Do you have any gold making tips with artisan professions? In terms of crafting very early is probably going to be a gold sink in most craftables. So you have to determine if you want to try to play like the I get out of the curve crafting, which is very hard to do to actually make profit, or if you want to be the supplier that's giving the finite goods that are always getting consumed. With that, look for things that, like Selv said, grindstones, if you're mining, are a very good way to just generate some passive revenue, even from like vendors themselves. If you're chopping wood, you can just refine wood into timber, and then timber, once apprentice is up, into beams, planks, or boards. There are a lot of things from the gathering and refining loop that you can do to profit off of common and higher rarity materials. So common stuff, you just refine yourself, you level your gathering, your refining off of that. And then anything higher than that, you can typically sell to players, make a little bit of your money back. Then say, you know, tomorrow, you save up your larch, your copper, and your basalt weapon mold. And then you're over in Jova, getting ready for, I'm so sorry. Getting ready for the lumberjacking axe to drop tomorrow, the apprentice. You've got all your mats saved up, you're ready to go. You go out and you hit the first legendary braidwood on the server. You post, want to sell legendary braidwood? Boom. Boom. Idea, set chat to follower only. That's such a bad idea. That's already one of the worst ideas that you can do for growing a channel. It's like the cardinal sin of streaming. Prevents so many people from like actually coming in and chatting. Got wrecked with an ad as he started answering. Currently doing lumberjacking and mining everything I see. Oh shit, let me know when you're out of your ad, Oreo. Not that he can probably hear me if he's in an ad right now, but... Nurse should be up soon. Was Nurse before or after Bellow Smasher? First stream follower only chat. You gotta hit the ground running, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Follower only chat equals no new followers. I feel like most people that I see on follower only chat these days are just view botting anyways. I'll be completely honest. I feel like 90% of the channels that I see that are above like 5 viewers that are on follower only chat are just view botting. Or embedding. It's such a plague. Because then by the time anyone calls them out, like they're already following, you get banned. It is what it is. Follower only chat is the fast way to get me to leave a new chat. Yeah, is real bad. Straighten up. I am. Especially if it's, oh my god. Oh, the follow time after as well. Oh, fuck. Oh no, never. Never. Watch this guy Dusty on Twitch. I'm pretty sure he few bots. See, I don't know what's going on lately. I have my viewers hidden, but no ambient occlusion in this area. Shadows. I have my global illumination on medium. So if you turn your global illumination up, it's very like spooky and scary. So like if I go on to high, it looks much more like 4G, you know what I mean? But personally, I like being able to see a little bit more. Like, this do look cool, but I honestly think being able to see everything everywhere as a tank and not have shit literally lurking in the shadows is, yeah, something good. Such a difference. Yeah, much more cinematic, much worse for me seeing down here. So, there's always a balance as a tank. Hello, Lemon. The only time to have follower only is you have actual harassers. My chat harasses me every fucking day. I don't know what you mean. Honestly, I think I've harassed you more than you've harassed me. That first day where I was chasing you, like literally to the ends of the earth, that was, ow! Ow! Oh, I made Bellow Smasher spawn. Look at me. I figured out the trick. Why didn't I just switch that sooner? Jay was asking me why he was getting DMs about me. Wait, no way. Dusty, you're great there. I harassed you. You guys are fucking ridiculous. This is a community built on hatred and toxicity. You're on the list now. I hope it was worth it. I need Bellow Smasher to come back, please. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation and your contribution to Dusty Corp. Boop. Boop. Harassment and romance goes hand in hand at this point. Nah, that's true. That's true. I had to change mine from high to medium because of this. Was it Earth sign? It was dark inside. It was so cool. Then we started to PvP amnesty and it was a huge disadvantage. Yeah, there's a level of wow, this is really immersive and awesome. And then there's a level of, well, I understand why nobody fought in caves historically. This shit fucking sucks. I can't see a single thing. Oh god. Yup. Exactly. So like I can see all of these mobs spawning now. If I was on high, I wouldn't be able to see shit down there. So as a tank, it's nice and cozy for me right now. I love it. Love your positivity. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Ow. Literally cast my mage illumination to see where shit was going on. Yo, they have to make a flashlight weapon. Somebody in every PvP group has to be on flashlight duty. Night vision goggles, new added headwear. Yeah, Bohan Glaze, what up, dog? Why do you hate DA so much? Follow on the chat means I do not follow, just annoys me for some reason. I mean, so dude, I literally have people that will come into chat for months because I always stream at the same time, right? And they'll be like, oh shit, I never followed, my bad. And I'm like, it's okay, I don't care, you still show up. I just think it's such an arbitrary thing. And I think it's such like an inconvenience, especially if somebody, like, if somebody wants to come in and ask a fucking question, like, they shouldn't have to follow and then ask a question and then, like, wait for a fucking shitty answer from somebody that probably doesn't know what they're talking about anyways. I want flashlight attachment on bow. Best we can do is a flashlight attachment on a longbow. How does that feel? Good compromise or not? I can pass it up to the team. Gives a whole new meaning to the Hawk 2 bow. Alright, Dusty. Follower only. What does DNA stand for? Fuck. The last two are nucleic acid, right? Is it like dino-nucleic acid or something? Dino just seems wrong because I think a dinosaur DNA at that point. My brother's a biologist. Can I phone a friend? Can I phone a friend? He would totally know, and he'd be like ashamed of me that I don't know. I mean, you can. Oh, okay. Deoxyribonucleic acid. That's why I didn't remember it. Because deoxyribal is more syllables than I say in most sentences. Chat got it? I phoned a friend. DNA sensor did not ask. Wait. Aww. Give me a weapon. I'm a streamer. What the fuck? What does TNT stand for? Titties and titties. That's America's TNT, baby. You don't need anything else. True. Any truers in the chat, boys? Good job. Thank you. See, a lot of people take the bait, but we're not taking that bait. 9 bright glint from that mob. Wait, what? 9 bright? What do you mean 9 bright glint? Like 9 bright? Like 9 gold worth of glint? 9 gold. Who got the 9 gold last time? Wait, what the fuck? Who hasn't been sharing? What the fuck do you mean? Try nitro to toluene. What the fuck is that last word? What does that mean? Tonka truck. TNT could stand for Tonka truck. If you really like, technically. And now Dusty knows how people are paying 80 gold for a scorpion. Like, so is that why everyone's just sitting down here killing named mobs? Wait, so is this just on boss mobs or is that on named mobs as well? Like, what are actual names dropping? Because that's a lot. I think just on the boss mobs. Yeah, but like 20 minutes to get 9 gold is fucking insane. Yeah, and y'all were complaining about a 2 gold guild tax. Jesus Christ, just come to the raid. Just come to the raid. Check armor smith. Okay, kill these and then we'll go armor smith. Shaw, can you go out and look for a pole? I ain't getting no 9 gold. Well, guess what? You ain't getting no slots in main gold without 2 gold. Yo, what up, Maximus? Someone watching Space Invaders recently? Space Invaders? Shit, somebody probably is. I just looted the mob trainers 5 minutes later. Keep in mind, if somebody's mob training, you can always just wait for them to get the mobs on them, and then flag up, trip them, and then let the mobs hit them, and they'll die. Also, if you're like in a doorway as a tank, you can just wall off the doorway, and then they'll also die. Just food for thought. There are a lot of ways as a tank to deal with mob training in a creative way. You don't even have to flag up for the wall. Like, say someone's mob training down here. If the mob kills the player that trips doesn't go corrupted. Nope. To corrupt, you have to get the last hit. I can get you down to literal 1 HP, and as long as I do not get the killing blow, the wind could blow into your butt and get the killing blow on you for 1 damage. And as long as I myself do not get that killing blow, we're up. Hello. We're just gonna jump down and sit on this. Because then when he spawns, they won't be able to pull it up. Unless it's already dead. But we'll just jump down and then fight our way back up. Wind is gonna lose gear. It's gonna lose a lot of its momentum. I don't think that he's up yet. Like, timer-wise, it shouldn't have hit at this point. I don't think. Alright, Dusty, time to impress chat. Why is it called a cell in biology? Because the mitochondria is the powerhouse of it. It's very simple. You just have to look at it analytically, and then you'll see. Oh wait, that's a cool skip around. How many chromosomes? Me? Couple short. Most people at least like 12. 17. Why are we in biology class? I don't fucking know, dude. I think they just want to just get embarrassed by not having this much knowledge. I think, like, people probably just want to, like, I don't know, learn. Like, I don't blame them because it's not every day that you get to, like, interview somebody of this caliber, but... Wait, actually. Wait, who was actually close? Because this class sucks and makes you prefer jail. What is the background of the name cell in biology? How was this determined? Because now I'm slightly curious. Because it's 2025 and people don't have beepers anymore. We should bring back beepers. I feel like if we had guild beepers instead of a Discord only, like, all calls would be a lot more efficient. Like, can you imagine, like, if we had a guild deck go out and you guys got paged on your beeper, knowing that there was, like, a guild deck out? So, like, even if you were out and about, even if you didn't have Discord up, like, your beeper would let you know that you were needed. Gregor Mendel was a monk. That's crazy. I didn't know they had classes back then. He named it and he lived in a monastery. They were stuck in cells where they lived. So he discovered something in a cell and then called it a cell. I feel like that's very unoriginal. It's a lot, like, less cool than I thought. Yeah, what spec was he? He thought it looked like his room. Dog needs to clean his room. What the fuck? There's so much shit in a cell. What? Did they get the spawn? Like, I feel like this timer probably should have already hit, right? Dusty, I'm lost. We're discussing the history of cells right now. Why? What's up? You need to catch you up? It's dead. Lame. We missed it by like 30 seconds. Back to Bello we go. What you guys trying to farm over here? I would be careful in Zammer room if you guys opt to go down that way. We went down there once and the ads in Zammer room were kind of scary. I think Zammer's still up though. We ended up wiping and I didn't even bring the group back down there. Nursed in 7 minutes. Yeah, and Nurse and Bello spawn literally like right at the same time, so. People above us flagged. Who? That's fine. Not too worried about it because there's also an EU guild out here. What makes something organic? The use of no inorganic compounds. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I want the mob damage from yesterday back. Well, I mean, like, it's going to go back to higher mob damage. It's not like it's just going to be this low forever. But basically, they're trying to, like, gauge it based on where everybody's progression is at server side. And I think because of the progression curve being a little bit zoomed up with some of the leveling tech, I definitely think some people got ahead. They might have tweaked it too much off rip. And then the average player was just like, oh shit, I have nothing to support this. Oh. So I think it'll probably continue. Why are there 2 dogs just running around? What? I think it'll definitely continue to get better. I would expect damage to continue to increase over time. There have been a few mobs that have genuinely been like buggy and a little bit too much damage today. But I think overall, most feel pretty good. We were doing some pulls earlier that were a little sketch with like 5 mobs in them. The forge guards, the skeletons, their actual like their aura itself is I think double tapping and just doing a fuck ton of damage very quickly. So that's extremely scary, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna AFK for a second. Okay, Corla, don't die. Try to avoid doing the dies. Hello, sir. Hope you guys are having a good day. You use the epic map I gave you? No, I need an epic, epic excavation kit for it. I have an epic, I have a heroic, I have 3 blues. We got quite a beat of sheet. Please don't. Please. So I gotta run that soon. When we make organic things instead of using sugar itself, we use natural sweeteners like apple juice. I don't know about the rest of the industry. When we make organic things, if you silence him when he's channeling last stand, he die. So, fun fact, if you cancel the last stand, it actually just makes it worse. Like, he has an anti-death mechanism while his last stand is casting, like until the actual last stand goes off. So that makes it a little hard to actually like cancel. He fell over last time. Oh, weird. Maybe it does work. Who knows? I love how Dusty's inventory is full and mine's literally just consumes and weps. I mean, I got a lot of maps and shit. I'm not gonna lie. I got a lot of maps and like hand-me-down gear. That's about it though. Tease about it. On heroic and higher maps, the map's almost likely to be T3. Oh, fucking really? Oh, fucking really? Well, that could be nice to stockpile in advance. Like, that could be real nice. Pretty crazy that people used to be like, they go turn on this and I don't know, checking devices in our pockets. I mean, I think personally, I don't really care. I don't mind. I think we should go back to beepers. Beepers are the meta. Beepers hard meta. Food is here. Be back in an hour. Wait. Kill the boss before you go get your food. I thought it was epic and Lego that were T3. Rare and heroic were T2. That would make sense. Common, uncommon T1. Rare, heroic T2. Epic, Lego T3. So what happens when there are mats higher than T3? Artifact maps? Is that where we go T4, T5? Wait, low key, actually. I think I might have a plan for that. T4, T5 artifact maps would probably fuck. So if we can get an epic kit, I could definitely run that map. Because the map itself will give a good amount of glint too. I would assume probably a couple gold worth of glint. Then we get exalted already. Wait, is that confirmed? The highest I've seen is artifact. Or it's exalted from another game. I know that's a rep in WoW. If I want to bring them to my niche, she'd be dumbfounded by the idea of a pager. Yo, what about a Rolodex? Like where instead of putting like contacts in your phone, you had like that like spinny index card thing where your parents would just write like all of the fucking names and numbers of every single person. Pull it out of my ass, that's where it's from. Fair, fair. My static got a Lego map from Seth. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how long a Lego excavation kit will take to get a hold of? Probably not that bad if you're not a bitch. Like, realistically, Arcane NG. Down, 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 down. It's just like, it's what, 10 Lego Ash, 1 Lego Zinc, and then 1 Lego Copper? It's not that bad. I feel like that's probably easily available. I don't really think that's that bad at all. And from a Lego map, you'll almost definitely benefit more. What up, Blotto? Been having a rough day, rough go so far. Everything we've gone to is worked out. Y'all get anything good today? Honestly, same boat. A lot of this has a lot of other groups. Our first like 3 kills over here, we lost to the EU lads. And then we actually got a raid and started holding this down. So I think we've got like 2 or 3 Bellow Smasher kills now. We found no, unfortunately, no Dusty Mace. It's very sad. It's very sad. So thoughts and prayers for an Igneous Striker drop for me. That would be amazing. We have found, I think, 3 or 4 like normal weapons here. We got one of the Ancient Dunes and Wands. We got a short steel spellbow. We got a long steel longbow. I don't know if we got a 4th one or not. What else did we get? Did we get a blue as well? I don't know. Either way. Yeah, so we're just kind of chilling here. We're trying to run the back and forth from like Master Smith over to here. We did get the armor smithing belt, so that's great. Other than that, nothing too crazy. Scrolled over auto and DC'd. Yeah, somebody got me with it yesterday. I don't know if they actually were wondering about it, but someone got 9 gold worth of glint. Yeah. I got mega lucky and yoinked a blue igneous. Oh god. Oh, that's nice. How much HP and fizz power are you looking at? Because I have a gray Ruvidium. It's 870, 756. Oh, blue igneous is huge. Did you get that off a bellow killer? Was that on the player market? How much power is on the Dunes and Wand? I believe the Dunes and Wand green is like 900-ish power, but it also has weapon additive fire damage rating, so that's going to be the big thing, because you're just constantly going to get more fire damage. How the fuck do you have as much fizz power as I have and you have gray mace? I also have a copper hoop earring, and level 0 pants, and level 10 shoulders. And my helm is max mana. And I have a level 10 book. But yeah, I'm sitting at 150.9 fizz power. So, double bronze rings, Lumidon necklace, no fizz power gain from that. Passed up a bone necklace for this. So then I have a Lumidon earring, gray. So that alone is going to be over 1,000. Then Winstead Citizen's Cloak is another 749. Alien Chainmail, 372 fizz power. This is max health, so I'll use this as kind of like a budget piece. And then this is max mana, so this will get replaced by probably a Beetle Plate, a Dune Moor, or a max health piece, Iron Helm. These are crit power, so I'll use these for now. It's not a big deal at all. Lumidon doesn't have any power on it. Oh, Lumidon Earring. Yeah, Lumidon Earring, 1x. And then I have Bearhide Gloves, which are 568 fizz power. That's max health, and then that's strength. So a little bit of fizz power. Oh, also, I get a little bit of a cheat code because I have a gray Ruvidium mace with 756 max health. But I did get a best in slot shield. Steel shield is our best shield because it's got 831 fizz power. So in my main hand, I'm essentially sitting at, you know, like 1700 in terms of the fizz power, and then I get 750 max health, and then I get the strength on top of that. So it's a pretty well-rolled set right now, even with a gray mace. Like, tank gearing does feel really good. I'm not even like prioing fizz power like crazy or anything like that, so is pretty cool. For normies that play this game semi-casual right now, it's almost impossible to get gear. So are you talking like what level of gear? Like any gear, starter gear, level 10 gear? I feel like in terms of gearing, a lot of people are killing stuff outside of the ideal level range while they level. Like they're kind of pushing too high, you know what I mean? Like 5+ levels, you're not really going to get much because the ideal level range is going to be ±3. Isn't Forge Scale better for tanking? No. Not really. Like, the only thing that Forge Scale gives is magic resist. Not really too worried about that. I mean, if you're going like full brick wall, there are more defensive options that you can use. But personally, this combo is absolutely insane for any tank that's trying to actually be like a threat as well, instead of just going pure brick wall. Because keep in mind, my build is oriented towards PvP. Now, like, you can do a little bit of everything with every build, right? I'll be able to tank in my PvP build. I won't have to switch like a ton of shit out. But like, my goal is essentially sitting right around, you know, sitting right around like 220, maybe 230 fizz power. and then pushing up to like 8k health total. And then once I get up to that point, that's where I'm really happy. So even if I'm like 210, 220, that's where I'm gonna really settle in and just be like, I'm set. Now, realistically, I get there with Fizz Power Helm. I get there with better legs. Those will probably be HP scaling legs though. Shoulders will help me a lot as well. If I get Ashen Haunt, that's double the Fizz Power. A second Luminon earring, and then an offhand. Or not an offhand, but a ranged weapon. So those are just like a few of the key pieces. I could also get some bracers, but like Fizz crit power bracers are pretty nice because I'm sitting at a 175% crit mod. So that's not the worst. It's not the worst. There are multiple stuff groups, multiple Steelburn groups. Check the auction house. There's nothing in Major Guild. People are saying screw it. I'll come back in August. I think if a major guild wants to consider themselves a major guild, and a change hits and they're saying, I don't like this, I'm quitting, instead of providing feedback on it for the 3-month period that this is going to be, I think they shouldn't consider themselves a major guild anymore, and they should probably consider themselves a very fair weather guild that's here for the wrong reasons. This is a playtest where nothing is meant to be set in stone, polished, or finished, and every player that's overreacting and like quitting because they can't temporarily find gear is, in my opinion, a very bad mentality to have, because right now we're in a playtest. It is all about being able to give the best and the most data that we can to the team that is making all of these changes so it can improve. And if people just say, well, I don't like these changes, I'm quitting WoW, instead of saying these areas feel really bad, these areas felt better, and then kind of like, you know, doing our job as playtesters to test the good and the bad, then the game gets better. But the second guilds start saying, well, I don't like this, I'm not playing any more WoW, and they take their ball and go home, that's when we have node siege tests that they can't really get much data from because gates are a little too tanky. That's when we have people that don't participate in a regear and pull a multi-thousand person community out of the game because they don't want to regear with all of their thousands of people and the tens of thousands of dollars a day they make on their stream. Like, we have a lot of very selfish attitudes in this playtest. And I think a lot of people need to kind of check the, like, this is about me and my enjoyment right now, and realize this is about the enjoyment of you and everybody else that plays Ashes in the future. And, well, people aren't going to want to force themselves into something that doesn't feel that great. It's not going to feel better if people don't get through it. Everybody that abandons this playtesting because of a change that they don't make, instead of giving feedback on that, you know what I mean? Selfish to want gear to drop every once in a while. It's selfish to quit a playtest and say we are pulling out of this as a community because there is one change that's in a temporary 3-month stress test that we disagree with. Yes. It's selfish, egotistical, and not the mentality a playtester should have, and probably a detriment to the community. Absolutely. And I'm willing to stand on that, yes. Absolutely. I think that's a very selfish and toxic mentality to have when they're very clear we are in ongoing econ, player to player, everything changes. Mob damage, mob drop rates, player damage, everything, right? They're very communicative that this is ongoing, and they ask very frequently for feedback in a very well-constructed manner, and they take that feedback in stride, and they implement on that feedback. So for people to say, well, I don't like this change, I'm quitting and not providing any feedback anymore, you're instantly lowering the odds of that thing that you don't like ever changing. In 10 minutes, we plan to de-level and re-level Sunhaven node to try to fix a bug here. If you're in the area, you may want to attune to an Ember Spring before you possibly get teleported away. Oh no! Oh no! Guys, if you're in Sunhaven, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I always give stuff away if I don't need it during testing phases. I always give stuff away all the time anyways within the guild. Like, a lot of our guild, like the people that do have gear, it's basically like a waterfall of gear. So like, we have our groups that are doing gear farm to get the level 20 stuff. If I get an Igneous Striker, I would then give my Ruvidium Mace to another person in the guild. It would be a really, really just like simple progression there. You know what I mean? So, you know how many small guilds planning on staying long term? Small is in 18 people max. Why small? I don't necessarily know, like, there are obviously smaller communities. I would assume people are planning on staying a long time if they're in right now. I don't necessarily know of any that small, but things are looking up. Got Forge Guard leggings. Oh, what comes on those bad boys? Just wondering if you know any. Not off the top of my head. My wings are gonna kill any. Yeah, I don't. It should be up anytime. Literally anytime. It's a 20-minute respawn timer, and we came here with minutes to spare. I thought that it would be up any time around when we came here. There we go, got all the ads for me. No, I mean, we still have ads right here. 18 people max severely limits guild independence. I don't know any of that small. I know a few other like 30 to 40 people. Yeah, I don't really know, like... I don't know that it would completely hinder the experience of playing the game, but there would definitely be a lot of core systems that would be very hard to, like, access. You know what I mean? Bellow is 30 minutes, is it? I feel like everyone said every spawn is 20 right now. Because we've had this on a 20 timer. It's been the same one as Nurse. Zimmer, Bellow, and the Big Flame are 30. Chat, can we confirm that? Because this has been spawning 1-to-1 with Nurse for the last few respawns. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Got some rogue gear if anyone in the guild needs it. Sanctus bow daggers and brass daggers. Word. Yeah, we'll probably have to do a gear handout soon. At least I warned everyone. Yes. We don't have many tanks and everyone's still leveling, so I think there's one tank around my level right now. Oh, tanks are hard to find if you don't have a tank. Me personally, I don't really have a problem like finding tanks because I am the tank. But how long if it was 30? If it was 30, it should literally be any second. Because we've been here for about 10 minutes waiting for the spawn, I'm pretty sure. So it should literally be any time. And we can just pull these in the meantime. I don't know why this respawn feels so long. Maybe we had like a bugged respawn earlier? But I don't know, this respawn feels extremely long. It feels like it's been more than 30 since we killed it last. Dusty for God, let's create a problem and solve it. Never looking for tank with them on a shoot. Yeah, personally, like everyone's always like, Dusty, I can't find tanks. I can't find this. I can't find that. I never have a problem finding tanks. I have a problem finding bards and clerics. So I tell everybody, play bard, play cleric. That's my preference. I'm a simple man with a simple plan, dog. I don't know shit about the timers anymore. They changed so much. I don't care about them until August. That's also very valid. Other group that went ahead of you just ran back in. Yeah. I just don't know, like... They're probably doing Nurse again, but this, like, hasn't... This hasn't spawned. I hope he didn't spawn, like, under the ground or anything. I don't think I've heard of that with Bellow Smasher, but... Hypothetical Paladins are just missed for tanking when you go for the meta or do your own thing. I don't think there's necessarily going to be a BIS for tanking, so to say. Ashes is a game where there won't really be that one dedicated, like, best in slot. In terms of builds, especially, like, primary, secondaries, more so, like, complementary micro metas, right? So there'll be comps that people use that they feel are strong. There'll be synergies that come out from other comps as well. And I think, like, what Ashes is setting up for is much more like a ton of small micro metas than one decisive, like, you do this because it's the best. I plan to go tank rogue because of my playstyle, not because, like, rogue is strong. More so, well, rogue is strong, but, like, not just because rogue is strong. I was gonna go tank rogue prior to that just because of, like, what rogue offers in terms of its you know, in terms of its toolkit and what tank currently offers in the way that I play tank. So those are a couple of things that I always keep in mind. I think it's going to be a lot more on, like, player expression. So more evasion, potentially more in out, maybe temp stealth, stuff like that. Someone will find something good and other people will copy it and it'll be the known as the best in some regards. I don't really think so, because you would have to copy every single situation. So a tank mage with a double cleric comp will be good against certain things, right? So that'll be good in certain scenarios. You'll have so many different variances in scenarios and applications in everything. Like, what are you farming? What is your group? What is your gearing at? I really don't think that there will be this one everybody does this and plays this, because genuinely there's so much variance. A tank rogue is going to handle completely differently than a tank or a tank cleric. So if you're someone who doesn't play that as well, then it's not going to be meta for you to play, because you'll still get your actual like tank abilities, right? I just don't necessarily see the world in which like everybody goes there. Dusty stopped yapping and I wondered if he wanted to get water, but it was an ad. Yeah, the ads are the only way the yapping stops. It's the only way. Do tanks suffer in this game like in WoW? Like, it's only one tank needed in raid, so tanks have to reroll and just be left out? I don't think it's as much like tanks suffer and only one... like, only one tank is needed in a lot of stuff. But, like, tank is also, like, a bit punishing in Ashes. Because every death you have experience debt, your gear takes durability loss, you can repair it, but you have to pay to repair it, and then you also drop a portion of your materials tab. So, as a tank, you're very frequently going to be the first person to die in the groups if something does go wrong. So, you're going to be the most likely to incur XP debt, you're going to be the most likely to have expensive repair bills, not have glint, not have your materials being saved up. So, I would say overall, like, a lot of people are kind of shied away from tanking, especially since Ashes is intended to be a game where dying can happen if you're not playing right. Like, you've genuinely got to pay a lot of attention, especially when you're fighting a lot of mobs, or if you're in a very condensed area like this. So, I'm getting my camera set just right. Yo, Vrammy, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Like, essentially, I'm trying to be able to see when these mobs respawn, if any of these get pulled. When the pupper comes in that patrols around here, if any of these get pulled. If those guys are going to try to mob train anything that just came back in. They won't, but, like, I'm always just trying to, like, prepare for all of these things as a tank. And if any of that does happen, like this guy coming in, he's probably going to pull here. So I'm going to watch out for that. And we're going to try to not pull it, but if we do, we do. Pretty chill so far. Oh. Yep, so anything can happen. Emu even snuck in there and then just got booped back by a fireball. So, there we just kind of like sit, we watch, we pull that. And then knowing that we have a lot of shit on us, we're going to switch back over for that extra block rate and we're chilling. But tanking in itself, I feel like there's a lot that can happen in Ashes. I feel like that mobs can be very punishing in Ashes, especially right now. We did just go through, again, a mob damage change, especially to elite mobs, where they had accidentally applied diminishing returns to certain mobs in terms of power gain. So a lot of mobs were hitting very weak. A lot of people were like kind of accustomed to that, right? And so once the mobs started hitting for their normal amount, people were like, oh shit, this is bugged. Intrepid drops an announcement where they're like, oh, this isn't bugs, this is just how it's intended to be. Please bear with us and give us feedback on this. If anything feels really bad, let us know. So, a lot of people right now are either in a spot where they're like, I'm gonna keep going and getting the data, or they're just like, well, I don't want to play anymore, the game's too hard. Ashes is a game that's meant to be hard, and Intrepid did say that mob damage would be ramping back up comparatively. So I think that a lot of people are in a spot right now where they kind of have a decision to make, and a lot of tanks specifically are like, do I want to take a chance getting absolutely borked on, or do I want to, you know, just play something else, right? Do I want to get one-shotted? Do I want to be in XP debt? Do I want to lose my materials? Or do I just want to buy? What are the 620 mobs, 2 drops? I think every one of our groups that have gone to Steel Bloom lately have come out with really good drops. I don't know, like, what level was your group average, Solovino? Because group level average is going to be a very important thing to keep in mind. If your group is outside of that, like, that ±3, it's a little rough. Seen one caster drop, which was a hood, and the rest of his drops. Dude, we saw a lot of caster drops in Steel Bloom. We're running hot in Steel Bloom, though, I will say, but we were right in the thick of, like, the XP, or the ideal level for pulling shit. Can I get a single mace drop, please? Nope. I just want an igneous striker, dog. We're getting 10 drops every level between 18 and 21. Literally made us stay there 2 extra levels. Yes. Yes, I agree. I stayed there until 21 as well, and I've been telling everybody, like, because they're like, Dusty, when do I head over to Steel Bloom? Can I go at 12 since the mobs are within, like, you know, can I go at 12 since the mobs are within my range for XP? And I'm like, you can, but you're not going to want to, because you're not going to get any drops for the first 3 levels until you're 15. And then once you're 15 to 21, you'll be within the 3 levels, 15 to 20, most optimal in my opinion. But like 15 to 21 is also entirely viable. Is Villa respawn also 20 minutes? EU Spy said 30 minutes. For Cassier, it shows on Codex need to be in the northeast corner mode, mainly. Interesting. We got a decent amount of caster gear, I feel like. I don't know, mainly weapons though. What up, Ethan? How you doing, my friend? I also got Basalt, it's pretty cheap. A high rarity Basalt Stomps. There's gonna be builds that are good at more stuff than other builds. Good at stuff in this game is also dependent on a lot of things though, Strange. Like, you have to remember, balance, group comp, everything is intended for 8 versus 8 balance, 8-person balance, and not, Bellow Body is still there. I don't know what's up with my server right now, but it's worked. I don't know what I did. Did someone forget to loot? I don't really know what's over here, but I think somebody forgot to loot. But anyway, sorry. So while there may be some builds that are like catch-all better at certain things, did it just pop up with the interact? Or no? I think that overall there will be a lot of, again, specializations, a lot of compositions. If your static 8 person lacks this or that, like a status effect, if you lack a little bit of healing, if you're one cleric and you want that secondary, like, I feel like that's where you'll see the micro metas shape up so much more based on like composition, based on pretty much everything, right? I don't know that there's going to be, yo, Lulu, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Hope stream was good today. I don't necessarily think there's just going to be this one thing where it's like, oh my god, well, this is so much better than everything else. Because if that is the case, you also have to remember that shit's gonna get nerfed. If anything is like overwhelmingly like OP to where it's just doing everything better than something else, it will absolutely be taken care of. How do you feel about tax evasion? I mean, right now, there's no incentivization to pay the tax. There's no incentivization to even be a fucking citizen. There aren't even really like any bonuses to it, you know what I mean? I think that's part of the biggest thing with tax evasion. Yo, Lulu, how was the stream today? I was always a Mythic Plus tank and WoW and was gonna roll tank ashes, but didn't want to run into getting left behind since you can't just switch specs. So just been leveling all classes, seeing what I like. I don't necessarily think tank falls in terms of like running behind or anything. Like, tank group availability is absolutely insane. Suffering and Pain is trying to get 5 epic ash. Oh no. Yeah, I too have an epic map that I've got to run. So we got one of those bad boys. So hopefully I'll be able to get everything sourced for an excavation kit soon, and we'll be able to run that. Hopefully. No downside to not pay him right now. Yeah, literally no downside to not pay him, because you can just drop your citizenship and then re-up your citizenship. Exactly. Secondary archetypes will be a giant clusterfuck. They'll either overpower certain classes. People will cry all day. They're basically useless and people will cry. I personally don't think so. I think, like, because you have to remember, it's not just a matter of, like, every single secondary is just going to change up the numbers. Like, you're still going to have your core class, like, your core primary archetype, like, at the forefront, right? It's just going to be, like, elements of the actual, like, the class itself. Now, you will have some additives, like maybe a tank increases tank mitigation, tank max HP, or some of the shields that we put out. Maybe tank cleric gives us a little bit of that self-healing, like, but I do think everything's gonna have a very unique benefit. I think for certain modes, you may see people going like, oh, well, this is, you know, I prefer this for PvP, I prefer this for PvE. Wait, where's Carla? Oh, no. I think Carla still might have been AFK. Carla, did you AFK too long? What happened? I'm doing too much. Oh no. Oh, sorry, love. I can't keep up when you guys leave. Well, we can't exactly just like pull you along. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were still back there. We're trying to get over and like keep contesting mobs and stuff. When you evade our taxes or the KRS will kill you. Yeah, if you evade guild taxes, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. Have y'all tried caravans yet or just hardcore grind still? Thinking of running a few tomorrow? Caravans, in my opinion, aren't going to be really worth it unless you roll an epic or higher, so you get that too high. I don't really know. I don't think it'll be that crazy right now. Like, you may be able to get some worth out of it, but I think overwhelmingly, Or camping the shit out of caravans. I don't even think caravans are like a high profit margin right now. Like, I don't really think it's worth the time. I think of the time that you are like actually running your van and shit, especially with a 1 high, you just be better off farming. Fupo, how close is the building for the axe and the mining pig? I think axe is supposed to be tomorrow. I don't know like how close it is currently, but everyone's been saying tomorrow for the timetable. I don't know if there's like I don't know if there's like an estimated delivery time or what, but Jova's the axe. Yeah, Jova's gonna be the axe. Just trying to decide which will be the fastest way to 5 epic Ashwood. Grinding mobs definitely seems like the most direct way, but I'm trying some alternatives. I would just hit Ash. Have you considered hitting the trees? I feel like that'll probably be the best way. There's so much Ash that's available. I need 2 heroic copper frags. Ash that looks different is the key. What do you mean look for Ash that doesn't belong? Wait, why are you guys being cryptic? What do you mean look for Ash that doesn't belong? There's not actually like a visual Ash indicator, right? It's out of place among oaks. What type of voodoo wizardry are you guys cooking up right now? Really? Huh. If it respawns alone as its type, it's a higher rarity chance. What the fuck have I been doing loops for then? Like a random hemlock among oaks. Huh. Well, I actually didn't fucking know that. What the fuck? It's more obvious with Western Larch being out of place. Yeah, like how is a braidwood ever out of place? How can I tell with higher rarity stuff? With random rarity, it'll probably be a little bit different. Yeah. Yeah, Envious secret exploit tech. Yeah, I heard that this was put in for Envious and they weren't supposed to tell. Willow not next to Banks. Well, Willow doesn't have like the logic-based spawn system yet. So that's not impactful. Willow isn't currently skewed to spawn next to Banks. That's a future thing. That's not in the spawn logic currently. That's like a logic-based spawn system that will be in but hasn't been added yet. So thoughts and prayers. Do we need to go out to the front to get Carla? My phone's autocorrect. You're doing your best. Braidwood, I just harvested everything. Yeah, Braidwood, I'm never gonna pass up on one. Seen braids and willows in the middle of the damn nowhere. Interesting. Were those high rarity? From what I've seen running around, I think the logic spawn system is actually in place. Do you think they shadow added it? Unless it's something that they shadow added, then it wouldn't have been in. But we also didn't get an update saying that they finally full stood up their whatchamahoo's hit, like the dynamic rarity changes. I think it is too based on spawns. I think it's part of the eco changes that Steven talked about. They could have shadow added it, yeah. So I think it's in a very basic level. They said statics on. So dynamic rarity is in, but it was originally in as a placeholder. It wasn't their actual system. It was a band-aid workaround as a temp, according to Steven. So I don't know if they finally like, you know, stood that system up and had the actual like rarity itself, or not the, like the full dynamic rarity system itself added in. Or if it's still kind of that like that rudimentary initial implementation of it, but It is progress either way. All right, who do we have outside? Do we need to go outside and get everybody? Because I think we have a few people that are still coming over. So we have, if anybody wants to come over, by the way, we have 3 DPS slots. Just in case anybody's interested. 3 DPS slots, forge. We've got good drops already today, multiple weapons, which is always huge. I'm going to restart my game because this memory leak is absolutely borking me. If you guys are also getting a memory leak, make sure you restart your game. If your frames are bad, anything like that, take a quick couple of minutes and reset. I at least think Jesus fucking Christ. I at least think rarity is more dynamic, but still seems a bit off to me. Yeah, rarity is definitely more dynamic. I mean, that's been confirmed. That's been confirmed. I don't know like how deep they went with the actual like logic-based respawns or like the cluster respawns, like the gatherable cluster spawning, where like you chop one thing down, it can respawn a certain area. So my game started lagging like hell in the past 30 minutes. Oh yeah, I always restart typically every few hours. I've been on 5 hours right now. I always try to restart in populated areas, dungeons, shit like that, pretty frequently because the memory leak is bad. Like I was 20 to 30 FPS before I logged out, and when I log back in, we'll be chilling. With the memory leak, I heard someone say on Arrow stream that you can just go back to the character screen. You don't need to exit the whole game. Thought that might help you. Yeah, there's also a weird crash right now sometimes that I've got since I started playing. And I don't know if it's related to like actually going into the character select screen or not, but when I go in and out really quick of the character select screen, I sometimes get a really weird phantom crash. It's like my character doesn't fade or like phase all the way out, and then it almost makes like duplicate instances, and then I get cooked. I played 20 FPS on my frames. Oh God, 5 to 7. Tank has had a weird crash the last few days. Yeah, tanks have been crashing a lot lately. About a week ago, no, a little over a week ago, a couple weeks ago, somebody said to me that they had tank friends that were crashing a shitload, and I was also crashing a shitload. But yeah, plus 100 FPS. Here's this one easy trick to increase your frames by over 100 in Ashes of Creation. Simply restart your game. Subscribe for more tips and tricks with DustyWhy. I was crashing a lot on tank. Yeah, tanks were crashing a lot lately because they're marked. Oh yeah, anytime I have a mark above my head, will crash. Absolutely. I crashed yesterday in PvP because I was marked above my head. But it's been weird. Marking somebody in party has caused crashes unless it was fixed. Yeah, I've been trying to make sure that people won't mark me and shit, but oh my God, it feels so much better. It instantly feels better getting it like in and out of that. All right, I have to pee real quick before we go back in because I've just been chugging water and coffee all day. I will be right back once guys. Chat, do you guys pee when you wash your hands at home or no? Oh god. Alright, who do we lose? Who do we still have? I want to make sure that our numbers are not shit. Can clip the times when you have that crash. Might be able to narrow it down. Should I just start marking myself to clip farm for crashes? Can you invite for the event? Oh yeah, message me in game real quick. Hey, you got cat? Is cat still fucking up with the idle animation? All the cats were like dying previously for their idle animation. It looks like it might have been fixed. They were like going into the ground. No, I normally do not pee when I wash my hands. Wait, is that what I said? Do you guys wash your hands when you pee? Wait, did I say pee when you wash your hands? I mean, they do go kind of like hand in hand for me. Oh, I do wash my hands after I pee. So, Chow was having a discussion about this one day. So like, theoretically, unless you got like a dirty donger, wouldn't it be the most efficient to wash your hands before peeing? I feel like Merc was the one that said this. I wash my hands, then pee, then don't wash anymore. Yeah, but like, what happens when you like touch the toilet handle? Before and after. Before and after is bad for your skin. What do you mean? I wash my hands, pee, then wash my hands. Use your hand to flush. What do you flush with, your dick? That shit not automatic? No, I'm a full-time streamer. I'm broke as fuck. I'm lucky my toilet flushes. What do you mean? Germs are good for you, you'll be alright. I don't necessarily think if, like, that pee germs are the germs that people are looking for to, like, build their immune system. I pee, I wash, then I wait, what? Yo, what a wolf! As you pee, there's tiny ass drops you can't see splashing around that absolutely get on your hands. I wash mine, but I didn't think about that. Pee your hands? I wash my hands with my feet. You guys are taking this down a road it shouldn't have gone down. No one wants to shake someone's hands after they hold their dick. I feel like that could be a service that somebody sells. I feel like somebody out there would pay money to shake somebody's hand after they held their dick. I feel like saying no one is not fair. Yo, Bowtech, coming in with a prime. Thank you so much, dog. Shake dicks instead? That's how meta class do it, yeah. I face the wall towards the back of the toilet. Sit back so you have something to kick your arms up on. Oh my god. Yo, Chili, hope you're having a good day. Says some health coaches recommend drinking your... What? Your body attempts to make its own remedies. Seem to have success with it. Who seems to have success with it? You? Thus you phrase that like a confession. Phrased what like a confession? What do you mean? Leveling, mining, and hunting and looking for a group? Word! What level you get up to last night? But some people swear by it, not me. That sounds like the words of someone that swears by it. Always wash before. I've had too many instances cutting peppers then hitting the John. Yo! So do you wash after as well? Because like, I feel like if you're going pepper, pea, pepper, and only washing in between pepper and pea and not pea and pepper, then it's probably like not efficient, right? I feel like if you're cutting peppers and then you have to pee, that's an immediate double wash. Real quick, peep Discord. What is it something guild related? You're gonna want to? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to not die because everything hits so hard right now. Oh, swag! Wait, who's that? I know those guys. Look at those handsome fellas. Are you with them right now? Hi, guys, if you can hear me. And if not, hi Mama V. I'm still excited even if it's just you. Yeah, I miss those lads. I miss them lads. What are you hee-heeing, Rug? What's your hee-hee and your ho-ho and your ha-ha about? I'll show you a hee-hee. I'll start stream sniping you and I'll take your spawns. Can you throw up a stream, dog? But is it worth I would say hi? Yo, I hope you guys have fun. I hope you're having a beautiful time down there. I hope to see y'all at TwitchCon too. Can I go higher than level 20 lumbering now? You can promote it higher, yes. Is there a benefit? Nope. Was I level 49 and a half lumber milling on my tank before the merge servers came down? You bet your goddamn ass I was a grandmaster lumber miller, like I ran a fucking lumber yard. That shit went crazy mode. There was no benefit whatsoever, by the way. But it was really cool when guildies were like, yo, Dusty, do you know a journeyman lumber miller? And I was like, what if I know a grandmaster lumber miller? And they're like, what the fuck are you doing with your time? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I had the tools, I had the time, and I made it happen. I was farming up a lot of wood to make some early gold. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna start doing for some of my progression too. Like each day, I'm just gonna start taking a little bit of time and farming up a little bit of oak, ash, or larch, leveling my lumberjacking. I'm gonna refine that into timber. I'll refine that timber into beams, planks, or boards, and I'll sell that to vendors. And that's going to be an amazing way to generate early econ just from vendors, no player to player, anything like that. So that is some big Techington. Ruginski, have you guys got any good drops yet? We've had a few, but nothing too crazy. I think we have another group in stream that's down in Forge too that's trying to farm somewhere. I think Blotomatics group is somewhere else. So, thanks for the tip. Oh, dude, every single profession has an amazing loop. So my miners, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect allegedly, have given me a lot of tips for grindstones as well, granite and basalt. So every 250 of those puppies are gonna get you like 2 gold. So it's pretty nice. It definitely seems like you can get some standalone gold generated just through that. And keep in mind, we're also going to have the apprentice lumberjacking axe become available in Jova tomorrow. So thankfully, you can go into lumberjacking and you can see what's needed. Western larch, which is novice, copper, which is novice, and a basalt weapon mold, which is novice, and then 10 silver. And you'll have to be in Jova to make that tomorrow when the table goes up. But what that's going to allow you to do, if you were apprentice level with the apprentice axe, is cut down all of those weeping willows. And all of those weeping willows that have been taunting you for so long, you'll be able to get your fucking revenge. Just like we plan to. Tomorrow, we're gonna be cats with lumberjack axes. And we're gonna be chopping some goddamn trees. Finally. Listen, man. I swear to God, I will flag up over Willow tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. I will make every single fizz damage dealer in the guild that is offline funnel me their gear so I have 7 million fizz power. And then I will just absolutely one-shot people over Willow. I'll do it. I'll do it. Do we have uppies? If we get uppies here, we can probably not make it. Not make it. Let's go this way. Just go this way. I don't want to kill the entire fucking group. Oh, we don't need to get that fancy. We can keep it simple. Forge guard first, please. Forge guard hurt. Oh, nice. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Thank you. That's wonderful. Amazing news. It's exactly what I was looking for. I love all these mobs. Flashbacks to tank ruining my day over Western Large spawn. Was it a Western Larch in a field of Eastern Hemlock, though? Like, did the Western Larch look out of place, or did it look like a normal Western Larch? Got 10 legendary Larch for you if you want. Wait, for real? Let me buy it off you so I can figure out who's gonna go the craziest in the guild on tree chopping. and I will pay you for it and give it to one of our actual gatherers. Because I'm only going to be part-time gathering, so I'm going to try to maybe make like a heroic or something, but that would go to the guild for one of our dedicated like tree choppers. Because I also have a legendary piece of basalt, which can make the legendary weapon mold. So then we would just need the legendary bronze, and that would give us a full Lego axe. That would cover us. All I need is 9 Lego copper. Word. Also, the big difference between Lego axes this early and epic axes this early are not going to be crazy. So make sure you're valuing, like, in terms of the copper, especially if we have larch, epic versus legendary copper may be a significant difference in availability and price. And if you go into the crafting calculator, it very likely will not be a substantial difference in your total output and what you actually, like, notice from it. You know what I mean? Because the actual thresholds that it scales by will not be that long. It'll definitely be a percentage increase, but for the percentage like price increase, it may not be the most worthwhile. So definitely just weigh those things, especially with it being tomorrow. But honestly, Forge has been good to us so far. I think once we get out of here, I'm going to take a little bit and like chop some trees and have everybody while they're on also work on chopping trees. So that way we can get into a spot where everybody's level 10 lumberjacking, and as soon as people are on tomorrow, they go out looking for willows. I think more expensive tools pay off pretty fast. I do definitely agree. I definitely agree. I think that especially while waiting on server progression too, like it's not like they're just upgrading the axe immediately. We're going to have to wait for all of the other service buildings to be constructed. Like it's going to be some time. I don't know what the projection is in between now and like full, you know, journeyman axe, but it is, it's absolutely going to be a good bit of time in my opinion. Now, I can check the node planner. I'm sure somebody has more of an in-depth answer than I'm not really sure how long it'll be, but I definitely wouldn't expect it anytime soon. Someone deleted my character. You might have got hit by a soul theft or something, but we're starting to lose a couple. We just got to be cautious. I don't know what's going on. Like, the mobs just do not want to actually be normal right now, which is a bit strange. Everything is just kind of like fucking running around. Oh, the forge burst. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you guys got forge bursted, that's gonna hit pretty hard. Because the smith also does an AoE. I think your node is the one that's supposed to get journeyman lumber from chart, so no time soon. Word. Well, I'll work on it immediately. What you do is get people to get lumberjack 10 and then farm up that apprentice axe mats ready to go. Yeah, Nin, that's what I've been telling people all day. That's gonna be our big goal, and also to have extra like kits ready just for people to get like a generic axe. Not everybody's gonna be gathering up to need like a legendary axe or anything like that. But like, even if we have uncommon ready for people, like we need to get the timber, we need to get the fragments, and we need to get the molds. So if we have one person that just gets a shitload of molds, we have a bunch of people that have been working on timber, and then if we get frags, we're good. I think the hardest thing is probably gonna be the copper frags, but if we can get those in place, then we're chilling. Blue green, yeah, literally nothing even needs to be like crazy high rarity. As long as everybody has their shit ready to go. Got epic and legendary copper and zinc fragment saved. Someone get the timber going. Stomps and I have a good amount of timber as well. I processed a good bit of larch yesterday. I have enough timber. I did all of mine as common, but like I just have enough straight up timber for like 10 axes. So yeah, even if we're not doing like super high rarity output there, that'll get just like a few generic low rarities for people. Make sure, by the way, you do not try to make multiple axes yourself because they're not tradable yet. Oh shit. This might get hairy. This is gonna be scary. All right, everybody lock in, everybody log in, everybody log in. We're absolutely fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Kill the forge guard. We're fine. I've got aggro on it all, I think. I'm trying to get aggro back over there. Okay. We're good. The good thing about Bellows Matt, careful charge. Oh no. Oh no, that's bad for business. The good thing about Bellow Smasher is his entire move kit is very predictable as a tank. So like it's a very controllable amount of damage from all of these mobs. So we should be absolutely fine here. I'm not really worried here. Like Bellow Smasher is quite possibly the easiest boss in the game, moveset wise. They give me an iframe, I'm gonna use my iframe. My health doesn't even move. So yeah, we're fine. Good stabilization there. That could have been very scary. Just make sure we're getting these ads down, please. Keep everything nice and smooth. I don't have a lot of real estate, but dodge charge is an easy boss. Yup. Dodge charge if you're a range, dodge smash if you're a melee. Yeet. Like, who dies to bosses, man? It's literally that easy. They give me an entire iframe. 2 for 1. Like, come on, man. How are we dying? How are we dying? Nobody dies. Nobody dies. Smoothest pull in human history. Mob damage doesn't matter if I just dodge all the damage. It's fine. It's fine. Yeet. I'm fine with this. I better get a fucking Igneous after this, man. This is like an award-worthy performance tanking-wise. I don't even think my clerics have dropped the heal on me yet. This is fucking nuts. Send a guild crafter to Jova and I'll hook them up. My in-game character name is Eddie Vedder. Boys, who's trying to pop over to Jova? I don't know if we have anybody in the area. I appreciate that too. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Journeyman Animal Husbandry is planned for Shorefoot. Oh, wait, so we would get Journeyman Lumberjacking and Animal Husbandry? Oh, that'd be fire. Yo, Matt, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I have all 3 in mass for low end. Okay, huge. So we can just do mass kits for people. So I would say we should put out an announcement in guild. I don't know if I have one of my announcement makers here. I don't want to ping people too much. But don't like ping the announcement, but in the trade skill channel, if we could be like, anybody interested in lumberjacking, please, for the love of fucking God, get it up to level 10 by today. We will do a guild handout for your axe kits in Jova later tonight. Probably do that in a few hours when we leave Forge. And from there, everybody will be able to make theirs. I'm level 12. I love that you specified level 12. Good for you. So yeah, let's try to prioritize that. Stomp Steady has all 3 in mass for like low level, just generic axes. And then people that are 100% interested in gathering and are going to be going hard for Willow, we'll try to prioritize higher kits for them so they can get higher rarity axes. That's going to be the biggest thing, so. Nelly! What about Jova? I'm just pulling up. Eddie Vedder is in Jova waiting for you. He's going to give us some materials to donate towards the Axe Fund. I made an announcement. Yeah, don't ping anybody, because we don't want to ping people too much in the Discord and annoy the shit out of everyone, because we already sent one announcement today. So I would say just like put it in the trade skill channel for people that are like interested in that, and just be like, yo, if you are planning to hit Willow and shit tomorrow, you will need to have your axe ready, your lumberjacking up to 10. And if that's not ready by tomorrow, like if your lumberjacking's not 10, we're not paying for your axe. You're getting that shit yourself. Is my job to ping people? Well, I don't want people to get like ping atrophy though, you know what I mean? I don't want it to be like too much of the ping. Because then people they'll fall out of love with the ping. Bro, so many New World Discords pinged 1,000 times a day. I love the Ashes Discord because of all the pings. I mute every Discord. But I also have streamer mode on my Discord. If you hate pings, just turn on streamer mode. It's literally the best. Maybe you need ping opt-in per channel. Motherfuckers won't even make a ticket. You think people are gonna opt in and out of pings? We're dealing with like the equivalent. Whoa! The equivalent of baboons half the time, GP. We must remember, this is an MMO. And I'm not saying which half are baboons, but half of y'all are baboons sometimes. I'm gonna let you guys figure out the halves. Can I have an Igneous Striker? Pretty please, Mr. Bellow Smasher. Ooga booga, Sandal Lord Quack. Fuck! hate this game. How many kills? I hate this game. Yo, howdy, Lord Jake. How you doing, my friend? I just want an igneous striker. It is me, I ape. I too ape, but I ape eloquently. Am leader of apes. Man of class, ape of class. Like, it wouldn't be like the 100 people versus one gorilla here. I would basically be like the gorilla officiating. Hold on, I'm dumb. I pulled up to Halcyon. You tried your best. You tried your very, very best. And I respect that. What'd you get up to tonight, Lord Jake? Why aren't your bards dispelling that smith? I don't know. I'm not my fucking bards. How's itemization? Is enchanted level 10 gear still bis? Oh lord, no. So we went through a massive attribute, time to kill, and pretty much everything rework. A lot of items will look very different now in terms of their allocation of attributes and stuff comparatively to what they were before. They also added in diminishing return bands on power scaling, which has been very, very, very good because it limits top end power. Most people won't really push up past like 240, 250, even if you're a DPS class, because the diminishing returns get they get a little bit harsh as they go on. So for me, I'm targeting like 220 power as my endgame set. Right now along the leveling progression, I'm 150. Now, this isn't exactly, you know, we're pumping out levels here, just raw XP. We're more on the gear farm. But basically for us, it's all about like trying to get up to that base level 20 set. So they took away like the enchanted level 10 scaling. It's like level 10 gear is worth wearing at level 10, but once you get level 20, it's pretty much an immediate jump up to level 20 prog, which I personally like. The only scenarios where people still use level 10 pieces are like very, very high value pieces. For instance, I'm using bronze rings that I found in Steel Bloom. These are power rating and max health. These are pretty much just a stinky ring, you know what I mean? Even if those are only level 10, that's huge. Yo, zombie, what up, baby? Found some Steel Bloom earrings. I'm probably not gonna go... Wait, those are the ones that Carla needs, right? How much are they? Is that what Carla needs? Are those the power rating con? Oh, wait. Yeah, Steel Bloom earrings are pretty solid. What are they looking like right now? Like, you found them or they're on the market? Sent you? Swag. Oh, God! Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Astronaut pauldrons for 27 gold at Halsey. Yeah, bro, yesterday, the reason that I sold a lot of my glint is because yesterday in Mira, there was a pair of Astronaut pauldrons for 4 gold, 40 silver. And by the time I went over and had actually like sold all of my glint and ran back, they were gone. So I got sad because that's an amazing deal on those. I think we just sit here, honestly, because Rugs Group is over there on Mastersmith. We're chilling over here. Like, we have this on farm, and we can always kind of like bop back and forth if we really need to. Mastro has to head out. Looks like he's taking the quick route. But yeah, so like, a lot of gear is insanely overpriced right now. Insanely overpriced. In a couple of weeks, all of those pieces that are kind of like temporary bis won't really matter that much. I would say like green to blue bis will probably stabilize around like 10 to 20 gold depending on what it is. More exclusive items, higher than that of course, like Hawkbow is going to be incredibly contested. But I think like general things like Ashen Haunt shit, like steel shields, just those general things, I think those will stabilize at like less than half of the price within a week or so. So I wouldn't get too crazy into that. As long as you're in a spot where you're scaling every single piece properly, and it's like, you know, my priority right now is to replace my helm. It's got mana. replace my legs, they're level 0. My earring, it's level 0. And then pretty much everything else is good. My boots, my offhand also need to be replaced. But like those are functional. My helm, since it has mana, is literally a dead slot. It's just like aesthetic and a little bit of armor. So, like for me, I'm just trying to prioritize all of those weak spots and bring like the floor of my gearing prog up as we work our way up. And I feel like that's what a lot of the guild has done to get to, you know, the spot that we're at, where pretty much everyone that's in our main rotation right now is 150-ish power. Some people even higher than that. So it's nice, man. We have people that are creeping up on 200 very quickly. So a couple drops away on quite a few people. When are we farming Hawk? We need to have an entire raid ready to do that, or hit it so late at night that nobody else is online. Like, unironically, that shit is going to be the most contested thing for a while. I think we would be better off, just in terms of efficiency of it, going to Carfin and hoping for like long sight bow drops or just steel longbow drops. Because like Hawkbow is really just going to be a better version of the steel longbow because it has like an additional power rating on it. But good level 10 chopper. Ooh. Avoid me, please. Avoid me. I may look tall IRL, but I promise in game, I'm very short. So we just had a piece of gear that no one picked up. So we now have an extra short steel spell bow. I don't know who needs this, but I think everybody is in the chat at this point. So I didn't want anybody else to get it, but that will be very, very good. Okay, hold on. Loot up and then come back here. We'll roll it off like honorable people. Hold on. All right. /RA short steel spell bow dropped. Nobody looted. If you need /roll now, please. 1107 MP. All right. It looks like so far we've got Victor with the big 88. Last chance. Any rolls? Gonna close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Victor, open trade and then give away your old one. Congrats, big dog. That's a chunker. Thank you for the /roll system in game. The craziest thing is a little while ago, the /roll system didn't exist, and that would have been such a complicated situation. Okay, does anybody need this as a hand-me-down? The bronze short spell bow. Yo, Savsworth, how you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Does anybody else need this? Boyle. Boyle opened that shit fast. Okay, this is an upgrade for you. Okay, huge. Maybe change loot rules to free-for-all so anyone can see gear drops. It wasn't because of loot rules. Free-for-all would actually make it so everybody can get their own gear drops and nobody would see it. It's on group loot, but nobody actually looted that mob, so it went to open loot. So if a mob dies and nobody loots it, it goes to anybody can loot it. So basically the reason that wasn't rolled for is because nobody had actually, you know, grabbed their rotation for the mob. Important to keep in mind, if you do have loot, if you do see anything on the ground, you've definitely got to grab it. Free-for-all still gets rolled on. Oh, does it now? What the fuck? What a weird free-for-all system. My apologies. I just thought it didn't because free-for-all. That's very weird. So does free-for-all just allow whoever's there to grab all the glint? Because as the tank that's near everything, that sounds like a really cool loot system. Tell me more about this, Sen. You're gonna be my EU. You said you were an EU spy, but you're helping America. What if you're like, are you secretly an American living in EU? Are you on our side? Why are you helping me so much? You're supposed to feed me like bad information. Did you upgrade your melee weapon yet? This? Nah, it's still Grey Rubidium. Basically, Bellow Smasher, the boss that we're killing over here, is the drop of Igneous Striker. Igneous Striker is essentially this, but better. So we're trying to grab one of those bad boys, and we can also get a lot of other drops while we're in here, both off the trash mobs and off the named and boss mobs that we're killing. So this has been a good farm. We've already got a lot of steel weapons out. I think that's the 4th or 5th steel weapon that we've got out. So it's been, dude, it's been amazing being over there for farm today. Where are you guys farming at, Zombler? Oh, who better tell the small cat? Fupo, my knees. Fupo, I'm gonna have to run away from you at TwitchCon. Zombler, what you rocking for your melee weapon right now? Is this still the last one I gave you? But yeah, just the whole like infrastructure. I guess the infrastructure would be a weird word, but like the pairing of the max health on the Ruvidium Mace. Basically you've got the Ruvidium Mace, and then you've got Igneous Striker, and then best in slot is going to be Beast Warden's Prod. The big differentiator is that Ruvidium Mace is a low 20 item level. Then you have your Igneous Striker, which is a mid 20 item level. And then you have your Beast Warden's Prod, which is a 29 item level. So basically the roll thresholds are just a little bit higher. Beast Warden's Prod comes from the pocket dungeon that is right here in the desert, which is currently locked because nobody fucking goes to Squall's End. Literally nobody fucking goes to Squall's End for anything. I don't even know what the fuck is out there. I'm gonna be completely honest. Mats have been attained from Eddie. Eddie Vetter, my goat. I appreciate you. Anything better than a 569 Spellblade? Like, one-hand spell sword or two-hand spell sword? Are you saying the desert's not real? It doesn't exist. It's not there. The tropics isn't real, nothing's real. That tank necklace you want is a Squall's End? So personally, I put placeholder gear like in there that's not built around pocket dungeons in terms of like my lowest, or not built around not pocket dungeons, but basically in, let me load it up real quick. Oh wait, that's my juiced, oh god, this is my rich man set. I have the wrong gear planner up. Either way, Zarin is nice if you're just going the chunky mitigation route. I made that as kind of like a general placeholder for like, wait. Weird. I made that as more of like a general placeholder overall for people who are looking at tanking for the first time. So that'd be like a really user-friendly beginner set. Personally, I'm going to be sticking with Lumadon Necklace and going a little bit more of just like the crit power scaling, the plus damage. So that one was intended to be a very easily accessible gearing for everybody there. I'll be going a few tweaks a little bit different than that. But yeah, even in that, like I have... Oh, fuck. I have a Lego Beast Warden's Prod in here, which is 1768. 1768. Sorry. Anyways, a little over 1,000 max HP, some armor, pretty much everything else. That shit is, that shit's kind of sick. I really am excited to eventually get my hands on that, or anything better than my gray, my baby gray Ruvidium. It's double the fist power. It's got a lot more HP. It's kind of crazy. Oh, nice. That's just the crafting map for it. So if you plan to craft those eventually, I just roll the fucking 100. God damn it. Dude, why did I roll a 99 on the fucking bell and then 100 on the fucking crafting mat? What the fuck do you mean, man? Why are all of my good rolls just cooked? I'm never gonna win anything. I can only roll high when it's shit that I'll never use. I had some other stuff, coal and finish maps. Wait, what? What tier of coal? What the fuck? What do you mean? Why are all of our rolls cooked? Dude, I'm only rolling high on bad shit. So I just ran past you. You should have slept him. Just common and uncommon? Word. Yo, high rarity coal is going to be a fucking money printer early. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. If you can get any sort of coal saved up that's like honestly rare or better, you're going to be like Scrooge McDuck diving into a pool of money levels of well off, man. It's gonna be sicko mode. Yeah, what up, Jaku? Very sad. Do you know why Steel Bloom Bard gear is locked still? What do you mean Steel Bloom Bard gear? Like, is there a set that only drops off of specific mobs? Or is it like the level 20 mobs that are in sewer? Steel Bloom has a ton of good drops. Magic items from fire starters. Yeah, fire starters are probably scary as fuck right now since the changes. I don't know how I feel about those. But if it's from level 20 mobs, the level 20 mobs in Steel Bloom are not accessible right now, but there are Forsaken Blades mobs that are available at level 20. Rose Thorn set's unobtainable because sewers are locked. Do you need a specific spawn in the sewers, or do you need a level 20 mob? 90% to 19? Let's go. Yo, low-key, I've got 15% of a level since we've been chilling here. Level 20 mob. All right, so normally I wouldn't tell anybody this because this is my little secret. Go on Ashes Codex, look at the interactive map for those mobs. Like go into your drop table. Look at the mobs in Steel Bloom. And then look at Grave Peak. They can get the gear, you just have to look. It's just not a Steel Bloom. Unless it's a predicate where it is level 20 mobs also in Steel Bloom, but... Andrew, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I've been silenced. Silento. But yeah, so if it's just the 20 versions of the mobs, Grey Peak, the part that people usually skip prior to Korax, Flameforged Arsonist. Is that the only mob? Were those the ones that are in the sewers? Or were the sewers just level 20 Forsaken Blades mobs? I think you can technically exploit into the sewers still. I wouldn't recommend it though. I would not recommend that. I've heard rumors though. The streets are saying the sewers are open. You just gotta put in a little bit of work for it. Well, I would give it a look-see and see if the stuff that you're looking for in particular could come from the mobs that are up at Great Peak. If it can, then that's typically in the part of Great Peak where, like, you know when you do this, you go in, you go left, and then you do the ladders, and then you go right to get to where Korax is. All of those humanoids that you skip are the level 20 mobs that are from Steel Bloom. So those are very, very, very juiced loot tables. Even if you're able to just sit there and static a little bit there, it's nice, man. Chat, does anybody want to come DPS? I think we have 5 spots right now. I don't know if anybody has a small group or if anybody is just trying to pull up, but this is surprisingly solid XP. We've got quite a few good drops already. John's halfway to 19. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Thought the raid was 40 people. Why 5 spots? I mean, you can do up to 40 people if you really want to, but 2 groups is typically more than enough to keep it efficient. Because if you invite too many, then, you know, things just die too fast. And then, well, not things die too fast, but there's such a low chance to actually get loot. If we have 40 people that want to pull up, cool, we can go down to Forge Lord Zammer's room. I'd be fine with that, but we have 5 slots in the 2 groups right now. And then we'd have to start a 3rd group. I just don't necessarily think 40 people would want to pull up, but if they did, we'd be able to run this entire area. So I wouldn't be opposed. I don't know how many people are in the area, but consider it if you will. About to start playing. Is Bard good or should I stick with my mage? It's only level 4. Bard's really good. I mean, depending on what you're looking to do, are you looking to be a pure DPS or are you looking to play like more of the, more like the supporty type role? Because Bard is going to be like the Omni support. It has a ton of different options for buffs that it can put out to the party. Mana battery bards are pivotal in keeping the entire group's mana up at all times. And good bards can be a difference maker in pretty much every group. So I definitely think bards are a very high impact class, both in PvE and PvP. You can typically find groups extremely easy on them as well. Mages are, you know, they're going to be a mage. You cast spells, you do damage, and group spots will probably be a little bit tougher to find as a DPS because there are a lot more DPS. But personally, Bard has a little bit higher APM than some classes may. It's got a little bit of a learning curve to it. You got to play around your resident stacks and build those up and dump those on your finishers. So a few things to be aware of, but I definitely think high level bard play is very, 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 very impactful for people. You get in the sewers, but I think it's frowned upon. Yeah. Getting into the sewers is very frowned upon right now. Like, technically, I could farm up the armored chitin, or no, the heavy, what is it? The hardened chitin armor or something like that. The bracers that drop from Apothecary, which I admire. And, like, we could. We'll probably get reset and banned if we do. So, like, we're not going to. But, you can just exploit through that gate. I wouldn't recommend it. Because if there are people that get drops that are unavailable in the economy, it's going to be very easy to figure out where they came from. Although, what if we get the drop and then sell the drop and then frame somebody else that we don't like? I could, like, give the drop to Seat or something. Be beautiful. An EU. You want these 4 shards over here? Yes. Yeah, we can grab. Is that people literally in sewers? Yeah, there are many people that have already sewered, but I feel like it's also very, very easy for Intrepid to figure out, like, who's getting in there and shit. I can assume that there's not much foot traffic going through that area. Yeah, sewers are, they were a loot pinata before, too. You could literally just sit there and, like, full chain everything. And unless somebody kited fire starters on you, like, I don't know what it was about the drop rate down there, but it was fucking insane. Absolutely nuts. Excuse me, I would like to yoink you. Is it the sewers start? I didn't even look at what you sent me, but I figured it was somebody teching into sewers. Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, what was that one? I didn't see that swim tech. Very weird. And what the hell just pushed me back? The fuck? Weird. Weird. How do people even, like, figure that shit out? For those are already easily one shots me. The Flamestokers just don't stand in their Forge Burst. The Forge Burst is going to be the biggest thing that they actually do that's impactful. As long as we do not stand in that, we should be big chillin'. Just had a lot of fun. Going back to yesterday's stream, watching the donation support, and nice thing, good things happening to good people. Flip, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It was insane. It was absolutely nuts. Like, part of me couldn't even sleep last night because of it. And even today, man, it's still so surreal. Like, I have been, like, so happy all day and, like, so speechless about it. It's something that, you know, I never am someone that tries to, I don't know, tries to plug, like, the monetary support side of stream too much, right? I'm always someone who very much values, like, the lurkers, the people who prime, like, everyone that supports how they can, whether it's time, whether it's the people who are able to give subs or anything like that. But it always blows my mind how generous people truly are to support the channel and, like, keep me here doing this, right? And so it's just, it's so insane to me. I did not expect anything like that to happen at any point soon, because TwitchCon is still so far away. Like, it's insane. Waiting for a longbow worth using. Find a Rubidium energy spellbook cheap. How much? Because honestly, just any upgrade is an upgrade at this point. If it's like a cheap placeholder, depending on like what the price is, cheap can be very good. 1 gold? It's not bad at all, honestly. That's really not bad. I'd personally probably grab that. I don't know what the stats are on it, but it's probably solid. Let me check it real quick. Rubidium energy, spellbook. Health regen, 1200. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be terrible by any means. The health regen's a little bit wacky. I don't really know, like, what that'll be, but 1353. I mean, it'd be nice. It'd be a 400 plus. What's your current range weapon that you're rocking? It would definitely cover until I got like a steel longbow or something like that. It's definitely still like on the intro tier for level 20 stuff, but first taking short bow. Fair. Yeah, short bow can be a pump for like solo target tanking and threat gen. Arrow storm is great. I would love to get this fucking igneous striker so I can get the hell out of here. How are elites feeling? Quite good. There was one mob that gave us a little bit of a yikers. The skeletons down here, their auras seem to be having a weird interaction where the auras might actually like double tick. So I don't know how I feel about that, because that basically, it's this. So the Torn Forge Guard Fire Skeleton, Blazing Aura, and then Burning Aura back to back. It does a lot of damage very quickly. So I don't know if that's like an unintended double stack of auras or what, but that shit hits fucking hard. Yo, Gochi, what up? What you doing today? That shit hurts? Yeah, that shit very hurts. It hurts a lot. That shit nuked our group like instantly. Literally instantaneously. But I did level 10 on carpentry. Oh shit! Are you getting funneled? Or is that like self-sourced? That's fat. God damn. We hit this. So we've got let's see, 4 or 5 weapons out. So we got 1 of the ancient dunes and wands. We got 2 short steel spell bows. We got 1 steel longbow, and I think we got 1 other. I want to say. But we've been getting good weapons out today. Let me buy. It's on the guild. Your steel longbow, 40 gold. I don't have a steel longbow. I didn't get all those. The guild got all those because I roll 99s and 100s on this shit when I'm grabbing it for the guild. You know what's crazy? C had a steel longbow that he sold for 20 gold last night. Yeah. Are you trying to get the steel longbow for yourself or someone else? Bellow in 3 minutes. Swag. Who's this? Myself? That makes sense. That makes sense. You're lying? No. So C was literally gonna like trade me the longbow for a caster piece. And was like, yo, I guess it sold for 20 gold overnight. Been searching for it, but I lose every roll for it. So for me, I'm personally like, I'm already at 150, right? I'm 150 and I'm 6k HP. I still have copper hoop earring. I still have level 0. I still have a mana helm. I'm using a level 10 bronze energy spellbook. Like, I'm kind of fucking juiced for like where I'm at right now. And the important thing to note with this set is we haven't funneled this much. Like, someone gave me a Rubidium mace. No one other than a tank is going to use this. I found the steel shield. No one else other than a tank is going to roll on that. We got both of these from Steel Bloom. This was from Snake Circle. This was from Snake Circle. Winstead bought these for 75 silver. Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, Steel Bloom, and then a vendor. So like, I've sourced all this shit literally organically, no filter, or no funnel or anything like that. And it's been nice. We have a lot of DPS that are very high already in terms of their power because we kind of went the route of like get to 20 and then worry about gear, right? With everyone. Like once you're 20, it's like gear and XP are honestly hand in hand if gear is not weighing XP. So we've got a lot of people who have been willing to make a little bit of the sacrifice in terms of 20 to 25, in addition to like all of our people that are working hard crafting, gathering, everything in between there. And as a result, we've got a lot of people that are right in between 150 and 200 power output right now. We've got a lot of good gear in the guild already. And that's without us targeting, like, you know, any Goondark name mobs, anything like that that's too crazy. Like, we are genuinely just, like, farming what's accessible, what's available, and what's going to be efficient. And it's been very nice so far. We've done pretty well for ourselves with it. And then as we get everybody else leveled, we're going to be able to start forming up raids to get into all of the actual content that people were doing early. So all of those Goondark farms, once everybody kind of like filters out from that, they get their hawk bows and shit like that. We'll just hit those at degen time with 40 people that are all super geared. And then if anyone's over there, then you might have a hawk to a bow, but we've got 200 power plus on pretty much everyone. So it'll be nice. We don't have a lot of 200 pluses yet, but we have a lot of people that are like 3 to 4 slots away from it. And that is naturally gonna keep coming, so. It's kind of fun picking up Garbo. Feels roguelike. Is Shorefoot bugged so it doesn't level? I don't think so. Why? I can't check right now, but yo, what up, Vlogs? How much does it cost to get into the game now? It is the $100 Wave 3 access that gets you into the playtest starting on your purchase day and until the game actually launches. And it's important to remember that that $100, it's a lot up front, but that's going to get you 2 to 2.5 years of content, in my guess. I don't see the game coming out before then in terms of the finished product. So my guess is late 2027. And it also comes with a 90-day period where if you don't like it, you can just get a full refund. You get every penny that you spent back. So if you enjoy it, you're in. If you don't enjoy it, you're chilling. Yo, what a flanker. Any luck with drops? We've got 4 or 5 weapons. We got one of the wands, 2 short steel spell bows, 1 steel longbow. I think we got a blue something as well. I got this for our armor smith as soon as we get that up. We have killed Bellow Smasher multiple times and have not seen a single igneous striker. So eat my asshole and call me a little bitch. I just want a single igneous, dude. I'm using a fucking gray riv mace right now. So I'm poverty tanking. I'm still using hoop earrings. I got fucking level 0 legs on. My helm's a goddamn mana helm, flanky wanky. So I'm trying to do what I can, dog. How's the content at the moment? I personally think there's a fuckload of content. I play 10 plus hours a day and have so much to do. And I'm not like playing 10 hours a day and like running out of things to do either. And it's not like I just get on and it's 10 hours of dailies. I cognitively decide every single day what I'm going to be doing, how I'm going to spend my time. And it feels like every single day I'm able to do new stuff. We're targeting different things for different people. Different parts of the community are making huge steps in progression. Careful of the pat. I don't know if we already pulled it or not, but I personally, I'm over 850 hours in at this point since late December, and these servers just opened up on May 1st. So this was a fresh start that is about a week old. So definitely important to keep in mind. You are getting in at an amazing time, and it really just lines up well with your pack purchase too if you're not currently a player, because this entire 3-month stress test period leading into August 4th, that's covered by your 90-day refund. You can play out this entire progression, see how it's going to be, see how the world shapes up. And if you want to stay into it August 4th, you're good. You're here with us. And if you don't, you just get your money back and then you wait for the launch. This is our release date. No confirmed release date yet, because the entire concept is like, it's done when it's done and they're not rushing it out. Intrepid is funded from like within. They don't have outside investors that are like, you have to hit this target or anything like that. The investors are Steven in the community. So basically the servers that start up on August 4th will follow this 3-month stress test. Those servers will last at least a year, and those will be in place until the game becomes feature complete. So with that time, there's no like end date to those phase 3 servers. It's more so like we're going to take the time that we need to get everything implemented properly, and then once it's implemented properly and they're happy with those server states, we'll move to 2 shorter betas, which will be measured in weeks, and then the game will launch. So their goal is by the time the game goes into beta, it's not like most modern live service titles where it's missing most of its gameplay loop. Literally everything is scuffed with it, and as a result, they're fighting an uphill battle. They want to be in a spot where they are ready to launch, the game is well received by launch time, and the people that waited it out until launch can come into a very good product that doesn't feel like the playtest. So I like it a lot, personally. If you guys haven't made your accounts yet, you can do !ashes in chat. When you do make your account, support the stream a little bit. Portion of your in-game currency, a portion of your money spent will come back to me as in-game currency for the in-game store when that does drop. It basically is transmog only. No pay to win, no pay for progression, no pay for power whatsoever. I would just be able to buy drip without having to pay for it. We rob the Intrepid store. We come up on some shirts and shit. So, if you guys haven't made your account, use that link. Summon an Igneous Striker. Dude, the Igneous Striker doesn't fucking exist. Do bosses just not drop anything? We've killed him like 6 times and we haven't seen a fucking drop yet. We haven't seen a drop or a mat. Bruh. I hate it here. I genuinely hate it here. Check nurse. I just want to check a fucking Igneous Striker out. I literally, I'm a simple man with a simple plan. I just don't want to have a Grey Riv Mace anymore. I have 6 alts for processing. Flanker, what the fuck? Are you just mass pumping out wood? What are you doing? Our guy spent 12 to 14 hours farming name mobs, got 0 drops today. Dude, our trash drops have actually been solid today, too. I don't know, I'm able to play for a short demo, see how it feels, because it looks great at least. So, you do get a short demo, except it's a long demo. So, while it's not free to access for that demo, you get a full 90-day period where you can get a refund if you're not happy with it. So technically you get a 90-day demo with as many hours as you want. You just have to have the initial funds, and if you want to stick with it, then you're in without having to pay anything else the rest of the time. So I would definitely look at it like that. Most games, even finished ones, don't give you 90 days where you can get a refund. So that's kind of like your demo period. You hop in knowing that that money's not just instantly gone, and say you're in and you're like, damn, my game doesn't look like Dusty's, what the fuck, my game doesn't play like Dusty's, then you can just get your money back. And you're not locked in, that money's not instantly gone, and again, that's no hours limit whatsoever. So, I personally think it's definitely worth it. 40 only 70 FPS. We are in a dungeon with a lot of people around us in the general vicinity right now, so it's going to be a little bit more polluted. Also, there's a memory leak that is in certain areas that will kind of like degrade performance over time. So when I reset my game in this area, I cap at 144 just through my NVIDIA software, so I don't get like high and lows. But even when I just start up my game, I'm sitting at that cap and past that. If I uncapped, I'd probably run 200 plus in populated areas when I first started. How much FPS did you have on Siege? I don't even remember, honestly. I don't know if I had the counter up, but my Siege performance felt great. The only thing that felt wacky with Sieges during Siege testing was like TTK was a bit fast, and like server side, if it was like really cluttered, there were some desyncs. But yeah, performance wise, I would say honestly, like even right now we're back up to 100 FPS, just not fighting and stuff. And this is with all of these people around and all of this too. So I would definitely say like performance wise, the biggest thing that I see that kills performance is if you're in one of these populated areas, the memory leak is like the biggest foe for people. Just restart your game if your game feels very chunky. The way that I always test is like, I'll move my camera like this, just back and forth. And if it gets like super and like bad, then I'm like, okay, that memory leak is cooked. So, can refund it for 90 days? Yes. So 90 days from the day of your purchase, no hours limit. You can play as much as you want in that time. It's incredibly safe. Plus play it every day. So basically it is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday playable. Tuesday, Wednesday downtime pretty much every week. So last week, because this is a start of a 3-month stress test, the first few days were really rough. There were a lot of disconnects, a lot of, a lot of problems. So basically, they kept servers up Tuesday and Wednesday so we could play more and they could get more data. And that was entirely because we lost a lot of playtime and they wanted to, fix some more problems and allow us to get a little bit more playtime. Intrepid is, in my opinion, like an ideal dev to have their hands on something like this. They're very communicative. Most weeks, you're not getting the Tuesday, Wednesday playtime. It's gonna be taken down. But there may be some weeks where shit happens that allows us to get a little bit of extra uptime. So this was one of those weeks. We are going to have server downtime at the end of this week. Where's everyone going? Why is everyone running off? I thought Nurse was up. But basically, most weeks up until August 4th, we'll have that Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. And then on August 4th, we'll have new servers that come up. And those will include kind of like the finished versions of a lot of system revamps that we're in the middle of. So a full revamp to the questing experience, first time user experience, gathering, refining, crafting, econ, literally everything. Time to kill, attributes. Like, we're in the middle of shoring up a ton of systems within the game itself. And as a result, a lot of those systems will be in for August 4th. So on August 4th, we'll go to 24/7 accessibility, no more full days of downtime unless something goes terribly. But very, very safe knowing that. 5 days, the servers are definitely there. Yep, and there can be downtimes during the 5 days, right? So it's a play test. If they have any critical bugs that are causing like crashes, server shit. We missed Nurse. Wait, is Nurse up right now? Yeah, I don't know why everybody ran off. I don't think it's up quite yet, but I'll come back for it. Okay, we'll come back for it then. But yeah, so we will get like sometimes downtimes and shit like that. Smith just spawned. I think, Rug, is your group still over at Smith? I'm assuming Rug's group is still there. They already killed it. It spawned in the time that the group walked away. Oh, like it spawned early and they got it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. How's the content coming? Are they bringing big updates or always smaller ones but frequent? What if I told you it was big updates but frequent? Like, so I come over from New World. I played 7,000 plus hours in New World. And so New World was on a once yearly content cadence, right? We're on a bi-weekly major patch delivery at this point. It's fucking insane. We have received an entire biome a month for the last 2 months, and we have another biome that'll probably be coming in at the end of this month with the anvils that will eventually be tested as the second starting area for a new player experience as well. So we started with the Riverlands. When I came in on December 26th, there was this half of the desert in its very, very basic state. Since then, they've added on the peninsula, redid the entire desert as a whole, added in the tropics and the turquoise sea. All of this is sailable with a naval combat system and a force flag. And then they just added the Goondark, or the Junedark, if you're a bitch-ass motherfucker, at the end of last month. So this is an area that is meant to support level 50 gameplay and is artificially down-leveled to be like appropriate for what the actual level scaling is now. This area is going to be a big-ass volcano, according to what we've heard, and the anvils are going to be right up here. So this will be your second starting area. Your first starting area is here in the Riverlands. Just for perspective, if you played about 1,000 hours in New World, there's no fast travel in Ashes. The entire New World map is slightly larger than the Riverlands. So we have 4 biomes right now. New World's map would fit in pretty much any one of these biomes. We have the anvils coming, and we're gonna have 18 total biomes when the map is finished. We'll have 4 starting areas. You'll have an insane amount of classes to pick from. It's nice. And they're very communicative with like what they're prioritizing right now. So we're in the middle of a huge amount of actual like lifestyle skill changes, improvements. Last phase, if I cut down a tree, it would respawn 4 hours later on the dot in that same spot as that same tree, as that same rarity. They're in the process of knocking all of that out. So we've already got dynamic respawn timers, dynamic rarities, and they just keep throwing more and more in. We're simultaneously in the middle of econ revamps, making things more player-to-player emphasized instead of vendor purchase because it's meant to be a player-to-player MMO. Then you've also got time to kill changes, making PvP way more fun. Any of my PvPers in chat, feel free to vouch for that. These fights, while we've been leveling, have been so enjoyable. Everything that we're working towards right now, questing is a big thing for solo players, and like, this game will never be like optimal for solo players, but questing has felt bad for a long time. They're in the process of making questing feel way better and completely revamping it. This patch, they put in a 30% questing XP buff to kind of like help usher people into that so they can get more data. So it's pretty nice, man. We're getting a ton of things worked on all the time. Apparently they're doing some econ changes soon, which were meant for the August patch. Oh yeah. So they're trying to get everything like in econ wise, like long-term sustainability wise, before that long-term server actually starts. So that way they're not at risk of, you know, more wipes, more resets, more bad shit. Like fewer scuffs on that long-term server, right? So in an ideal world, they're able to keep that long-term 1 year plus server up without wipes, simulate the long-term economy, and make sure that everything's going to be good. And I think that would be building massively towards a successful launch, having all of that long-term data. Will you be able to choose a starting point? Yes, as of what we know so far. Having so much fun in the game right now. Oh, dude, it's fucking insane. And there are so many different gameplay loops. Like, we have been, as a guild, just trying to get our guild infrastructure organized because a lot of guilds went into phase 2 on the competitive end, you know, competitive P2 guilds, with all of that infrastructure already in place. So for us, all of the static leveling groups, all of the push up to 20 right on curve, all of the being ahead of the curve with power scaling and competing for gear, we didn't get that last phase because we were late to the party and we were a small community. So this phase, it's like we're getting that run. So next phase, we've got our statics ready. We've got our leveling loops ready. I know not to leave my initial fucking mob farm until I'm actually ready to transition to the next spot. So just, oh my God. So many things. So many things that'll continue. They can't be serious with these graphics. Why do you sound so dramatic? It's an alpha. Graphics-wise, I run on different settings, a little bit lower settings to push more frames out and have a little bit less clutter on screen. But it's important to remember that in an alpha, a lot of things, especially visually, come in at their lowest functional state in support of a, you know, kind of like an improvement over the playtest. This is a true alpha where things aren't really meant to be finished, polished, or pretty, but they're meant to work. And if you look at World of Warcraft's alpha, or really any MMO's alpha, there's a ton of evolving, like with the graphics and with everything. This is an Unreal Engine 5 game, and right now we're kind of like, let's be honest, we're in a fucking dungeon in a forge that's like supposed to be a little dreary and drab. Out in the actual environment, there are a ton of very, very beautiful areas that you actually get amazing kind of like, oh fuck, like this is nuts. And there are a lot of those out there. So let's find a max of 4K. Yeah, I like a lot of the graphic design comparatively to a lot of games. Every game has its own graphic style, and that's important to remember too. Like, not everything is going to be WoW, not everything is going to be Borderlands, not everything is going to be the Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Everything kind of has its own animation style, its own graphic style, and everything like that. Compare it with Chrono Odyssey alpha graphics, and then judge then. Chrono Odyssey alpha gameplay. Are you comparing it to these open worlds? Because there are a lot of very beautiful open worlds. Is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for a comparison in a dungeon? Because if we look at Chrono Odyssey gameplay, let's give this a look. Because this is actual gameplay from the official Chrono Odyssey accounts. And this is, I mean, I'll leave that up to you. But this also doesn't look that remarkable for an alpha, brother. I don't know. I mean, that's up to you, though. Everything graphics-wise is most definitely subject to personal interpretation. Some people will like that. That gives me some nice, like, God of War vibes almost. Takes me back to the PS2 days, right? Ashes has its own graphic set to it. Some people have come in and had a lot of, like, little, oh shit, I recognize this from here. This is kind of like this inspired. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But I definitely think if you follow development, they're very clear that graphics-wise, that's going to come along. We're also getting ready to transition to Unreal Engine 5.5. And with that, there are going to be a lot of significant, like, lighting improvements, visual improvements that could come through that. So, again, it's an alpha. It's not meant to be the most visually polished state. The minimap has black borders on it in certain areas if you're down in a dungeon, because it's just kind of like a short build out. The UX is all placeholder. The audio is all, you know, work in progress. Everything is literally a work in progress here. And I think the fact that you're comparing it to anything else, It's a pretty good sign. I think the biggest improvement for 5.5 should probably be performance. Oh, performance will be a massive gap up. A massive gap up with 5.5. But like megalites is also going to impact how a lot of things look. We watched I don't know if they like do use or if they plan to use megalites, but megalites impact a lot of things in like very heavily lit areas with a lot of independent sources. And with megalites, they don't actually have to redo anything. They just have to like turn that on. Victor Locke, thank you for the hydrates. I don't think it's going to be this instant level of like, holy shit, 5.5 changed everything. But I do think you'll see, especially in populated areas, probably a little bit less just like, oh shit, everything looks a little washed out, and definitely better performance. Do you think with items being all hand-me-downs that eventually it'll hurt the economy to make supply too high? Not really, because like supply for low-level items isn't really a valid thing. It's also a catch-up mechanic. So like a lot of games that do have bind on pickup, bind on equip, as progression phases kind of like out, you know what I mean? Typically that gear will become more readily available, and I think that's a way for players that get in late to not have the same inconveniences that players were like organic leveling, right? So for us, our level 20 levelers that are out ahead of the curve right now, we get a good piece of gear, we equip it. Our people that are behind the curve now have a catch-up mechanism where their leveling experience is easier than ours due to those hand-me-downs. I don't think that's really going to impact the like top-end economy, but I do think it's a nice inherent catch-up mechanic for players that may be behind the curve in terms of progression, needing filler pieces, or anything like that. It's also going to supply a few accessory systems. So you do have your deconstruction kits that are made now. So I believe, are those going to be arcane NG for decon kits? Yeah, decon kits are arcane engineering, so you can deconstruct items, and you can get materials from that to make tempering kits. Tempering kits can be used to increase the quality of an item within the same rarity bracket. So if I have like a really bad blue roll that I want to temper up, I can temper that really bad blue up to a max roll blue, and then enchant it on top of that. So tempering impacts like the base of it, and allows you to have like a guaranteed higher quality within that same bracket. Is this an alt care? No, this is my main. These servers just reset 1 week ago. So basically, once you hit level 20 plus, the entire emphasis is on gearing, in my opinion. So this is my main. This is a tank over here, and basically what we're doing right now is farm it up, getting all set up in terms of some gear drops. And not many people will have a lot of gear because this is a, you know, a very fresh server. Ashes isn't a game where you're going to hit max level in a few hours and then also have like the best gear within 2 days. You're going to be looking at a pretty lengthy grind for both of those things. So we're at a point now where we're kind of like going at the experience grind as like a little accessory, you know? It's not the main focus anymore, but the main focus for us is working on a little bit of XP while working on a whole lot of loot, because we've got an entire community to gear out. So, like I mentioned before, we were just talking about this with things not being bind on pickup, bind on equip with the hand-me-downs. Anytime that we replace a piece of gear in terms of like our progression levelers, we're able to then hand down our old piece of gear to somebody else, and they have an easier experience of it. So basically for us, we're just trying to fill out our pieces that we're missing. We're farming a boss that has a really, really, really good mace as well. If it does ever drop, we've killed it so many fucking times, and no drop. No drop. Graphics eventually get outdated as the game good is more important. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. If I wanted to, if I personally was worried about something looking beautiful and not how it plays, I would go watch a movie or I'd go outside. I live in Maine. I can just go for a hike if I want a beautiful landscape, right? If I really want something scenic and breathtaking, I'm not gonna sit in my computer chair and expect that. If I want something scenic and breathtaking, I'm gonna go outside and look at trees and shit. If I want a game that is fun to play, that's what I'm gonna sit in my chair and do. I want to stream for that. Something scenic and breathtaking. W Riz shock. Carlo would have never thought of that. She doesn't care. W shock. The premium gas. What is outside? Thank God my sunburn's better now, but I had a sunburn that was like red the first time I went outside this season. Isn't Unreal 6 coming out soon? I have no fucking idea. I'm not actually like a game dev or anything. I basically just get the information, spit into my mouth like a mother bird by the people that know about it, and then I understand what I understand. I don't really follow Unreal Engine intricacies. Everything that I know about the systems is because we watched a tech specs video. We basically just watched like an Unreal Engine 5 video on stream, and we're like, oh shit, this is all stuff that could come. So, it's pretty cool. Corla Mananas. I think Corla is like in the fucking war room of the guild. I'm pretty sure. Again, that's why I come to stream. Are you the mother bird? I'd be fine with that. 0-4 on making mounts. Don't worry, I'm like 0 for fucking 7 on getting my drop from this asshole. Maybe I'll close it to launch. Maybe they can port it easy. I mean, I don't know enough to know validity of things like that, but I feel like just because something does have accessibility to like a new version of an engine doesn't mean that they need to port. From what I've gathered, ports can be a pretty time-consuming thing, and like from 4 to 5, they, from what I've heard, lost a ton of progress and essentially had to like do a lot of things from near scratch with just the knowledge that they had to rebuild them. So I don't know all the intricacies. I don't pretend to. I'm just a fucking dude with a camera, right? But it definitely does seem like a massive investment to full transition. From what we've gathered with the 5.5, that's just essentially going to be like pressing a couple buttons and then things are turned on. It seems like a very easy swap according to all the videos that we watch. So that might not require as much like, you know, as much fuckery. Do the servers get reset? Yeah, so right now we're in the middle of a 3-month stress test period. This goes May 1st to August 4th, and then we'll have August 4th as another period where that'll be like, you know, a long-term server. So that'll be much longer than 3 months. That will be at least a year long, and in that time, we will get a ton. The game will be feature complete by the time that server's finished, so it's gonna be really solid to see how it comes along. But by the time we go into betas, those are just going to be like 2 really, really, really short betas that are just meant to like polish everything and finish it all up. Is this progress on the server confirmed getting strapped? I mean, at some point, yeah. Like eventually, yeah. Whether it's strapped immediately on August 4th or not, that's still up in the air. But with like everything getting revamped, like time to kill, econ, questing experience, 2 starting zones instead of 1, regionalized servers instead of 1 mega server. I don't think there's a single way that there would be enough people playing over here still to get valid information. Time to kiss. Oh, I'll set a world record there. On August, wipes coming once a year. Did I get it right? So it's playtesting right now. It's an alpha. So it's not going to be like a once a year cadence or anything like that. The August server is going to start up, and it is it doesn't have an end date. It's going to be like until it's done, basically. If they have to wipe during that time, they will, but they don't want to, right? But it's a playtest. So if something happens and just completely borks everything and they do have to wipe, there is always a chance that we could see it 1 week, 1 month, 10 months in at any point. It's just a matter of like kind of getting your expectations right, that it is all about playtesting and getting the information. Well, if you have to play something that you wouldn't consider as a main, then some things when you're wiped, you wouldn't feel so bad about starting over. I mean, it depends on how you want to go about it. Every wipe and every chance to start fresh is also a chance for you to try to optimize if that's the route you want to go. So for our community, we had a lot of people in leveling groups that it was their first time leveling. We had a lot of people who hit, you know, some bumps in the road in their progression, and through that, they're going to know how to iron out those things. People that are playing their main will familiarize themselves with a lot of different situations, a lot of different changes, and they will be like better at their main by the time the August servers hit. So it all depends on like you as a player and what you're looking for. A lot of our top 2 guilds, because we have multiple guilds, but like our top 2 guilds will be extremely PvP focused. So every single reset that comes up, we'll be trying to optimize and gear up faster and faster and do more and more. But there will also be players who are like, ah shit, I just want to chill, I want to vibe, I want to learn. And honestly, this is a really good period for that as well. People that want to come in and they're like, ah shit, everything's getting wiped in 3 months. Well, that can also be a good thing. Well, not that everything's definitively getting wiped in 3 months, but it could. But that could also be a very good thing because you come into it with that mentality, or instead of that mentality, with a mentality of like, okay, I have 3 months. I'm going to try to learn as much as I physically can about this game in that time. So that way I can better educate myself on, you know, the August 4th launch. Yo, what up, Noble? What sort of combat are you using to play the way you are? In other words, is action combat, tap target, Q, what's the difference between them all? Yeah, so personally, I play on the tab target system. So tab target's essentially going to be like, you have your cursor mode free. I can click on things to target them, or I can click here, tab target to go back to an enemy or cycle through enemies. So a couple of different ways to target. I can left drag to free move my camera without actually changing my character direction. I can right drag to change my character direction. So tab target itself gives me a lot of precision over what I'm targeting through a combo of like click and tab targets. Then if you press Z, that brings you into the quote-unquote like action combat mode. So your cursor disappears and in favor of like this reticle. The reticle makes it kind of like a soft lock target acquisition. Hello. And with that soft lock, like I don't have to tab target, and if I'm near a target, it'll kind of like lock onto them. So it's not necessarily like an aiming thing, but it is more of the traditional, like I put my reticle near someone, it hits them. I use left mouse button to attack, right mouse button to block. So there are a few core differences there just in terms of like the camera modes themselves. I personally play on the tab target. Like I mentioned, I feel like it gives me more precision, more like control over my inputs. And that's after 7,000 plus hours in New World because I played WoW for 20,000 plus hours. So basically for me, it's all preference. There are people that play on both and have success on both. I think personally, the biggest thing in terms of action combat that carries over into Ashes is the hybridization of traditional tab target with health and mana and movement abilities with the active iframe, where you get half a second of invulnerability. Adeptus Lost, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Your dodge itself gives you half a second of 100% evasion rating. So with that, you have your stamina management, typically part of action combat games. Then you have your movement system. It's a momentum carrying movement system. So once my stam regens, I'll basically show you the difference. If I were to just dodge, I do a somersault. But because of the momentum carry, I can dodge and then jump. And if I dodge and then I jump, boom, I have a little momentum carry. With all of the full momentum carry, if I sprint into my charge and then cancel my charge with a block and jump, I can really get schmoving, because that's going to take my momentum. Charge speeds it up. And then you increase that speed even more when you jump and block to cancel your charge. So there are a lot of small things in the actual like movement system that are very, very, very like action combat-y, past just like a traditional tab target, where a lot of tab targets will be like, I stand here, I have ability options, and not much else. So that's been one of my favorite things. In addition to that, it's a very unique like weapon system. You'll notice I'm a tank. I have my mace and my sword, but I also have a book. Every class will have a ranged and a melee weapon equipped at all times, and every weapon in the game has a physical and a magical scaling counterpart. If we hurry after Puppy, we can try both. Okay, cool. Yeah, just prio Puppy, please. If we hurry after Puppy... Wait, please. Get the boss kill over the named kill. The boss kill's just worth more. Puppy in 2. Yeah. Stay here, please. I never knew you were a tank. Yeah! I hate you, meta. I hate you. But yeah, so on any class, you're able to pick your weapons, customize kind of like to your heart's desire in a sense. If you're a mage, you can use a wand in your offhand, or in your range slot, and then you can use a great spell sword in your melee slot, and you can literally have like a great sword equipped as a mage. So it's a very, very cool system. Any class can use any weapon. Armor system is also very sandboxy, and any class can equip any armor weight. So It's nice. I think there's a lot of like ownership to how people have, you know, their character built. And as secondary archetypes continue to come in as well, that's gonna add a ton. So it's more of a wedding. What you get up to tonight, Meta? Noble, I hope that helped out a little bit with the whole like action combat stuff. Got a little yappy on you, but as I always do. Please stop running away from my group. You need to die. Oh, bloobs! Damn it, nothing good. God damn it. Level 18 right now. Yo, if you did Steel Bloom for the rest of tonight, you'd be set. Unironically. Unironically, you'd be fine. Sorry, Shock. Shock got Fortnited. Oh shit. Bellows up. Bellows up. Boys, everything's going south. What was on that guy? Who got that loot? What was on... It's 4 enchanted runes? Oh, word. Okay. I saw it go pub and I did not know who got it. So I was like, oh shit. Gotta work tomorrow on farming giants. How's the XP farming giants? I was doing giants in the desert yesterday to try to get some Lumidon drops, like the jewelry drops. They weren't bad. We were doing the 25, the Senna giants out there near the Beetle Pocket dungeon. So that was pretty chill. It was pretty chill, but there were quite a few different giant farms. I think there were 22 stars as well, right? I want to go get my lumberjacking up soon, I think. I don't want to like wait too long on it. Although it's not gonna be very hard. Wait, what was on that one that just turned blue? What the fuck was that? Who got that? What the hell is going on here? Why is everything just going pub? Oh wait, did you loot your body? Wait. No, nobody died. Did they? Wasn't there just another mob that was blue? Because that would either be somebody's glint going public or a blue drop. I don't know who grabbed that hoe. If it doesn't have a light pillar, it's not loot, it's runes. Oh, word. I think you're on Fent. I would be dead if I was on Fent. I would literally be dead. No, thank you, sir. I'll take a hard pass. I did, however, get more sugar today for my coffee, so I have been on a bit of a sugar rush for the past 6 hours. So I'm riding a little high today, boys. We're on that buzz that might not ever stop. Got some runes. RIP runes. Somebody's probably pulling a fucking blue steel longbow and not telling me. I don't trust y'all. Where could we go farm after this? Like, if an igneous drops here, I'm literally down to, like, go change up the scene. Yo, Captain Babs, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in, my friend. I really want an igneous striker. I think this is like kill 8 or kill 9 without a single drop. And like, if it does drop, what if you low roll it? I'm using a gray lower item level version of the mace. So like Ruvidium mace is just igneous striker, but worse. So there's no way if it drops that it's a physical downgrade. As long as I just get the weapon itself, we're so up. Yours is better than mine, even being gray. What's yours? Because I gave Zombie a juicer as well. It was just like a DPS one, so if I get an igneous, I give Zombie this one. As in Mirror Shock. When it... Oh, if you guys roll on that, I would fucking ban you. Oh my god. Oh, at least we got the map for it eventually, but... I rolled a 9 on the need roll. Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. That's the crafting map for it eventually. So It's just, it's not gonna be craftable for so fucking long. We're gonna need so much. We need a weaponsmith. We need all the mats for it. We need pretty much everything, but it's a vibe. We do have a crafting mat for the gloves and for Igneous Striker. We've got a couple glittering metal strands, but crafting an Igneous Striker is gonna be fucking impossible too, because you're gonna need the recipe for it. Did we get the recipe for it? Ember Toss, no. Like, you're gonna need the recipe for it. You're gonna need to come down here for it, unless the relic is found. Kind of disappointed the rarity quality of a decon kit doesn't do anything. Don't decon kits have to match the rarity of what they're deconning? I thought that's how it was. Or can you just decon with a gray? I thought that was like the whole point of the decon and tempering kits, was they had to be rarity matches the whole way through. They don't now? Interesting. New patch or bug? Weird. They don't have to match. So is there legitimately just no benefit to a decon? Like a higher rarity one? Because that's kind of fucked up. Surely there's some benefit, right? Boss mat? You can get the boss mat if you high rarity decon, and not if you low rarity? That's so weird. What rarity does it have to be for a boss mat then? Less material returned. Okay. So like there is benefit to it. I do 2 higher. Okay. No, that makes sense. And what do decon kits like actively take right now? Kolkathar? What the fuck is that? Just go for boss mat. Yeah, reasonable. Reasonable. I just want to get a fucking boss drop. I just want a single goddamn Igneous Striker. And then I would be so happy with my entire life. But we gotta have people looking at like player markets. I mean, Igneous Strikers aren't gonna be going out if people aren't getting the kills other than us, but so we don't need to worry about that. But there are so many things that we could get just like on player markets right now that would be massive upgrades for a lot of people, between like jewelry, 20 weapons, everything. People will be misposting stuff constantly. Not everyone is gonna know what they have. Excuse me. Please stop being annoying. Please focus me. Thank you. And we have an admin that's going to be in our ass now. That's fine. He'll come over. Please stir this way. Oh my god, we have so many people out of nowhere. That's fine. Little 4-Polski. We're chilling. Everybody is fine. Nobody is hurt. I get you back in here. And then I need to worry about this flame stroker going absolutely fucking Travis Scott sicko mode on my entire group. I think we're good. Rug, do you say you guys got anything good today or nah? I'm convinced like Forge is just not it, dog. I'm convinced I could have found like a better Rubidium mace if I had just spent Snake Circle this entire time. Although we have found a lot of weapons today, like multiple people have got weapon upgrades. So I guess that's really good in itself, but just overall, man, I don't know. Maybe Zammer Room would be a loot pinata, but we went in Zammer Room earlier and it wasn't worth it, even for like attempting the Zammer kill. Zammer was up, Zammer was untouched, nobody was down there, and we understood why, because the mobs down there were hitting hard as shit. We pulled a couple of extra trash mobs and it was full cooked. So if we get a larger raid, maybe we try it again, but I feel like ideally we just get another couple kills, see if we can find anything worthwhile. And then I'm gonna get my lumberjacking up to 10 today. I'm gonna get my mat set aside. We've got to do a guild meetup in Jova so we can distribute axe mats to people. Does somebody have loot there? No. Okay, we're good. All right, everybody grabbing their shit. Because if we are forgetting drops, I will be sad. I feel like it's these guys that have dropped most of our loot, though. Like, we haven't got a single fucking thing off the actual boss. Wait, who's been getting the boss loot? Has it been 9 gold worth of glint every time? Just out of curiosity. Because somebody's been getting the boss corpse itself. Shot got 9 glint worth once. I don't know if that's an every time thing or what. But motherfuckers be getting rich out here. And if that is true, I'm about to kick all of you from the group. And I'm gonna get the tag. Game allows you take freedom, take whatever path you like when playing. Oh my god, it is very, very, very sandboxy leaning. It is a player-to-player, like, social sandbox leaning sand park. So that is a very cool thing for me. While we've been in here in this dungeon with a small raid of people doing this grind, we have also had many people who are working on their gathering or finding and their crafting skills, and all of that is incredibly important. So, leveling, you have a lot of different decisions that you can make. Questing is going through a complete revamp right now where that's going to continue to get better. But a lot of the questing loops that people have figured out as optimal are very, very good already. So, questing has come a long way. Mob grinding in a group is a very good way to level because it's super safe, it's super replicatable, and as a result, if you're not dying, you're not getting experience stat, you're not losing materials, so it's really, it's really safe, really nice if you're able to secure that. In terms of unlocking dungeons, that's actually not bound to a person, but bound to the node, or the server itself. For instance, in the desert, we have a lot of what are called pocket dungeons, which are not as large as this area, but do have build-outs to them. They'll have typically 2 named mobs, which are not bosses, but they'll be stronger than your average, like, trash mob, right? So, with those pocket dungeons, certain areas, certain points of interest, and certain pocket dungeons could be locked until a node itself, like the player-ownable towns as a whole, reach a certain level. And then, upon reaching that certain level, bing, bang, boom, you're good to go. So, I think there is a ton of, like, autonomy, a ton of decision-making that you can make as a player. And Ashes is intended to be a long leveling process. Right now, the player cap is level 25. On launch, it's going to be 50. And that's intended to be a multi-100-hour leveling process if you're focusing the leveling grind pretty exclusively. The good news is, there's a ton to do along the way where it doesn't, like, it doesn't feel like you're ushered into any one thing or obligated to do one thing. It's all about you being able to actively control what you're doing when you're doing it. And through that, I think that there's a lot of ownership and a lot of freedom in that, like you said. Nova got a bunch of accounts reset. Spencer, thank you for the follow. How many accounts is a lot? Because, like, wasn't Nova not even doing that well this patch? I feel like we're going to be the only guild that is, like, kicking people's asses in PvP that doesn't get accounts reset at this point. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, because there have been the Envious resets, there have been the Nova resets now. I'm sure there have been more resets that we haven't heard about, especially if they're evaluating all of that. I'm assuming most of the people that reset probably exploited into areas that were not, like, accessible and got gear that wasn't in the loot table yet. So when we were farming Daytona one day, there were a bunch of Nova guys that came down and they tried to get over to the gate. And when they saw that we were down there, that was the Nova group that flagged up on us and got wiped by us. So what I think is they were trying to get down to the gate to, like, mount exploit in through the gate and try to hit the named mobs to try to get the gear from the named mobs before it's available. And basically we were down there so they couldn't do that. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if it was kind of like related to inaccessible gear acquisition from a few people. I think a lot of people have gone down to Steel Bloom sewers. A lot of people have probably exploited through, like, the gates that are in Apothecarium. It's probably a lot. Reason why I asked is because I'll be coming from a very old RuneScape. I think 07 is will most likely be the last time I ever play, as it does look fun. Only thing is I hate questing. If you hate questing, you're good. You do not have to quest. The optimal way to level will be mob grinding with a group. Respawns are typically very fast, and there are a lot of areas that have very high, like, mob density and congestion. So mob grinding will always be in a group that #1 way to level. Questing will get better for people who like questing, but if you're looking to 1 to X, that's gonna be the mob grind way. Yo, what up, Headshot? How you doing, man? Shortbow or longbow, and why? PvE or PvP? Personally, PvP, I prefer longbow. It's got a longer range. Headshot, thank you for the follow. It's got a longer range on the longbow. Longbow is the longest range weapon in the entire game. And that seems really weird to say, longest range weapon. But basically, longbow gives you the most attack range. It's going to have the highest fizz power or magic power if you're using a spell longbow to it, out of the range weapons as well. As it's going to be like the slowest but the hardest hitting one. So from that standpoint, you're benefiting a lot on your basic attacks. You're benefiting a lot on all of your abilities, which take a portion of your like damage output, your power output, and use that as kind of like the basis. So through that, longbow scales up a little bit better on those, benefits your power rating a little bit more. There are quite a few people in terms of ranger players or like PvE players as well that do still swear by shortbow. Single target shortbow because of arrow storm can be some really good burst. You do sacrifice a little bit of range there, and a little bit of that just raw power scaling. But if the rest of your gear is really good and you don't need the power, then you may hit arrow burst hard as shit. Who tripped to the last stand? God damn it. God damn it. Any low levels want to group up? DM Apocalypse. Yo, Vayu. Hope the grind's been well, brother. What level are you at right now? And what are you trying to get into? What's our timer on this guy? Do we know how long? I kind of want to hit these maps tonight, too. 8, finding a group is a pain. Chat, who's in the range where you're like just kind of starting out and you want to hit some church? I'm sure we got some low levelers in. Around 18 minutes on Bellow Spawn. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. It does not seem like we killed him just 12 minutes ago. Church is full right now? That makes sense. Might be a little low for highwaymen. Halls, maybe? You could also core lock. Like, core lock is really solid. Hall's really solid. What else would I say to do at that level? Probably a little low for Oaken. I'd recommend 11 for Oaken. Oh, you could also go out to the desert. Desert minnows. There are quite a few low-level minnows and shit in the desert. That's probably not contested at all, if I'm being completely honest. I want to say the lower level ones are like in this area. And then in South Mira, there's also, if you have a small group, this area that's filled with shardlings and stuff. Shardlings are incredibly easy to fight. They're essentially just, they walk around and don't do much. So I would say if church is incredibly contested, maybe hit South Mira and try to do the shardling farm there. That could be a really good one. Bohanglaze, what are you doing? Go clear them out for us. You want me to go bowling low levels? No. Should I start playing this now or should I wait until beta/release? Depends. What's your goal? Is your goal to build towards long-term progression that's not going to reset? Or is your goal to enjoy something that will be a clear work in progress and will continue to get better and provide feedback on it? I think that's all in the big, like, you know, the big picture of it. If you wanted to feel like you're playing a fully finished MMO where you're not expected to have any issues, bugs, or anything, then wait until launch. If you're someone who's cool with being a part of a playtesting environment where things bug, things get wacky, they're constantly changing things, your character could get wiped at any moment, resets will happen, no progression will carry over, but you'll be able to learn a lot, see the world evolve, and provide feedback on the systems that you enjoy, then it's a ton of fun. With that being said, like game-breaking bugs, we don't really deal with a ton of those. The worst thing that we've dealt with recently is mobs hitting a bit hard. I think a lot of the things we deal with in alpha are very small problems comparatively to what a lot of titles deal with, including live service titles. So I think it's personally a very good time to start playing because we just started a 3-month stress test period. And during that 3 months, if you buy your Wave 3 pack, you have 90 days from the purchase of your Wave 3 pack where you can get a full refund if you're not happy with it. How long does playtest last? So basically, this is the entire development phase. So this is Alpha 2 Phase 2.5, we're calling it. Phase 3 begins on August 4th, and that's where we go to 24/7 server accessibility, and we'll get new servers there. So, on August 4th, most people will be re-rolling. It's a really good time to come in now because a lot of systems between questing, time to kill, attributes, gathering, fighting, and crafting, all of those are receiving significant revamps during this time, and player feedback is what's driving those changes. So, if you're someone who's like, this might be pretty sick, you're able to hop in, use that 90-day period after your purchase, where if you don't like it, you just get your money back, you wait for launch. If you do like being in the playtest, you'll know, and you're in until the launch of the game without spending anything else. So I definitely think it is one of the safest purchases a gamer can make. You're essentially able to come in, see if you want to hang out, and go from there. In terms of the total time until launch, I'm guessing 2 to 2.5 years. I don't think it'll be out any sooner than that. My personal guess is late 2027. That's just kind of like on guessing. But as Argom said, you also get 1 month of sub time when the game launches. It's going to be no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month sub only. So your first month of sub time is included with the Wave 3 pack, and then you also get $15 in the in-game store, which is transmog only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no anything in between. So there'll never be any pay to win in Ashes. There will never be anything like that. So pretty cool to think about. It is, in my opinion, some of the most like ethical monetization I've seen in a while, between like the refund period, between the long-term monetization being, you know, sub only. People can choose if they want to come in, if they want to wait, if they want to play more when the game does launch. Your sub doesn't start until the launch. So any good drops since I left? I think another weapon or two, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Game does struggle with finding good windows to release games. They don't want to release their game the same time as the huge... I read that as huge titties. I read that as they don't want to release their game at the same time as huge titties, dude. God damn it, I'm such a simple man. No, that makes sense as well. Yo, what up, Lucid? How have you felt Ashes has improved since you started playing? It sucks. No, I'm kidding. In between late December and now, the fluidity of the game feels incredibly different. They're able to pack so many more players into so many, like, such a smaller area and kind of have more of that player congestion without the server actually borking. So back-end wise, they have made a ton of improvements to actually improve the fluidity of the game. In terms of outward expansions, I mean, our map has quadrupled in size since I've started playing, so that's a standalone. All of these biomes provide functionality and actual incentivization to partake in, instead of just coming out and being empty placeholders that do nothing for the game. So basically, for me, in between December and May 1st, if I look at it as, you know, what it was then and what it is now coming in, it's completely different. Nearly every system has received improvements since I first came in, from time to kill, power scaling, gathering, refining, crafting, questing, freeholds, which is the, you know, the player-owned housing. Just node ownership is going to be going to account-based voting only, so it actually is now. So that way you're not able to ballot box stuff next month. So like just literally everything in the game, in every way, shape, and form, has progressed since I have been here. It's not just a matter of like, oh, well, this one system's come a long way. We've got more systems added. We've got boats. We've got the lawless, like, oceans now to sail on. Boats are going to have more types, more functionalities. We've done node siege testing. Like, we've seen so many different expansions to things. It has genuinely been crazy to see not only how much is coming out, but also how rapidly and how clean the deployments of it are. That, I feel like, is always a big problem with patches. I mean, at least in my experience coming from New World. Tried logging in a few months ago, but felt super laggy even though my PC is great. Yeah. So right now we're in the middle of a 3-month stress test, and their emphasis very early on was multiple patches a day to add in server worker infrastructure, and to really improve a lot of the state of the game. So it's really solid, man. It's very, very, very solid. I will say the stress test itself, it's meant to be a stress test. They have every single player in the world on this one server show right now. And from May 1st to August 4th, we're all going to be here. So far, they broke the Ashes peak concurrent player record, as well as, to Intrepid's knowledge, the Unreal Engine 5 concurrent player record on a single server. So we had over 8,100 people out of one starting area. We're going to have 4 starting areas on launch, and we're going to be testing dynamic gridding throughout this time, which will be absolutely massive for like how many players and how much an area can hold. Dynamic gridding will allow like basically the server workers that are dedicated to running an area to detect when there's a lot of load on them and then basically reallocate their boundaries and call in more resources to deal with that and keep running smooth. So it's dude, it's sick. Yo, side breeds. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Lucid, thanks so much for the primer. Much love. Your walkthrough and Forge on low versus cinematic. This place is so beautiful. Oh yeah, Forge is if you have like the proper settings on. I run my settings entirely built around being able to see more. But even if I just go high, like the actual lighting and everything is so much different, dog. Everything changes the second you put your like global illumination on an actual setting instead of just having it on medium so you can see more. The stress test has gone so well, better than companies that have released games. Yes, New World launch with 2,000 player count servers was worse than this launch. And they had 1/4 of the players on a full launch of a AAA title. People couldn't play for hours. Literally days. People were locked out and multiple people had to like re-roll on different servers multiple times to be able to even play. Yo, Big Quads, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Learn to not look into the door to the entrance is a CSGO flashbang. Yeah! So it does make sense though. Because if I were in Jay Cutler, what are you doing these days? The fuck? Yo, Jay Cutler, thanks for the follow, dog. The Cutlet. So, personally, like, if I was, lifting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Defying gravity one step at a time. I love it. I love it. So, if I was in a cave or like a forge or some shit like that, this is inside a fucking mountain. I feel like if I'm fully inside a mountain, like balls deep in a mountain, and then I look out, it's probably going to fucking blind me. You know what I mean? Like sometimes when my window's open when I'm streaming, I look over and I'm like, oh shit. Like I can only imagine if I was in a completely dark cave and looked out. Oh yeah, we'd be fucked. Jinzo, thank you for the follow as well. Much love. Rug said that they were out of Forge and to go check the other named mob. So let's check this real quick. And then we should do probably one more Bellow Smasher kill and then change up the scenery a little bit. Forge has been great to us, but all good things must come to an end. Uncrafted 10G sunshades. You gotta have an entire like sunglass profession now. The outfitter. If you couldn't play, it was a skill diff. Macros for the win. Bro, it wasn't even a matter of just beating the queues with New World though. Like, even if you were in past the queues, you got fucked. Like, you actually just got rolled. It was borderline impossible to actually pull off. Wait, why is everybody dipping now? We need one more Bellow Smasher kill and then we're good. We just need one. Like the next one is the next one is the one. That's where we get the actual item. Please. Fashion frame is endgame. Yes, Sirski. Yes, Sirski. The transmog system is what runs every MMO. And if you don't have a good transmog system, you don't have a good MMO. Everyone knows that. Like, fuck endgame. Progression, gear, it doesn't matter. How drippy do I look? And how quickly can I look drippy? How quickly can I make people feel bad for not looking as cool as me? That is the MMO endgame experience. And anybody that denies that, they're not playing endgame. Alright, so I'm not seeing Master Smith down here. I don't think he's on his patrol lap right now. What are you targeting? Forge Hound. Okay, so I don't think he's there. Let's poke our head back in real quick and see if we can get one more puppy kill. He should be up any second. Okay, word. Hopefully Axiom didn't get the snipe. Do I have enough range for this pull with just a spellbook? Or do we need a longbow? Shot can probably get the pull. I don't want Pupper to be up without us knowing. He's not up yet. That's good. Longbow? Yeah, I don't think I can reach. Since a wipe, how long have you played to get to this level? I think I'd rather eat glass than put this many hours into hitting mobs. So, in terms of just raw leveling, like, if I didn't do anything else other than focus XP, like, people were 25, what, like, day 2, day 3? It's not that hard to actually just push through to 25, if we're being completely real. Jesus. The thing that has stopped us from hitting 25, like on my end of things very quickly, is that we started branching off. Let's just go sit on Bellow Smasher since that's contested. We've started branching off into gear as well. So once you hit level 20, you're able to start kind of like equipping the highest gear bracket. Gears bracketed into every 10 levels. So like once you hit 20, you can equip something whether it's item level 20 or item level 29. So as we hit level 20, it became a lot less about like we need to hit level 25 and a lot more about like let's gear. So to put in perspective, like a lot of the people that just rushed to 25, people were hitting 25 half naked with 70 fizz power, and a lot of people in competitive guilds are trying to like claw up. Meanwhile, all of us, our tank, our DPS, our healers, everybody in our guild for the most part is above 150. So like a lot of people, not everybody in the guild, it's like low level still, but all of our people that are actually like 20 plus, we're getting some very good farm in, and we have our hand-me-down people that are at like 120-ish. So we definitely have, I think, spent the time quite well, just from a standpoint of like, we could be 25, but we could also be 25 with like half of the power that we have now. So due to gear drops being super scarce, this was just kind of like, you know, the efficient route for us. We can get 25 whenever. I mean, even just today, just in here, I've grinded out like half a level in, and I know this has been like a few hours, but this is also a raid where you're getting reduced XP, and we're also getting potentially best in slot drops. Like 5 people have got really good weapons. We got the wand that pretty much every caster is going to be wanting right now. Wanding right now. We got one of the best longbows right now. So we have, we've got a ton. So it's been great. So we level too fast, but have vendor gear. We can't gear because crafting is locked behind node levels. Gear barely drops. So basically we're fucked. It's a progression loop. It's all player decision making. And you also have to keep in mind that outliers that are in the top 5% of the player base in terms of leveling progression are not going to be representative of the average player's experience. If you take the average player, which is going to be someone that plays a few hours every other day for the most part, and compare it to somebody that plays 10 plus hours a day, like, that's not really going to be too valid, you know what I mean? So in terms of your super fast levelers that got ahead of the curve, those are typically going to be like your top very few % of people that are in terms of your like total player base. So like gear wise, keep in mind, if people level fast and ignore gear, there is punishment to that. If you're outside of plus minus 3 levels of the mobs that you're killing, you have reduced chance to actually see gear drops in terms of the average level of your group. So it's important to kind of like gauge that. If we had a group that was all level 25, we'd probably get more gear drops down here than we've got today. we've still done extremely well in having like multiple weapon drops, having multiple very, very, very good pieces of gear drop. But it's like, you know, it's definitely not best in slot. And people that just went the route of I only go to XP per hour farms, like I'm not worried about anything else, they're sacrificing a lot of that. Gear drop chance is tied to your level. Yeah, so basically if you're outside of the +/-3 range, you have less of a chance to get gear to basically incentivize you to hit things within your level. Also, past a certain level of kills, you don't get experience from mobs. So, you guys stand there for the rest of the night. No, this is gonna be our last. I fucked up. I went to roll in and roll out, and I think I got critted. The res didn't go through. I need another res. I need another res. That didn't go through. Wow. Can't stand there? Yeah, oh, it's the lava. Okay. The bellow smasher hit was fine, but the lava hit me through my iframe, I think. So that's not good. I don't even have a death screen right now. Lava hurts. Yeah, well, I went to iframe in, iframe out, and I got hit during my fucking frame, which was slightly unfortunate. Slightly unfortunate. I have framed through there before and been perfectly fine, because you can either frame to the side of that or you can frame through it. You can frame back it. You can frame backwards when the smash comes. But I kind of fucked up there. I believe that I've fucked up. I too framed through lava. It was a bold frame, I'm not gonna lie. It was absolutely my own fault. But I didn't expect my frame to just get fucking lava bombed. You know what I mean? Like, I did it to me. How does crafting work? If I use higher tier mats, does it make the gear better? Do I need to wait for a recipe that requires the higher tier stuff? So once you get the recipe, that allows you to craft, like, the item. I don't know if I can actually, like, res and get out of this. I'll try one more time. Jesus. Okay, so basically with the recipe, if you're a, you know, you're a weaponsmith, I give you this recipe, you can make these at any rarity at any given time. Technically not this, because you'd have to come to forge, but this. You can make any number of steel greatswords at any given time in any rarity as long as you have this recipe. So there are different rarities of like gathering materials that you can also farm up. So every tree, every mineable, every flower, every everything has different tiers from common all the way up to legendary. So there are basically like different recipes and workbenches. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. There are different ways that crafters can also increase what's called their quality rating. And that quality rating is something that will also add to like total quality output of those crafted goods. Shock, you're tanking for a sec, buddy. I'm trying to do what I can, but picking up threat after this long is not going to be the easiest task for a lad. Do we, by chance, have a saga available? Because I'm getting a little low on the mana. Oh, I think saga just went out. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that's a huge saga for me. Thank you. I was just about out of that. You need a better bench? Yes, we actually do need better benches in towns to craft. Yeah, no, you literally don't even play the game and you know that we need better crafting benches. This man crafts. Yeah, so basically each town only has a certain number of empty plots where they can actually place things. So as your town expands to higher tiers, higher levels, you'll get more and more plots to place things. But early on, it's very important that multiple towns work together within a region to basically establish what needs to be built where, and through that, you get like the cohesion on the server and you get access to all of those craftables that everybody's gonna want. Uh-oh. So yeah, most definitely it is the recipe a consumable or is it permanent? Permanent. Baggins played Ashes. Baggins has been playing Ashes for like a week, yeah. Yeah, he's been playing Ashes for a while. I knew the first day that he played Ashes. And I'm glad that after probably seeing me play Ashes for fucking months, that New World people are finally deciding to check it out. Because it is genuinely so much better than any way that any of these content creators from New World have been spending their time for the last good bit. So Baggins streams so early that I'm not able to like peep his streams anymore apparently because I'm just asleep. By the time he wakes up like every day. Or by the time I wake up, he's done stream like every day, I should say. So I haven't been able to catch, but I hope that his viewership and stuff has been good over here because I feel like as content creators, a lot of people will like shy out of it when they see viewership start to like not, you know, be what it was in X or Y, right? In that little bit of like, oh shit, can be a very, very tough thing for a lot of content creators. So I don't know what his like numbers have been looking like, but I hope they're good enough for him to like stay confident with Ashes and like enjoy his time over here. Because that would be very, very consistent, like in terms of the EU scene, like between Flanker, like that EU time slot is solid at that point. 600 to 700 a day for Baggins. Oh, that's more than he gets in New World. That's literally more than he gets in New World now. Yeah, he'll be staying here then. He said he's been playing off stream too. I don't know why content creators play video games off stream. I feel like that's just working for free, no? That's always confused me. Like if I'm playing a video game, I'm fucking streaming it. If I can get a prime while I'm playing something, I'm getting a goddamn prime while I'm playing. Woo! He says his chat is toxic during Ash's streams. Aw, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, that is one thing. Like, I definitely feel like I kind of get lucky in the sense that, like, my playing off stream will mess with taxes. I wouldn't do that. No, you're so smart. But no, I mean, it's not only New Worlders are weird. Like, I feel like a lot of people that are outside of Ashes that don't necessarily know all of what's been going on, like, are just very, very, very critical of Ashes for no reason. You know what I mean? It's like hating somebody when you don't know the person. So it's always been a weird thing for me as a content creator, because there are a lot of people that come in and they're like, yo, that's a lot for an alpha. And I'm like, oh, you get a 90-day refund period. And they're like, wait, that's fucking insane for an alpha. And I'm like, yup. And then they see gameplay and they're like, wow, this looks great for an alpha. I'm like, yup. And so, I don't know, I just feel like so many people blindly dislike Ashes, but couldn't even answer the most basic questions about Ashes. And that's a very heavy overlap between people that dislike Ashes and can't answer questions. So, from my standpoint, I consider myself very, 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 very lucky in terms of, like, having a community that's so incredibly positive all the time. Because there are definitely a lot of content creators that just, that are kind of like hesitant to come over because they think A, the game structure itself is going to be incredibly toxic, B, they think the community is going to be incredibly toxic, and honestly, some content creators kind of dig their own grave there, you know what I mean? Some content creators do it to themselves in terms of acquiring the toxicity, but I think someone like Baggins, he could have so much success in a game like this, just being able to do everything on a different, like on a daily basis, not having to run like the same shit in New World every day, and he just brings so many viewers into the directory with him that it's great for the game. Great for every content creator, great for everything. Fucking kill me! Dude, that's like 11 kills today with no fucking drop. Like, what the actual fuck do you mean? Oh my god. I hate everything. I hate literally everything. Yeah, I'm calling the Forge. I'm fucking done with this. Fuck this. Dude, 11 drops with no boss loot is fucked. We got 2 crafting items, no recipe, and no actual drop. What the fuck, man? Drops are not with you? Yeah, no, drops are not good right now from bosses, apparently. We did some research today to see if it would be worth it. And I just think what we've been doing with trash mob farms is the play. We got 5 weapons. But, like, I don't know. I think if we had spent our time at Snake Circle, then we probably would have got more, like, net loot today. You know what I mean? But with that being said, people did get 5 weapons. I'd be very happy if I would have got a weapon. I didn't get a weapon. That's a me problem. Nobody else except for me. Still need to make 10 silver for tomorrow for the axe. I sold everything and still broke. Oh no. Oh no. Hit some mobs, brother. If you can find like beast mobs or anything, those will very frequently drop glint. You think Forge, the drops in Forge should be better than in not as difficult POIs? Well, the drops in Forge are good. The problem is right now, from everything that we've heard, if you're boss grinding, drops just don't exist. Like, they literally don't exist. People were saying that they were mob grinding for like bosses for 14 hours straight and didn't see a single drop. So yeah. You'll kill the boss, but nothing will drop. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. If you use a piece of equipment that is for business, for personal use, that's less you can deduct on taxes. It's no different than states. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about tax code anywhere. But I do know that if I get out of here, my music doesn't turn back on, and I need to relog to turn my music back on. That's a weird bug. Main... any clue why my party drops aren't getting rolled for? What do you mean they're not getting rolled for? We farmed Spider, Bear, Goblin, and Norg in Ursine for 6 hours today with no contest. We got 2 drops. Oh my god. Yeah, drops are valuable. Drops are valuable. That's for sure. Like, I do love the fact that different pieces do actually feel worth finding. You know what I mean? If a longbow drops, everybody's excited about it. If a weapon drops, everybody's excited about it. What? So many wolves, come tank this. Where? Bop. And then convert raid to party. Like this area? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Yep, who's ready? Boys, get ready. This is, I believe we found the wolf den. What the fuck? What is going on with all of this? What the hell? Why'd they all spawn here? It's not even like crazy XP or anything, but I mean, honestly, a solo that came through and did this probably would have just made so much money. I don't know what the actual glint drops are, but where's the alpha wolf? He's down here. I just don't know if the alpha wolf is the reason that they're spawning or what. But huh. All right, well, all of that for 2 green shit. Sick. 2 green shit and 1,000 XP, boys. Good XP? We got like 1,000 experience. We could have killed 1 snake and got that much. Good XP, my ass. Alpha wolf, bruh. What do you think the alpha wolf is gonna drop? He's not gonna drop shit. He's not even a fucking alpha. Nothing's gonna drop from this. It's not gonna happen. Steven did say by the end of the week he's gonna do something with drops. Yeah, I feel like they're just getting the data over all of it. Like, they can't really like make changes without proper data. And if something just feels instantly like not ideal and they knee-jerk reaction change everything without letting it sit, then there won't actually be time for people to adjust. Every change, whether good or bad, requires an adjustment period before it becomes the new norm, especially if people are living in like a comparative state, right? If you're looking at it as, well, it was this way before and now it's this way, everything takes an adjustment process. Why isn't my music playing? I want my bio music. So I definitely feel like they do need to kind of like, you know, give us the time with these changes. Let us feel it out in terms of mob damage, in terms of drop rates, in terms of progression time. And, you know, we've got to kind of like understand it a bit more and be able to make an informed decision. And if we can't, then we're fucked. Where's my bio music? I just want my Riverlands music. My Riverlands music is a big vibe. I might actually have to like full restart my game. Chat, look at this fucking braidwood right now. This is nuts. I would do dirty things to these trees right now. Yo, what up, Norse? This is Game in Alpha. Yes, sir, it is. This is currently Alpha 2 Phase 2.5. On August 4th, we go up to 24/7 uptime, and that's going to be our Phase 3. By the end of Phase 3 servers, the game will be feature complete, and then we have 2 short betas, and then we'll go into our launch. So, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know, like systems-wise, progression-wise, where like timetables and everything are looking. I play 10 plus hours a day. It's kind of a problem at this point. I stream Ashes every single day, so I'm always here, dog. So yeah, hit me up if you have any questions. More than happy to help out with literally anything you might be wondering. There is a lot to Ashes. There are some pretty big systems that we're in the middle of like revamping right now too. So it's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Ragnar boat. If you guys are gonna argue, you have to end it with making out. That's the rule here. If you guys are fighting in chat, you have to make out after you're done. You have to keep it friendly. Is the Alpha Wolf supposed to drop anything, by the way? Or is that just a name, like a, not even a name mob, but a regular mob? That's the rule. If you fight in chat, you have to make out after. We'll go get some food, and then a 20. Sounds good, Mr. Voyle. Yeah, I gotta do a quick player market check. Because you never know when somebody is going to drop an absolute banger and not know what it's worth. Let's see. Let's see here. Any polished tin or ashen haunt stuff? What is a Riv Shield? Health regen? Gross. Polished tin booby plate. Nothing too crazy. Ashen Haunt. What do we have here? Is there a chance that we may see something nice? The fuck are you? Where does that drop from? The hell? It's kind of a juicer. Bracers. Boots. None too crazy. River Stalkers are going to be ass. Polished tin shoulders or fizz pen. Those are a debate. Fizz pen is meh. Surely somebody's got something good up, right? Certainly. You've got nothing. Recipes. Recipe map bear. Jesus. Iron leggings. Ass. Legs. Cool. Nothing. What else do I need? Helm? Alien Chainmail helm is what I currently have. That's not going to be great for me. No helms here that are actually worthwhile. Forsaken Blades helm is crit hit avoidance. That's not going to be anything crazy. Flesh Ripper is a lot of fizz damage, but... Is there a Vidium sword good for you? Probably not. But I can take it and give it away to somebody. It'll be good for someone. Iron Shield? Iron Shields are a very good tank shield, yeah. How much was that Flesh Ripper? Like fucking 27 gold or something? $27.50 and $27.50. Try farming Matriarch Beetle. The Patriarch is the one that drops a helm, yeah. We got a green and a blue yesterday, and may go back over and check it out a little bit. Honestly, if we can get a group to go down there, that wouldn't be bad. Wolfwood Moss, $27.50. Everybody's listing shit for so fucking much, dude. Everything's so ungodly inflated right now. Got a Forsaken Blade Energy Spellbook. What the fuck? What are the rolls on that? Forsaken Blade Energy Spellbook. Huh. That's kind of a juicer. It's definitely not bad. Saw a green spell sword for 22 gold. Oh yeah, people are pricing shit like crazy right now, man. Like, it's not even like a reasonable chance of shit selling. People are just like listing it like, fuck it. Now, there are some things that would be lasting best in slot that would be worth that. Say you get a really good steel longbow for a bit. That's gonna last you until you get a good Hawk Tuah bow. Say you get like, I don't know, some astronaut shoulders for like 10 gold. That'd probably be worth. But a lot of this is replaceable bits. So even Igneous Striker, which we were trying to farm today, it's very comparable to Ravidium Mace, and it's outdone by Beast Warden's Prod, which is from a pocket dungeon in the desert once that opens up. I think right now, a lot of people are overvaluing the temporary bis. So as a result, they're gonna sit on it for a week or so, and then all of that like value that was in that item is gonna be gone as soon as people start farming named mobs, as soon as people start farming like everything that they haven't been farming. And as soon as every name mob is constantly on farm and more of those drops exist within the game, Astronaut Shoulders, Wolf and Maw, like everything just drops. So people that are holding on to it too long aren't going to be able to capitalize because they're going to put themselves in a very bad spot and they're going to miss out on the actual like hype of it. Now, if you get Astronaut Shoulders and you list them for like 10 gold, 15 gold, you're probably good. You can craft them in like 5 days. Literally, yes. And the difference between paying for those and being at 170 power and farming and being at 145 is not going to be a game breaker for you. Like genuinely, for the next 5 days. If you feel like you've lost the server because of the next 5 days of being slightly under the power of other people, you're looking at it wrong. I'd rather wait and save the gold. My take is always hard best in slot stuff super early should always be sold to capitalize on the actual worth of it. Like say you're the first one on the server to get a legendary hawk bow, right? Sell that, take what you made with that and craft 6 heroic hawk bows and put that in your guild and your entire guild is stronger. Like that's the way that I try to look at shit. And I feel like I'm always broke as a motherfucker in video games. So maybe that's not the best advice to take, but it's my advice. It's my advice. Halcyon player market's fucking ass, isn't it? I want to do player markets real quick. And then I want to grab some larch. Although we have to come back to Jova, don't we? I'm gonna skip Halcyon player market. And I feel like I should just pop over to Witty right now. Oh wait, I lost some resources when I died, huh? Well, at least we have 1 iron, 1 nursing cloth. Halcyon's bare bones. Yeah, Halcy is very far out of the way right now. Very far out of the way right now. I'll probably pop through and check Winnie and Mira, and then maybe we can go through and do some of the beetle plate helm farm. Might be solid. Try to get a couple more of those bad boys out. Because if I can get one of those, that's gonna juice me another, I don't know, probably 15 fizz power. Because that's got, what, like 800 or so on it, which is right around 13 fizz power. So that'll be nice to potentially get my hands on. I need pants. So we could always go out to the tropics and try some trop stuff, but anyone have apprentice tables yet? Not yet. First one for Jova is tomorrow. How's the town you find on a highway with gas station, and that's about it. Yeah, it's crazy to me that like at one point wasn't Halcyon like hyped up? Wasn't that like the Pirates' original territory when he had like fucking 15k viewers or whatever? Western Larch gonna make caravans out of? Western Larch and Epic Hemlock, if you make them into epic caravans, will go to a 2 high caravan instead of the traditional like 1 high that you start out with. So that'll increase your storage capacity by a lot, but only if you get an epic chassis output. The big thing with Larch is high rarity, in my opinion. You should save up right now and... What are you doing? You should save up right now and try to get your gathering tool all set up, especially if you have Lumberjacking at 10. So before I get off tonight, I'm going to have to get my lumberjacking to 10 and try to get 10 copper fragments, western large timber, which is going to be easy, and then also my basalt weapon mold. So you can get higher rarity and make a higher rarity axe with better stats on it, increasing your rarity rating from your axe. So that's going to be a really nice way to try to get the most value when you're hitting Willow, because all of the money that you spend on crafting that axe in terms of material cost would be significantly outweighed by hitting literally one Willow. So alchemy 9, herb 10, fishing 9, lumber's 4. Lumber is probably the easiest thing to level because you can just go anywhere near a town, just hit trees, and then just go repair your axe and go hit trees. That's the biggest thing. It's super replicatable, and even if you're just getting oak and ash, you refine those into timber, and then you sit on those, and you refine those once the table comes up with apprentice lumber milling into beams, planks, or boards. And if you're able to do that, then you're up. Honestly, I may end up cutting a lot of trees over at Jova and filling up my Jova stash tonight. Because if I can start at 250 overnight, then that's going to be pretty fat. What can we farm in Trops? That's good. A lot of named mob stuff. A lot of named mob stuff out there. So basically there is the Dunmore helm, which is the #1 physical helm in the game. So it drops with almost 1100 fizz power rating on it. And then you have brine breeches, which are max HP legs, 500, almost 600. Those are evasion rating boots. There are quite a few other name mobs out there that have valuable things too. The thing with the Trops is it's just a force flag, so you've got to be like ready to actually compete for the areas. So we would want to have a full group. Yo, what up, Interest? How you doing, my friend? New to the channel, been watching the game, itching to play, but I'm super casual at the moment with the amount of work in life. Think it's worth buying at the moment, play just a little bit. Heard it's very grindy and a group is a must. Good question. Right now, I think in playtesting, it's honestly like, in my opinion, the perfect time to hop in. We just started a 3-month stress test, so as a casual player, I wouldn't think of it as like, oh my god, my character progression is going to get deleted, because it's an alpha. Your character progression is going to go away anyways. So for me, I think of this as myself last phase in late December for phase 2 coming in as a new player. I knew barely anything, and phase 2 lasted, for me, just about 5 months. So with that, I was able to learn so much about the game because I went in not trying to be the best, most competitive, but just kind of like sponge everything up. In terms of the casual player standpoint, you're going to have so much to do that by the time this 3-month server ends, you'll be like, oh shit, I feel like I barely scratched the surface. I think, like, I play the game 10 hours a day every single day, and I get so much value out of my time just in terms of being able to like choose my gameplay loop, what I want to do, how I want to spend my time. I think that you'll be able to gather, craft, refine, level a little bit more casually, dig yourself into the questing experience, which is completely getting revamped right now as well. Questing has already come a long way since December when I first started up, and they're constantly patching it further than they already have. So by the time August hits, when we get our new servers, that'll be a reroll for most people. By the time we get those new servers, we're going to have a fully revamped questing and first time user experience, a lot of other systems as well that'll be great for gameplay. And as a new player, you'll be able to kind of come in, feel out those changes, and see what's going on there. Do you know the ETA for Apprentice Axe from Jova and Apprentice Pickaxe from Nuela? Jova Axe is going to be tomorrow. Thanks, the breakdown. Yeah, of course. I'm gonna grab a copy for Alpha. It looks amazing so far. Oh my god, it's so good. And the best thing to keep in mind as a casual player coming in is Intrepid gives you a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on the product if you're not happy with the playtest. So like, it's not that your $100 just instantly disappears. It's a more so you check it out for 90 days. If you like it, that's when your $100 goes. So tomorrow or tonight after reset? I don't know. I don't know that much about it. I was told tomorrow. I don't know exactly when, like hours wise though, but I'm trying to do all of my prep tonight. I want to try to get some larch chopped. I want to get people with their 10 larch timber. I want to get people with their 10 bronze, their bronze frags, and I want us to be ready. 90 days is insanely generous with no hours restriction either. You can play as much as you want, and there's literally no limit. Interest, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's in my opinion absolutely nuts. It is one of the most generous refund policies that I have ever seen, like just in gaming as a whole, and to attach that to an alpha is fucking nuts for me. Got that stuff that was donated in my Jova storage. Huge. Huge. Very cool of them. Yeah, any player can get into it knowing that if they don't like it, they're not stuck in. They're not obligated to force it. Like, it makes it, in my opinion, a way better experience for pretty much everybody. Is that a big copper vein? What diff week? That could have been mine, Alona. Hello, Quinn. How are you tonight? Are you still planning on getting a note in the tropics? Yeah, they're just not leveled yet. We'll probably go for Surefoot when it's leveled. It's just, it's 8% leveled and everything's leveling so goddamn slow out there, you know what I mean? So there's not a ton of development that's being made out there currently. We could go out there and level them, but us going out there and leveling them is going to detract from me gearing. So that'll be an accessory thing. They'll naturally level as people get out there. As we get out there, leveling will happen, but for the time being, our biggest focus is just like the actual guild growth, gearing people out, getting people leveled, and then we'll focus on everything else, because it doesn't matter if you own a territory or a node if you just constantly get decked on and lose. So we want to be able to get decked on and give a good fight, probably even win. So that'll be the goal. Just got 5 uncommon ruby for 1 node. This. You're actually pumping. Been playing now for 5 weeks. I got my $100 worth and that's some. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. How many? I'm over 850 hours in right now, and it's, dude, I just learn more every single day. Literally daily, I learn more. I do different shit. The playtest is always evolving as well, so it never feels like the same thing day to day. It's also a very non-linear progression. So like, I choose when I want to go hit some trees. I don't have to do dailies. I don't have to do weeklies. I don't have to do anything like that. Breezy, thank you for the follow. So like the amount of decision making that I as a player have is one of the big things for me that's kept me here. We can go farm in the tropics, in the desert, in the Jundark, in the Riverlands. We can gather, refine, craft, we can mob grind, we can boss grind and be disappointed when I don't get any drops. Literally anything can happen. Finally got to crafting treasure maps. I need excavation kits. If I can get an epic kit and a heroic kit, I'll run these tonight. But I think epic kit is going to be what gets us into T3 mats. So we could get like epic braid from this. I've got 2 for you so far, regulars though. That's perfectly fine. I have so many maps to run. And like maps are worth running. You're gonna get glint, you're gonna get mats, you're gonna get consumes. The higher rare, like the higher tier map you go, novice, green and gray will give you T1, blue and heroic will give you T2. And then purple and gold give you T3 mats from what we've heard so far. So yes sir, Mr. Ultra, I appreciate you, dog. We've got a lot of these puppers. 300 XD. I run a 4080 super and a 7800 X3D, so relatively similar. The biggest thing, like performance wise, is that there's a memory leak within the game that they've been trying to troubleshoot. So on longer sessions without resetting your client, it can get a little choppy time to time. But if you do have any big problems there, I would just recommend like a semi-frequent reset of your client. And that typically pumps me right back up frames wise. Like I'm in a town right now with all of this rendered in, people around me, mobs around me, and I'm still sitting well above 100. And that's with everything not just completely on low. So you need to start charging you for yourself because it doesn't count towards that guild extortion fee. Listen. Personal favors still earn you brownie points. That's very important to remember. You do still benefit from those. Excuse me, pardon me. Ashen Haunt. Bone earrings. That man sold a lot of shit fast. It's gonna haunt me for the rest of my days that there was a pair listed for 4 gold and 40 silver and I didn't get to it in time. Literally for the rest of my life. Doomsday neck. This guy's got some decent stuff. He's overpricing all of it though, so none of it's gonna sell, which is very sad, but he said Lotharia's in our hearts, so I think this is the Euro guy. Doomsday neck? Yeah. Doomsday necklace. Beautiful blood crystals. Where's that from? It's listed for 38 gold, so you're not gonna want to buy it, but Dropped by doomed researcher. Oh, where is that? Interesting. Expensive as fuck? Oh yeah, everything's pricey as shit right now. Like, prices will normalize. It's not a bad price for a loom. Bearhide cloak. Some of these prices really aren't bad. Not the worst. Copper spell daggers. It's probably been the best market we've seen so far. Anything Insano style here? Probably not, if I had to guess. Polished in shoulders are a debate. Polished in belt is a debate. Okay. Tank mace shatterfist. Word. Look, lumberjack and get yourself a shit. Kind of crazy when I fight a mob one level under me, I lose half my life. What level are you at? Because that'll be a big impact on like how things actually feel. On God, I might grab these for 2 gold. Some fizz crit rating does go sicko mode for us. Look, lumberjack and get yourself a shirt. Oh, shirt. That makes sense. Unironically, I might grab those for 2 gold. I think that's probably worth. They're level 10. But fizz crit power. Fizz crit power, very nice. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. It's not worth in the short term. I'll probably just replace them as soon as we go up to the trops. Let's see. Anything else? Not really. Lumberjack. Where are the lumberjack shirts? Bruh. 165? What the hell do you mean? That's fucking ridiculous. Frame up solo just feels slow and kinda eh. What are you using for a weapon? I think weapon choice will do a lot of it. Or will have a lot of feel for you. Like, if you're using a longbow, you're not gonna have anything to slow the mobs. So I would recommend a short bow over the longbow. Are you running the snare on your short bow for the slow? Like, ranger will definitely be a little bit more tough than something like a cleric to solo level, right? Just because you're not gonna have that level of sustain that a lot of other classes would have. But with that being said, it shouldn't feel like completely unlevelable by any means, but helmet. I can't type. I literally can't type. Pauldrons, shoulders. What else do I even need? Bone earrings or something? Maybe somebody will have a crazy deal on one of these and it'll kind of like slip under the radar. Perchance. When Tropics to PvP ended up 175k in XP dat after what? What was the PvP? Like over an area or like just general PvP? What the fuck? That's a commitment. I respect that though. 175k is crazy. That's why I've been telling my guys like fucking 5k is nothing. Literally nothing. Going back and forth with the holiday. How fucked is the trops right now? I was thinking about trying to sneak out there to do a little bit of mob farm after I scan these. Wiped, then grouped and got wiped, wiped and got Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, that sounds fun. That does sound very fun. It's kind of planned, but it ain't too bad. Okay, word. Daz, good. Do you find any more steel longbows while you were out there? Sapphire ring, that's us. I don't know why I thought that one was gonna be good. Tin energy spellbook. Shit's not bad for 88 silver. Alright. Well, we're cooked there. Nothing good in Winnie. What are we gonna do, chat? No bone earrings. No life. No hope. No legs. It's okay. Maybe it's class choice. Yeah, I would definitely say if you're not vibing with something, don't be afraid to check out other classes, especially in this 3-month period. Like, that is going to be a large thing. Can buy the patterns at the workshops. Oh, and then I can just make my default set. Oh, that's actually probably smart. So I should go down to the default wood shop there. Before I do that, let me go grab water, and then I'll go down to the wood shop. I'll grab my patterns. I'll try to make that stuff. We'll see what we need. All right, give me 1 sec. So anyways, there I was, walking and shitting. Chat, you ever had that problem? Alright, so down to the wood shop we go. I got some beautiful water. Reset mentally. We're good. And possibly a bong rip. I didn't say that. Alright, progression. We stop at the wood shop. I make my lumberjack shirt. What's the rest of the lumberjack set require? Like, what would I actually need to make? And what would I need for mats? I mean, it would be the 3 pieces. Mats wise, I feel like that's probably going to be an inconvenience though. A big ranger. I mean, Skept, so you were saying you weren't vibing on the ranger, right? Leather working for pants, armor smithing for belt. That seems like so much work. What if I just like make somebody else do all of that work for me? Also, who else do we have on right now? Because with what we have in group right now, if we get a bard and a cleric, we're good to go farm somewhere. I think we only have 1 cleric on right now. Invite Voil. Not in guild yet. Oh, you're probably on cooldown right now. If I had to guess. If you just left your other one, you're probably on coolie. Zombie, are you guys out at Daytona? For novice, you can only get short. Oh, fucking really? Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, so maybe I just go buy one in Mira? Yo, what up, Guggen? How you doing, my friend? Where's Toke at? Toke and Corla. I think Zombler is out at Daytona with his group. Could you give away a sub? Well, why would I? What's my motivation? What's my motivation? To me? Well, why would I do that? Ayo, Pac! What up, baby? Thank you for the raid. I hope the stream was fantastic for you tonight, dog. What do you get into? What you getting up to? How's your grind been? Tambuki! Congrats. C gave away the sub, but unfortunately, Guggen, you've missed it. You've iframed it, you're just too good. Interest coming in with a prime as well. And that's 2 subs for the price of 1.
Together.
That's huge. I'm giving away bro sub. An absolute legend. An absolute legend. Thank you for the primary interest. Much love. How does one who plays so much not hit 25 already? Oh, because I haven't been prioing XP for the last few days. Entire guild's like 150 plus power though. We've been gear farming for like 3 to 4 days. Shock. Yo, thank you, Shock. I appreciate you. Guggen, congrats. He's a filthy casual. I'm a filthy casual that's twice the fizz power of most of the 25s on the server. We're a giants farming steel, iron, jewelry. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Giants also, are you killing the Senna giants? Because if you guys are down there, there is... the Beetle Pocket dungeon here, and then Senna Giants right outside up here. I think that's probably one of the best farms, but... I want to hear Dusty say corny motivational dude quotes. Oh, what, couldn't I get a cameo for that? And then just charge you to make me say shit? I feel like that'd be a big thing. Zombler, which giants are you farming? Slay Thrasher, the grumpiest screm. I already pay you to do nothing? Okay. I want to raise. Want to pay you to do something? Fair. I mean, that's reasonable. Oh, you're killing giants in Nuela. Oh, interesting. Interesting. What level are those? Show me a booba and get a raise. I mean, they're under here. I can't like do more than that, but that's about all I got, dog. 2022. Oh, are those the 2 stars? Yo, bad dad, what up, brother? How's the grinding going? The grinding's good. The grinding's good. We're pretty fucking geared. I won't lie. Who was that? Shockums. Shockums, thank you for the gifty, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, the grinding goes well. We are doing quite well in terms of the prog. I have a few dead slots that we need to get ironed out. I do also have still a level 10 energy spellbook. Trying to get that sorted out. We've seen multiple steel longbows drop. Everybody in the guild just keeps getting them. So basically, we just gotta filter out these dead spots. I could realistically be upwards of 200 fizz power. Quite easy. With like 4 drops. Maybe 5. But we're very close, because a lot of my spots are just absolute dead slots right now. I told you there was a 24. What level are you guys at? Is everyone just kind of pumping up at this point? Because I might try to get a group to go Daytona. If it's not full con. Well, level 15 right now? That's not bad, man. Honestly. Even if you're level 15, you're still doing pretty fine. You're still doing quite fine. So our max level, 25 for playtesting. It'll be 50 on launch, Guggen. Managed to pull a giant iguana from Wind and Sea Ember Spring to Halcyon Node Cork with just AFK running. Maybe that's how that Tropics tree got there. I think it was yesterday, I was tree farming, and there were just like random ass trees from the Trops that were hitting around. It won't reset. Yeah, the gang stalking mobs are a little bit insane. When you're at 25, what is there to do? Everything. That's when the game starts. It's when you make money. That's when you get your best gear. That's when you wait for nodes to level and help level nodes so you can get more crafting tables to craft better gear. That's when you can PvP. That's when you can get relics and find those. It's, you know, in any traditional MMO sense, max level is really where you start playing the game. You know what I mean? The artisanship. Gathering, crafting, and refining is the best, most important thing in Ashes of Creation, in my opinion. Crafting is the best way to get high rarity output gear consistently. It's real fucking worthwhile. Absolutely. The thing with crafting is you just have to wait for the tables to be made in each town. But once those tables are made, you're good. So right now we can't really like craft shit because nothing's made. So as more stuff gets kind of like dropped down, leveled up in the nodes, in these empty plots that are like up around here, we'll be able to actually craft stuff. So tomorrow we're getting our apprentice lumberjack axes, and that's going to allow us to hit Weeping Willow and other, you know, trees. So, well, actually it'll just be Weeping Willow, but that'll bring in a lot more efficiency for us, and that new tier for larger caravans, some pretty good crafted pieces as well, some that may be worth if you can get them in high rarity, but it'll be interesting to see how it shapes up. What are relics? Relics are things that drop from either mobs or can be found, like, I don't mean like everyday mobs. Some low rarity ones will drop from mobs that are like normal mobs. There are some that are extremely high rarity and very impactful that drop from like world bosses, raid bosses, stuff like that. So when a relic drops, there is a notification that goes out for the entire server, and you need to have a caravan to escort that relic back to a node. Once a relic is escorted back to a node safely, that node then controls the relic, and everybody within that node's zone of influence gets bonuses, like citizens of that node. So basically, relics will have inactive and active effects. So in the node menu, you can hit relic, you have 70 node essence. One of the relics that we found and actually activated during the last dev stream was Befallen Anvil. Befallen Anvil gives 10% Physmit when it's owned by a node when it's inactive, and then when it's active, you get special weapon and gear recipes, all of the recipes that you usually have to go actually down to the forge to craft. So it's pretty cool. There are a lot of different relics that provide a lot of different types of bonuses to nodes. So that's always been something really neat for me. But did we already check? No, I feel like we did not check Miraleth recently. I feel like I checked Winstead, and we haven't checked Mira yet. If we get pauldrons or anything, damn. Ruvidium daggers for pretty cheap. If people don't have any other weapons, not the worst. These for 3 gold. This is a good shop. Chat, does anybody need any of this shit? Like, this is a good shop. Oh, the iron chestplate's not bad. It's just overpriced. It's so overpriced. Huh. It's a good shop. They have a lot of good shit. Good prices on most of their stuff. A couple things are overpriced, but a lot of that was quite nice. 36 gold. Suck my entire 2-inch peen. I will not be paying you 36 fucking gold for level 10 shoulders. I would rather shit my hands and clap. Yo, Teeps, what up, go? Do you think this game will be tough to be a casual with limited time to jump in and out? I don't think tough. Like, the game's intended to be a certain level of like tough to everybody, right? I think if you're a casual trying to be on a competitive level, you will probably struggle with that little bit of like an identity crisis, right? But I think if you are a casual that's jumping in and out that wants to have a casual output, that's very, 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 very doable. And on top of that, maybe like one of the best things that you can do as a casual, as long as you're going into it knowing that, because you will have an ungodly amount of content if you have that mentality. Like, I know I'm not going to be the best. I know I'm not going to be rank 1, but what I'm going to do is enjoy the game as much as I can, and I'm going to, you know, go about my gameplay loop, right? I'm not going to worry too much about hitting level 25. I'm going to gather, I'm going to craft, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And from there, you essentially have fun along the way. And a big part of... Interesting. It's not good enough for me to actually, like, want to up. But basically, a large part of Ashes is about the journey along the way to max level. And while some of us may just kind of be like grinding up trying to get point A to point B as quickly as possible, a lot of people are taking their time, they're exploring like crazy, and they're having a ton of fun with it. So I think that's always super important to keep in mind, especially casual player wise. You have at your disposal a metric fuck ton of content that you very well may never play through. And you can look at that as a bad thing, or you can look at that as a big benefit, knowing that you will be able to log on and do different things every single day. So, I tend to be of that latter half, but everyone looks at things differently. That may be a turnoff for some, maybe a good thing for others, but just keeping that in mind is the biggest thing. What haven't I looked up yet that I'd potentially want? Character planner wise, nothing too crazy. Polished tin, maybe Rosarium Guard, random drops. Nah, nothing. Can you search polished tin? $11 gold. Actually, I mean, I'm not really trying to spend that much on those. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't even blend up. Might go get level 20 of Steel Bloom. If we can get a cleric, we can go to the desert and we can hit Snake Circle, and that's gonna be the best farm. I don't know if Toke's around. I can also call Corla. Let me text her real quick. Do you wanna come do snakes? Snakes. I typoed. Lance Silver saw the one and thought it was 1 gold. Can you fucking imagine? That would have been beautiful. See longbows, I guess. See if there's anything valid. Because if I can get a longbow, I will absolutely stop using this goddamn book. It's just, there's nothing that's like price relative. Excuse me, sir. Yo, what up, Gondo? If we can find a cleric, I'll let you know. Bonus points if you bring me a cleric. Tin longbow may unironically be close, but I would need like an iron longbow minimum, and it probably wouldn't be worth it at that point. The fuck? Dude's got that level 1 juicer set. That's insanity. Still got the book? Yes, that's Dr. Dwarfington to you. Bro, like, I haven't replaced it. I can't fucking shake it. We've seen multiple steel longbows drop, and every time a steel longbow drops, I just brick the fucking roll. They would be so impactful for me to get, and it's just, it's brick, 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 brick. Dusty, Corla, what up? Don't come to steaks. I fell asleep at my PC. Did you have a good nap? Really good. Here, I think if Carla gets on, then we can one cleric, one bard it. Honestly. Do you want to come farm a little bit? I don't know where your like home Ember Spring is, But we were thinking about going over to snakes for a few minutes. It would just be a little bit of a run over there because you're over at Forge right now. I think you're still at Forge. I don't know where your home is set to. But snakes is a pumper. I have to go to another group. I gotta get lumberjacking out before I go to bed. What time? Why is it 10:30 already? What the fuck? Why is it already 10:30? Who turned the time up? Why? Who made time go faster? Why is it 10:30? What the fuck do you mean it's 10:30? Oh no. Snakes like the pocket dungeon, but we may unironically have to have everybody I'd also like to get the mats for the crafting axe. Yeah, if I hate to do this, but if you guys are able to find pugs, I may unironically have to cut wood and see if we can get Lego large. Like unironically. Because if we don't have our axes ready for tomorrow, we lose out on so much money. So much money. I don't really know, like... I got a mold for you. Fuck, I have a basalt in 8th. I have a Lego basalt in 8th. I'm gonna have to run around so fucking much. I don't even think for right now. We'll have tons of... Okay, you're gonna have a lot of larch. If you're going to have a lot of larch... Like, we're trying to get higher rarity, at least for some people. I really don't need anything more than a blue. If you're gonna have a lot of large, I'm just going to chop ash and oak like crazy until my axe breaks multiple times. And then I'm gonna start refining batches of 250, so I'll have it ready for a double refine. Yo, Weed, what up? How you doing tonight? Someone's selling hundreds of large for 60 copper each. Yeah, I mean, large isn't gonna be like an incredibly difficult thing to come across, I don't think. Like, it's everywhere on the map. The thing about it is it's going to have to be... It doesn't have to be high rarity, but if we can get high rarity on our people that actually just go around gathering constantly, that's going to be the big part. Where's the lumberjacking for apprentice going to be? That's going to be Jova, and that'll be up tomorrow. That's why we're all kind of like scrambling right now, and we just realized that we actually need to get that done. So it's going to be a little bit of a thing. But it'll be okay because there's still a ton of time. Some would say a metric fuck ton of time. We've got so much time on our hands that our hands feel empty. We don't really know what to do with all this time. So what I've got to do is just go out and very urgently start hitting trees.
Apes together.
Yo, Weed. Thank you for the prime, my friend. I appreciate that. Green larch for 66 as well. Shouldn't be too hard to get. At least like greens and blues out then. How are we doing on copper frags? Any of my miners, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, but hitting rocks out there. So I need to work on, now hope to get lucky on some larch and some more copper. I think Stomp's had a lot of high rarity larch. I don't know like how much high rarity he has, but I have some copper. I need to know the recipe to know how much of everything I need. It is 10 larch. 10 large timber, 10 copper fragments, and then it is 1 basalt weapon mold. Thoughts on if the server will get to journeyman stations? Oh yeah, it'll get to journeyman. What about the copper frags? We need 10 for each axe, for each lumberjacking axe. So it'll be a prio on both of those. And my friend's probably say it again. You don't need to write it down. If you go into your gathering, you can just look at the recipe right here. So it's 10 western larch, 10 copper fragments, and 1 basalt weapon mold, and then you need 10 silver for the refining cost. Nothing too crazy. Yeah. You can check any of them there. Do we have anyone on that? I'm assuming we've got people with a lot of copper frags. I got 10 epic for my axe, but I want to get more for others. Oh, word. Okay, yeah, that's huge. I think we have people who have been like fucking omni gathering, so we'll have to put out a feeler in the Discord and see who's actually got what. The only thing I'm lacking is wood. I've been there, brother. Been there. It can be a rough spot sometimes. But you just gotta power through it. Also, someone said earlier it looked like Arrow moved on. I think Arrow was having some PC issues or like some launcher issues related to the game where it was like capping his CPU usage. It was a little bit of a weird thing. So I hope that he's able to get it sorted because that shit is never really the most fun to deal with, especially when you don't know what the fuck's going on. So hopefully he gets it sorted. I love myself some Arrow Lee. So it was cool having him over here. Hopefully his shit's not borked like permanently. I wish that I could, just as like a small quality of life thing eventually, I would love to be able to track 1 XP bar for my lifestyle skills as like an additional XP bar up here. I think that would be a small quality of life that would give me a lot of happiness. We're almost level 7 though. Lumberjacking legitimately takes no time at all to level. And the nice thing about lumberjacking is along the way, you're actually going to profit. So you'll level your lumberjacking and your lumber milling, and you'll still come out on top because if you get 250 wood, you do a batch of 250, you refine the wood into timber, the timber into beams, boards, or planks. I don't know what the new econ changes what they're actually selling for per stack because I haven't done this yet because we can't refine into beams, boards, or planks. But we'll give it a look as soon as apprentice table is up tomorrow. My goal is to probably have, honestly at this point, I could probably just lumberjack my way back over to Jova and then get like a full storage of things in Jova ready to go. I think that's a big thing. 10 heroic copper frags, 5 heroic basalt, no heroic larch though. Hit up Stomps. Stomps has a ton of larch. I feel like carpentry takes a while. They changed the crates to use 10 timber now. Oh, was crate spam the way to actually level? Interesting. So what are people doing to level now? Kind of funny that everyone was just making crates. What were you doing with the crates after just fucking destroying them? Like nobody even used crates for anything. They will in the future, but they were a little bit borked previously. You'll need, okay, so heroic larch. We should be able to find that very easily. If we have people that are out hitting larch right now, I think we'll be able to get heroic out the ass. Keep in mind with the crafting calculator on Codex, you can also see like what you'll actually need rarity wise. So for me, I'm not too worried about anything too crazy because I'm going to be like a part-time lumberjacker, right? So down here, you'll be able to see like quality rating. We're not going to have any because we don't have that. So if we go heroic, rare, heroic, the weapon mold doesn't even matter much because only 1 mold. So the mold you can even skimp on, but realistically, whatever you have, even if you end up with a blue, it's going to be better than nothing. But just keep in mind, like, even if you go full, like, you know, fully down, it's 34 rarity. If you go full Lego, it's 141 rarity and 204 quantity. Now, what that rating, like rarity and quantity rating actually do as an output, we don't fucking know. But you can chop knowing that your chops are more efficient. My storage is slammed, so I have nowhere to put this stuff. Jova, I don't know like if all of your storages are full, but I would recommend going over to Jova because that is where all of the actual like table is. Well, not all of the actual table, but the table is. So we'll be making our axes there, and then my recommendation, honestly, is log in, make your axe, and then just drown yourself in game, of course. Set your respawn to somewhere either map centric or way off in the corner of Riverlands, and try to be one of the first people to get Willow. Now, I don't know exactly what time the table is supposed to be completed at. I don't know when that shit's gonna happen. I don't know how much more needs to happen for it, but we'll see. It shouldn't be too long. Do blue wood, epic frag, and Lego mold in that for me. Blue wood, epic frag. That's going to get you a low heroic. If you go heroic mold, common larch, and then what? Heroic copper. Do you get blue? Yeah, you get like very, very, very baseline blue. Oh wait, heroic mold, I personally, instead of this for blue, you just go there. I didn't know if it had to all be the same. No, so you can even split rarity inputs as well. So you could do here and here, and you do like 5 and 5. So there's a lot of customizability there. Can you please tell me that secret where those steel blue mobs are at Grave Peak? So basically, as you're going up, like go in as you normally would, and then as you're going like up the ladder, like this area, there are some down on the low ground, and then there's some up on that like first high ground that you come across. Those will be the best spots. Because they're super easy to farm there. It's a super safe farm as long as you're not getting into too much shit. One of the farms is also right near Korax, which drops the Black Feather Tunic. So it's a real good farm. Don't worry about the high rarity base apprentice axe. You're getting 5 different rarity rating. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about like a high rarity, but I do think with the amount of mats that are laying around from like some of our crafters that just have their shit, right? Or some of our gatherers, like if they have the mats kicking around, they'll probably pay for the axe within like 2 to 3 willows, right? Can I can't chop this. Okay, that's fine. Can I not chop any of these? Why can't I chop a tree? It's fucking rude. What the hell? What is this discrimination? I'm actually being discriminated against. Is it because of my charge? I've had that bug, you gotta relog. I'll just chop this tree. Fuck it. I didn't want those trees anyways. Those trees didn't even look like good trees. Like, realistically, those look like shitty trees. They wouldn't even give me any high rarity wood. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. I didn't need those. Servers have been shitty recently. I mean, like, the actual fluidity of the servers in terms of gameplay has been great for me comparatively to, like, the start of the stress test. I don't know, like, gathering what? Jesus fucking Christ, these trees are going crazy. Fucking spring loaded. I don't know, like, gathering wise or like artisan wise what's been going on, but as you can tell, I haven't been doing much gathering. Oh, dude. I don't know if I have the mental capacity to push up to 10 tonight, but it's so important that I do. Like, it's so important that I do. Fuck me. I should have done this sooner, chat. Why did I focus so much on getting good gear? It's fine. I'll just chop until my axe breaks. And then we'll run it all over to Jova. And then we'll start a refine in Jova. And then we'll chop another round. And then we should be fine. Realistically, like, it shouldn't take that long at all. I feel like I'm getting a good amount per tree. It's 2% per fucking tree. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Excuse. Just cut the tree. Alright. Sure, I didn't want that one either. That's fine. 50 trees, easy peasy. Yeah, that's level 7 to 8. Then I have 8 to 9 and 9 to 10. Like, how many trees am I expected to yop? You know what I mean? I feel like this is a lot of trees. This is a lot of yopping. I did also forget to grab a second lumberjacking satchel. So that's not going to be good for business. That might be the worst mistake that I've made today. Yop all the treetops. Yes, Sirski. They will fall at my hand. But my hands are also probably going to be blistered and like broken by the end of this, man. But it'll be worth it. It'll be so worth it when I come out tomorrow and I find a willow and then it's common. And then I come out again and I find out that there's another willow nearby. And I go get it and it's common. Because Intrepid Gang stalks me, and they never let me have anything nice. I found one fucking Lego Braidwood in over 750 hours of Phase 2. I'm cursed. All I know is pain. Back-to-back Heroic and Ashwood. Wait, back-to-back Heroic... Wait, what? Jeez, how? That's disgusting. Yes. So basically, all your legendary braidwood belong to us. Literally, I feel like Hurlgash and Oak. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. What are you gonna do now with all of your newfound riches? I genuinely feel like there is a GM that follows me around, and anytime that there is something nice near me, they just snap it down to base rarity. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I've done to deserve it, but apparently I fucking deserve it, chat. Is Bronze Wad from Jova node vendor worth for the grind as healer? No, I would do, depending on what you've done so far, I believe over at the second sword outpost, that's where you're going to find your quests that'll give you the surplus tokens. And I would do those quests. Make sure as well, if you left, you're all the way over in Jova already, huh? So you probably won't want to go back to Lionhold, but if you got safe, fast, and sure, that's going to give you 3 pieces of green gear, the surplus tokens that you get from that new questing experience. There are a few quests that will give you like 10 to 12 surplus tokens. Then you interact with a surplus token vendor, and you can trade those tokens for like free gear. And those quests are a nice little way to get like early XP. So I would check out that early questing loop that they added in. I believe if you're over on that side, you can pick it up. Where else was it? Was it Briarmoor that you could pick them up, chat? I want to say it was Second Sword Outpost. And then Briarmoor Farm. If you're on the east side of the map. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend spending that. Second Sword done that. Did you get your surplus tokens for that? Samia's Hope, Lionhold, Second Sword Outpost, and Darragul Estates. Okay, so they're all in 4 different places. Interesting. Okay, so if you find the surplus vendor and you have your tokens from them, you should be able to trade those surplus tokens for weapons. Yo, what up, Lamar? How you doing, go? Do they have fishing in this game? Yes, so each artisan type will basically have different, let me just press every wrong button real quick. Anyways, so different artisan types, whether it's fishing, lumberjacking, mining, pretty much anything, you'll have different, like, types of that artisan skill. So with fishing, you have your fishing pole, which is going to be like your freshwater fishing, your rivers, your ponds, all of that shit. Then there will also be deep sea fishing. So currently, the like freshwater fishing, the chill fishing is pretty AFK fish. You can just kind of like fish, chill, make sure you don't go AFK and you're vibing. Then you'll have your net, your harpoon. That's going to be more like deep sea fishing, more of an active fishing. So with Ashes, all of the ocean is sailable. We have an entire naval combat system. Right now, we have one type of boat in. That's a caravel. It's intended for up to 8 people, but you can slam a lot of people on that. But all of the water in the game is completely swimmable, completely sailable. And those caravels also have like cannon attachments, potion launchers. So we'll get more types of ships, merchant ships, kind of like larger ships, smaller ships. And with the entire world expanding, keep in mind, if this map already looks big for anyone that played New World, the entire New World map is slightly larger than the Riverlands. This is the Riverlands. So we have the Riverlands, we have the desert, we have the tropics, and we have the June Dark. So the entire map looks like this. So basically, this is the Riverlands. This is the entire New World map. This is one continent. These are a couple islands. This is our other continent. All of this water is open PvP, open ocean, like pirates, trade routes, boats escorting boats, fishermen just fucking off in their fishing vessels. It's all gonna happen. So there will be so much that you can actually do. And keep in mind, there's no fast travel in this. There will be very, 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 very limited forms when the full game is out. But it's gonna be nothing like a lot of MMOs where you just navigate the entire map through a couple of fast travels. My internet at home is dead. What do you mean? Nah, your boss did this to get you into the office more. I'm buying the game, I want to be a fisherman. Yo, do exclamation Ashes if you want to support the stream with the purchase as well. Keep in mind, it is an alpha playtest. So right now, just in terms of going forward, it's 5 days up, 2 days down. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the game's playable. Tuesday, Wednesday, the game's down for development days right now. So in between May 1st and August 4th, we stay on that schedule. Some weeks we'll get Tuesday, Wednesday uptime, but I wouldn't count on it. So past that, August 4th, we're going to have new servers that open up. That's going to be for phase 3. That'll be the start of 24/7 server uptime, and we'll have a ton of kind of like quality of life and system improvements that come throughout that. I think I'm awake, no more grind. If you want to, I'm more than down. Like, I can honestly just get on early tomorrow and finish my lumberjacking if you want to grind something. Because people will always be down to get gear and be in need of gear. I'm absolutely down. We could go over to snakes. We could go do the giants that we were doing that we were getting like drops from as well. We could get a raid group for it. We could do it for XP. I got good XP from Forge. I'm not even gonna lie. Killing the boss mobs were nuts. Are you getting off on time tonight? Yeah, probably. Like, I want to make sure that I'm getting good sleep. So, chat, for anyone else that's new, by the way, I do stream 10 plus hours every single day, 70 hours a week. So even when Carla says getting off on time, that is, it's a late night for us. So I start stream every single day, starting at 2 p.m. EST. Streamed 679 days in a row. And that is not stopping anytime soon. So if it's your guys' first day here, make sure you drop the follow so you know when we go live every single day. It's all ashes all the time, even on the downtime days. It's been 11 hours consistently. Let me check Twitch tracker unironically. I want to see how many hours I've streamed in the last week. In the last week, I have streamed, once it loads, 85 and a half hours. So yeah, I'm here a lot. Pretty much always chilling. What about Tuesdays and Wednesdays? I still do Ashes stuff. So basically, you'll notice I'm always yapping anyways. I'm a big yapper. A lot of the chat is conversation, right? And I very much like that for 10 hours a day, every single day, we're able to just chill, yap, and play whatever we want to play. Hey, yo, Minwell. Good frickin' golly. Is that the 55 months? What the freak? My God. Yo, Snoops McPoops, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Been well. Hope you've been well, dog. I hope everything's good. He's been so locked in. Well, it's also been fun with this reset. There's so much to do in Ashes. But yeah, so even on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we basically hop on, we chill, we talk about Ashes, the changes that have been coming in, and it's basically just like podcast day. We do some reacts if there's new content to react to. Always supporting our other content creators in the Ashes scene, so showing some love there. And even on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we're here, man. So, server do you play on in New World? Do exclamation servers, plural, in the chat. And that'll bring up a list of what it was looking like when I left. I finally ended up quitting in late December and then warlogged for a little bit. But yeah, a lot of the warlogging was just because my spot in a lot of the rosters was pretty irreplaceable. Yeah, I played a lot of New World. I played a lot of fucking New World. 7,000 plus hours in New World. When I left, just up in the middle of nowhere, it was yeah, it was a surprise to a lot of the community. I was active in pretty much every major company in NA at the time, in some way, shape, or form. And one day, I was just kind of like, I was at a point where New World's ceiling just continuously like kept coming down and down and down, and the devs weren't really giving a fuck, and they weren't really doing anything to change it. And so Carla had got me access to Ashes, basically, like helped me get my access to Ashes in January 2024. And so she tried to sell me on it for so long, almost a year. And finally in December, just December 26th, I hopped on. And the first day that I hopped on, I was instantly like, oh wait, they give me an iframe? Oh wait, this feels good. Oh, the combat feels nice. And I had always followed like the dev updates and shit like that, because systems wise, Ashes takes everything that New World had and just like goes way further than that, right? And so for me, I instantly hopped in, and systems wise I had always loved it. I had always liked the concept of it, like what it was going to be. What I didn't expect was to hop in and immediately be like, oh my god, this combat's insane. Like, mobs actually hit hard. What a change. Wait, you can die to stuff? This is sick. And then the progression started hitting, and like the grind started hitting, and I got more and more into it. And the community took me in as a content creator very quickly. I learned a lot about the game very quickly, and the community's taken off. So I'm super thankful for it. Like, New World is something that it was just like always down. Everything was pointing down, and it was like, well, we hope something changes at some point, but nothing was changing. I come over here, and this is an alpha. It is guaranteed to keep going up and up and up. Like, every single day that you're looking at Ashes, you're probably looking at it in the worst state that it's going to be in for a very long time. So I really love knowing that. I love hopping on every day, knowing that all of the testing, all of the data... Is that bear taking a shit? Do you hear me? Everything that we're doing right now is like shaping the future of Ashes. So every inconvenience that we go through as players, that we pass up the ladder and it gets fixed, make sure that other players never have to go through that again. Make sure that when new players onboard through the first time user experience and through the early questing, they have a pleasant experience. They learn what they need to learn to be successful in a very expansive and non-linear world. So it's just, it's cool. Like, I already feel like I have a very, very progressed gameplay loop in terms of what I look for. And I also feel like we're really doing a lot of work to improve the future of this, which is like a cool feeling on top of just being a part of the community. You know what I mean? I was gonna do 14-hour replays of Dusty's yaps if I didn't get to catch live. I love that. People actually go back and watch the VODs. That's the fucking grind. Yo, Card, what up, baby? How you been? What gold were you in? Pretty much all of them. Pretty much all of them. It's my favorite game for a while. The world had a ton of potential. It really did. But the thing with potential is if you never act upon it, it's unrealized potential. And there's a certain point where potential kind of like overstays its course. And if you don't realize all the potential within a certain amount of time, the potential's gone. So potential is all capitalizing on that on the right time. And New World was never able to get through that uphill battle of launching their game too early and too unfinished. Nope. Thanks for the biddy though. Hey, what up, spaceship? How you doing tonight? Makes you sad because I also love the game so much. Bro, I tried to make so much content for New World that was like, you know, the same way over here. Informative, getting new players in, explaining what the game was all about, and on top of that, providing a very high level of gameplay while I did that. I was warring in a lot of the top tier companies in New World at the time and was one of the best melee players. And so it was very rare that you would have that level of transparency show through from that competitive scene. So for me, I was always trying to, you know, listen to the casual community, weigh it with my experience as a competitive player, and then kind of like make an informed decision and advocate for change that would further the state of the game, which is what I do now. I personally am a player that thinks one way. I'm very fortunate to, right now at this point in time, have 174 beautiful individuals who are in here who also have their own train of thought. And if you think differently from me, fuck you. Kidding. That's great, because here you don't get banned if you have a different opinion from me. We basically come together, we discuss things. What's good, what's bad, what's working, what's not working. And through that, we as a community make very informed decisions together about, you know, why things are the way they are. Long term, what they'll be like, how we could improve them, what may be a good improvement, what may not be. And I consider myself very, very, very lucky to be able to do that with a game that's in an alpha, where all of that feedback is heard. All of that feedback is like sought after. You know what I mean? So it's really cool. Your mount's legs are not working. He just gets a little nervous when there are a lot of people. I stream with my viewers hidden because typically the mounts don't like having this many people. I always say I'm a very small streamer. You know what I mean? So all of these people in here. I've always been a very small streamer. No matter how many viewers or subs I have, I'm always going to be a small streamer. God damn it. Carla tries to tell me every single day that I'm a quote-unquote influencer now. I'm like, no, I'm fucking not. Stop spreading false propaganda. Small streamer that nobody cares about. Let me live my fantasy. How long does this alpha last? So, alpha is going to, and this is going to be a little bit of an unconventional take right now. The alpha is going to last until the game is feature complete, and then the betas are used as a final coat of polish. So that way, yo, LaRussa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. So basically, we are in right now phase 2.5. Phase 3 begins in August. By the time phase 3 is done, everything in the game will be near feature complete. Yo, LaRussa coming in with 10 gifties? What the fuck? Why are people so nice to me lately? Dude, thank you. What the fuck? I appreciate that so much. What the hell? Chat just made me cry last night because they filled up my TwitchCon dono goal. Now someone's gonna just come in, drop the follow and the 10 gifties like that. Thank you, dude. Chat, do something for me one time. I need y'all, if you're currently subbed to the channel or if you just got one of the big 10 gifties from LaRussa. Go in your emotes, click on the Dusty W Booty emote, the single greatest emote on Twitch. And together, if you guys work hard enough, as a community, you can summon in a 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake on the Dichter scale that will summon in a Punami that washes across the screen and wipes out all life. As long as it's consenting. Yo, Lamar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dog. Yo, LaRussa, thank you so much for the 10 gifties, dog. He's had to pick up overtime. Boys, it's happening. The Punami's here. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. Once it starts, it just gushes too. It's awful. It's awful. It's so hard to prevent. Like once it goes, the momentum is just there. Like the water flow starts. It's over. It's over. Sure, lots of players are on this game because you keep up the good apps. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I don't think I'm an influencer though. I think influencers are very stupid. And I think influencers oftentimes curate this fake image to be something they're not. And that's why they get so popular. I don't understand why the fuck people show up and watch my stream because I don't do anything special. I just hang out here, I fucking yap for 10 hours, and then I go to bed and I come back and I do it again every single day. And for whatever reason, more and more people keep fucking showing up. And I'm incredibly thankful for it. Like, it has changed my life. So, genuinely from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys, man, for all the support. Yesterday, we went from not completing the TwitchCon dono goal to completing the TwitchCon dono goal and me crying on stream because I grew up very poor and never had a lot of money and never expected to have a lot of money, never expected to stream full time. So anytime somebody is incredibly generous because they can be, it's like, I'm like a fucking crier, dog. I suck at taking people's money. I'm a bad streamer because of that. Like, if I crypto rug pulled, I'd be crying for weeks. That's why I can't be an influencer. FaZe Clan reached out. I had to say no. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Give it to Sewer? Bet. Sewer. I got you. I got you. I get 50% off on this shit. Peep this. Technically, I make a little money off of this. I'm paying myself right now. I'm on the clock. Yo, Dusty, thank you for the gifty, dog. I appreciate you. Sewer, you're up huge. You're up huge. Dude, I get discounted gifties to my own channel. It's pretty sick. It's like the worst money laundering ever. But technically, I could launder money like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, I could be like, I don't know, like a fucking Colombian drug lord. And I could just come in and like slash gift a zillion daily. And no one would ever know. Don't break bad. We're not just cooking builds anymore, boys. So it's great when the hard work pays off. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't consider this hard work. I'm gonna keep it a buck. For a long time, like I've streamed almost 12,000 hours in my life. And a lot of that was while I was working a 40+ hour a week job and streaming to 20 or fewer viewers. And I never expected stream to be a full-time thing. I just very much enjoyed being able to do it. And the people that came in were extremely special to me because they took time out of their day to just come hang out and watch me play video games. And so as it became like more feasibly a full-time thing, it just blew my, hey, sparkly pants. Wait, hold on. I might be able to help. I may have something here. Let me give it a quick look. We have so much fizz stuff. Here. Do I have anything else better for you? I don't know what you have. Did you end up getting weapons? Copper long spellbow. Surely I have something. Sorry, I haven't organized this in a second. You're level 10. Take that. And then have... I just had a spell greatsword, right? I put it up here. There you go. That'll help. Should be a little better than the wand you started with. We had that kicking around, though. Have fun. Hope it helps. Be careful of the bears. A good way to fight the bears is going into their melee range, baiting them into their like, desolate or whatever the fuck it's called. They kind of like go up on their hind legs, and then you can just dodge roll and jump backwards, and it'll take you outside of the range of it. Makes them really easy to fight. Because then they don't have their big cooldown. Yeah, Lord. I appreciate you. But yeah, so like, for me... I love you more, Corla. But for me, it was always like this thing where I didn't expect stream to ever be a full-time thing. And so, as it became more of like a full-time thing, between streaming and working... I was here or there like 100 hours a week anyways. So now that I'm able to put in 80 plus hours a week on stream every week, and also, you know, be at a point where I can record YouTube content, take time to myself, like it's still unreal to me some mornings that I'm in a spot where I can wake up, make a cup of coffee, and just sit on my porch and relax before stream. Like I'll just go sit out in the sun. I got a really bad sunburn a couple weeks ago in 70-degree weather because I'm the pastiest motherfucker in human history. But like, this is my first full summer that's like been streaming full time. Even last year with New World. New World was always so up down that I just got a part-time job in May, so I didn't have to like, you know, take a risk of losing all that shit. So it's just, it's unreal to me. I am so incredibly grateful for like everything that everyone has given me. What you doing? The fuck's this rat up to? You getting ready for your axe? But like, for me, it's something that blows my mind every day, man. That so many people just like show up, hang out, support it, and make this all possible. Just hit level 10 logging. I was just asking if you were getting your shit ready for your axe. I never got that announcement out. Oh, you goober. That's okay. Boss walked into my office. That's insane. So yeah, at this point, I would just let everyone know, like, tomorrow. See, do you have any idea what time the table is scheduled to be up at? What towns are getting one for apprentice? What up, Slacky Wacky? So basically, Jova is where the apprentice lumberjacking table is going to be. We don't know what time it's going to be up, but he had good news. Starting this weekend, I can work from home. What? Yo, that's huge. That's huge. Good for you. I am very happy for you. I know that was like the one thing that you weren't liking about the new job. So that's fucking massive. My orders for buildings aren't done from, yeah, from what I know. Oh. Was it the Forge Lord? Just in the middle of a meeting, man, was asked a question and let in with Forge Lord. Oh, wait, lumberjacking. There we go. The double yak. The double yak. Is it Jova going up tomorrow or any other towns finishing up buildings? I think it's just Jova tomorrow. If I am not tripping, I believe it is just Jova tomorrow. I think next is going to be Winstead with the pickaxe, if I'm not tripping. I had a repair. Speaking of axe, mine's just about broken. So we'll repair. We'll go hit more trees. 68% to level 8, so that's not bad. Got my stuff ready for rare axe and sickle. Oh, god damn. Oh, you were pumping. Okay, you're up tremendous. Yeah, I gotta hit a repair real quick. And then once we hit the repair... Who the fuck let me die so much today? The fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh, but no, Carla, I wasn't gonna have Nin post like an announcement, but more so just to post in like the trade chat, where it's basically like, hey, these are what you need assembled for your lumberjacking axe. This will be going up tomorrow. If you do not have these things, you need to let us know if you are planning on lumberjacking. Because if we have people who want to be able to actually like contribute and they don't have their apprentice axe, they won't be able to get willow and they'll be at a disadvantage. So I think we tell people like, if you need stuff handed out, be here by like, you know, be here at X time and we'll do like a community meetup so we can hand stuff out to people. Cause Stomps has a bunch of shit in bulk for like low rarity axes. I have 3 more molds Lego. Leon, I love you. You're working so hard for us. I appreciate you. Actual goat. Bonebinder kidnapper. Please don't kidnap me. I'm just trying to cut trees right now, man. Legitimately just trying to fucking vibe. Don't look at me like that. No. Don't. Bro. Why you got the jumpies? Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Main. If 7 out of 8 people above 15, but 1 guy below 15 in Steel Bloom, do we all not get gear? It is based, as far as I know, on your average group level when you were in a group. So as long as your average group level is within that range, to my knowledge. Now keep in mind, I always iterate. I'm a fucking idiot. I can be wrong at any point. Literally any point whatsoever. But to my current knowledge, it is based on your group average level relative to the mobs. True? Yeah, I'm a very transparent person. I don't claim to be a genius because that would be a false claim. And the smartest thing I can do is not make false claims. So maybe that makes me a genius. Either way. Either way. Almost apprentice for both weaving and lumber milling as well. Oh, that's so massive. Because the coffee you drink? Listen, man, I drink good coffee. I drink good coffee. Now, I did run out of my, like, actual good beans. I'm still grinding fresh beans. Nothing amazing, but keep in mind, I'm also on streamer budget. And, like, I'm not on that, like, Summit 1G streamer budget. Like, I'm just fucking vibing, man. Drink dark roast coffee? No, I don't really like dark roast coffee. Like I was saying earlier, my go-to is a blonde espresso cappuccino. Shroud spent 15K on Throne of Liberty. Yeah, Shroud also probably got paid $50,000 from Amazon Games to come do a 2-hour New World segment where he didn't even have to stream. Shroud has a different streamer budget than I do. I try to live like, so basically last night, to catch those up that weren't here, in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, there's a dono goal for TwitchCon and the IRL backpack we're putting together. We hit that last night, and prior to last night, we were less than halfway complete. So basically a few people decided to be incredibly generous and just complete that. So I fucking cried. But I'm not a huge streamer. I'm not like a massive multi-millionaire streamer. I'm not a 10K viewer streamer where my ad rev is thousands of dollars a day. Like, at this size, I make like 10 bucks a day in ad rev for a 10+ hour stream. So literally what keeps me here is people's generosity. And like, don't get me wrong, I would love to take stream to the point, especially with the Ashes community, where like, I can live for more than the budget. But for me, I consider myself a competitive budgeter. So I try to go each month, rent, everything included, 2,000 bucks or less. I live in Maine, so the rent part you know, helps out being lower there. But my entire monthly budget is $2,000 is what I try to like live by to make full-time streaming possible, feasible, and easy. Any months that I make anything more than that, it's put aside and basically just not touched in case everybody just decides to stop fucking watching stream. Cause as a streamer of my size, it's always something viable. Shroud's size, if 1,000 people decided to stop watching, he's still got thousands of viewers. My size, if 1,000 people decided to stop watching, I'm like somehow in the fucking negative. My streams would be awful at that point. So there's always that level for me where it's like, I don't know, I budget very close. There's like exponential growth. Ooh, level 8. There's exponential growth in streaming, especially in terms of like monetarily what becomes available. And to be at like a Shroud or a Sum size would be fucking unfathomable. But for me, 3 years ago, being this size is unfathomable. So I don't know, man. Streaming's crazy. I'm so grateful for the entire journey, like where I've been streaming wise over like 11,000 plus hours, 12,000 hours at this point. It's been fucking insane. Who's Shroud? Just some little guy with a huge cock. Think about Shroud is a literally marketable aim. During Counter-Strike days. Yeah. Shroud was a fucking demon. Like, so that's one of the things that I always try to keep in mind. Like, a lot of streamers have their own thing. Some people had their comeuppance being a yapper and not great at games. Some people had their comeuppance being absolutely insane at games and then developed the yap as they went. I watched a lot of streams in addition to streaming a lot. So I try to play games on the very, very competitive top end level while also yapping on the top end level. And so I actually, earlier this week, I was just losing my voice because when this server went live, I streamed 20, 13 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half. Like, it was insane amounts of hours. And the 20-hour stream cooked my voice. Because I always tell people, if you can go through my VOD and find a time when I'm sitting in my chair and not talking for more than 30 seconds, congrats, because that shit doesn't happen a lot. Like, I always try to keep the app going, keep everything flowing, and I don't know, I have a lot of fun with it. So hopefully someday in a couple of years, people are able to look back and be like, oh man, I remember when I was in here when when I first came over to Ashes after losing over 100 average viewers from New World. I had 40 average viewers coming to Ashes. So the people that were first over here were like, damn, I remember when Dusty had this many viewers and look at it now. And in a few years, people will be able to be like, damn, I remember when Dusty had 150 viewers. Look at it now. And keep in mind, Ashes is nowhere near launching. It keeps going. It keeps going up. It keeps getting better. Oh my God. Wood shop placed and is being constructed. Ooh! What's the timer on that? How long until the construction is complete? As you can tell, I'm doing my due diligence right now to get my wood chopping all set up. Oh my God, wait, when is the wood shop gonna be set up for the yoppers? Somehow never lost my voice. 3 years of yelling every day for hours, then coming home and yelling on New World. Why do you yell every day for hours? Are you in the military or something? I feel like you give like drill sergeant-y vibes, but I also feel like I would laugh at you if you were yelling at me. I don't know. Probably just because I like know you. Was it drill sergeant? Yeah, like if I didn't know you, I'd probably be scared as shit. But like, if I was like, after warring for you for so long, if I enlisted and you were my drill sergeant, like you would have been yelling at me and you would have just been like, Omaha! And I would have lost my shit. No, that's dope though. Was a drill sergeant. You go full-time New World shot caller. Taking the talent elsewhere. If the US can't pay you, the companies will. I typically get my wood in the morning. I think like, honestly, it's always a good time to get wood. Wait. Are we talking about like in-game? Because I was gonna go to like wood competition stuff. Are we still talking about gathering? Because I was going to talk about how, like, due to the EU versus, like, NA crossover time, there's less competition at certain spots. Don't thank Zombie. He didn't do shit. We love Zombie. We love Zombie. Zombie was one of my New World shot callers, and basically we had a play that we would run where in New World your war roster was 50 people, 10 groups of 5. And basically you would have Dunzo, thank you for the hydrate. You would have your main ball, and then you would have your kill squad. Your main ball was like your bruisers, your melees, the big clump. That's where I played. So typically that was centered around the point. Our kill squad in the company that we were in together was so fucking bad that they managed to lose pretty much every single fight. Even if it was against a company that we were supposed to farm, our kill squad just sucked. They found ways to lose. So basically, Zombie had this play that we devised called Omaha, where he would just be calling, and then he'd randomly look over and we would just hear Omaha. And we would run off of our normal assignment, completely abandon it, and you would just see an entire 5 stack just out in the kill squad fight that had no business being out there, and we would instantly win the kill squad fight and then just go back to our business like nothing happened. It was the single greatest audible in New World history. Spear SNS for life. Oh god. Oh god. Oh dude, I don't know when you played, but holy shit. SNS Spear was fucked. Yo, Genius, what up, my friend? Hope you're having a great night. That's a nice radio voice. Lou, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also, someone earlier, it was in the middle of when I was yapping, but someone came in and was basically like, thanks for being a dope evening watch. Thank you for being a dope evening viewer, by the way. I did see that message. I didn't want to ignore it, but I was mid-yap. I made a mental note to respond and then almost forgot. But somebody came in and was like, yo, thanks for being a dope evening watch. Dude, I'm just thankful that people show up, man. Literally every single day. That's what keeps stream going and growing, is people showing up every day, listening to the app. Like, right now, we're fucking chopping trees. This isn't the most exciting gameplay ever. And people are still hanging out. People are still yapping. Like, it's insane. Senpai noticed me. No, I saw that, dude. I appreciate that. And like, one thing that I love too that makes it so great for me is a lot of content creators that are able to stream full time, especially in like the modern era of Twitch. I feel like it's a pretty tough scene. Like, in the sense of like, they either have to make content that isn't the type of content they want to appeal to more people, or the content that they want to make gets met with so much criticism from their chat that it's like it's unfun for them and it's stressful. And every single day, I literally get ready to go on stream and I'm like, I get to play the game that I want to, running a community that's entirely built around getting people into the game and getting them the content they want to. And I get to hang out with a chat that is literally all positive vibes all the time. Dude, it's so fucking cool. It's so cool. Getting free non-stop info on the game. Dude, I appreciate that. I love being able to spread info and be able to help people get into it, because I believe in a pyramid scheme, except the opposite part of it, where basically if I'm at the top of it and I put in a ton of work because I have the time afforded by you guys, by the way, because of all of you, I have the time to spend an immense amount of hours daily learning about the game. So for me, I try to learn as much as I can and get very good at explaining that. So that way, anytime someone comes in that may have less time, I'm able to basically help them learn in a much quicker fashion than I did. So that's basically the entire point of our community. We have 2 guilds right now that are focused entirely on top end PvP. We're going to be fighting with the best of them. Most guilds have already sent at least a group our way, and that group has died. So like, we are involved in the top end. But what we also do is take every single type of player and invite them to the community. We give them a place to play, we give them a place to learn, we give them the resources to learn. And if you do want to learn more content, get better at a certain type of content, that's what we're here for. So it's a really cool feeling to actually have that kind of like come to life with it in MMO, because a lot of times, especially in something that is very like, you know, PvX based, and very non-linear, there's so much gated information. So it's cool to be able to help like get that out to people and answer a lot of questions. Will I lose anything if I denounce New A-list citizenship? Nope. There will be a cooldown. I believe it's 36 hours, or at least it was previously, where you won't be able to like redo your citizenship. But once you can get your other citizenship, you'll just be good to go over to New Ayla, grab your cape, equip your cape, and you'll be all set to go. You won't lose anything. 32 hours. Is it 30, 32, 36, 30 fucking something hours? Fuck me. I don't fucking know. Yo, what up, Red Bubs? Where's the PvP? Right now it's PV tree. So basically Ashes is a big PVX gameplay loop. And right now, since in Jova, we are getting a building that is put up for the wood shop. Where is it? Right here, which is being built right now. That wood shop is going to allow people to make the next tier of lumberjacking axe and get access to better wood. So through that, basically everybody on the server is assembling a shitload of mats and trying to get their lumberjacking skill up to level 10. So at level 10, we can become apprentice. And when we become apprentice, we make our axe, we get weeping willow wood, which is the next tier of wood. Then when journeyman is added, we'll be able to make our journeyman axes at level 20, and that'll get us access to braidwood. So there's a ton that comes throughout this, and through these new crafting mats, we'll be able to make higher tier stuff, actually craft shit, and you'll be able to make a lot of money off it. So while my primary focus is gearing, getting ready for PvP, scaling up this fizz power number even more, right now it's all about putting in the work infrastructurally to be able to get the best gear, make the best gear. Is the Ashes music playing? It is, yes. This is their combat music. So as I mentioned, PV tree is a very serious thing in Ashes of Creation, so you do get your own combat music too. Not always. I don't know why I'm locked in the combat music, but maybe I'm being like gang stalked by a map or something, but I love the Ashes music, I won't lie. It is, it's one of the very few games that I play with no Spotify at this point. When I was in New World, when I was in a lot of games, it was Spotify all the time. I had many Spotify playlists that would just give me like the different vibes I was looking for. And I feel like in Ashes, the music fits each like aesthetic. This is combat music for some reason, but like the music typically goes along with each area so fucking well. It's pretty nice, especially once you get out into the tropics and stuff. Oh my god, the tropics soundtrack is, in my opinion, one of the best soundtracks that I've heard for like a biome-wise soundtrack in a long time. That shit is an absolute bop. It's immersive. It's tropics music S tier. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I love that shit. I can't wait to see like more boss fight music and stuff come out. Like if individual bosses have individual like music tracks. What area is Tropics? Tropics is going to be the northwest of the map. So that is going to be this big islandy area. Later on, there will be a node here, and then your 3 ownables for a total of 5 player ownable nodes out in the tropics. We plan to grab one of these nodes, very likely Shorefoot, because Shorefoot is going to improve as time goes on. So with this server for May 1st, we basically all started out in the Riverlands. So this is the Aelin Divine Gate. And basically the story of the Divine Gates, just a tidbit of lore and what will explain the starting areas. There are 4 divine races. You have your humans, your dwarves, your orcs, and your elves. Within each of those divine races, you'll have 2 different types. So with your humans, you have your Kalar, which live in the Kaelin Riverlands, and then, or the Aelin Riverlands, whatever the fuck it is. And then you have your Valoon, which went down to the desert. So your divine gate is here. That's where the spawn is. And then you kind of have like your lore split between the 2. So, up in the Anvils, which is where the next starting area is going to be, on the full map, which is here, you have the Kayla Riverlands, the Sand Squall Desert, the Tropics, the Anvils up here with the Flat Top Mountains, and then the Dunes and Kill Mountains. So, this will be your Dwarf Divine Gate, and you'll have your Mountain Dwarves that'll split up to the north, and that's going to be where your Dunir are from. And then, down in the Tropics, you have your Nakua. So those are going to be your island dwarves. So those are basically like a non-conventional dwarf, kind of like an island dwarf. Anyways, then over here you're going to have your 2 other divine gates, and then the underworld, which will basically be its own biome, is going to be home to the furries. So basically, we went through this earlier today. These are the Tolnar. So, not every Tolnar is going to be a furry, but every furry is going to be a Tolnar. It's like a square and a rectangle, right? So yeah, that's your furry race. They live in the underworld. So their lore is basically that they're a combination of all 4 of the divine races. They basically like got together in the underground during the apocalypse of Vera. And so they just kind of like stayed down there instead of going back to the surface and like commingled. So the Tolnar is just like a melting pot of every race that was left behind on Vera. They created their own society in the Underrealm, and that's how they exist. And also furries. So feel free to play that at your own risk. You will probably be ERPing off spawn. But if you're into that, you're into that. My roads are a mess. My life sucks. Carly, you need to hire a road commissioner. What's broken on your gear? My axe. I've been chopping and yopping too long. My hands are blistered. It's, I just have the crude axe, so it's like, it's nothing fucking crazy right now, but realistically, I don't need to worry about anything more than the crude because tomorrow I get my apprentice. So, it's not a huge deal. Not a huge deal. Beware of furry RP guilds. The irony of saying that in the GM of Cats with Abs, you know, so like a little bit of Cats lore. So we were originally a New World company that got our name from like a little bit of funny scenarios. It was a guild vote after server merges, and basically the 2 choices that were most voted for were stray cats or dudes with abs, and basically they tied. So we decided as leadership at the time to combine the 2 and keep it as democratic as possible. Cats with Abs was born. So basically, One's Cats was a thing over on New World. We literally could not recruit for like 3 fucking weeks because everybody thought we were furries. Like we actually fucking thought that the entire server thought that we were fucking furries. So we had to literally convince people, A, we're not a furry RP guild. B, we're very interested in wars. C, furries are still allowed. It's just not, it's not a requirement. Like, it's not that we're anti-furry. It's just not that we're like outwardly everyone's a furry. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So like, personally, I have a theory on furries. If we go back in human evolution a long time, say, you know, 10 or 15 years, and we go back to the brony epidemic, right? Essentially, I feel as though there was an evolutionary branch at a certain point. And in that branch, much like Homo sapien and Homo erectus, you had the bronies who evolved to pull their hair back in a ponytail, put on a collared shirt, and get a 9 to 5. And then you had the bronies that evolved into furries. And it wasn't just about the bronies anymore. It wasn't just about the My Little Ponies. It was about everything with fur. It became personal for them at that point. It was like that 0.01% of germs that Germ-X doesn't kill. It just evolved. So it's kind of my stance. I think the bronies are like the next evolution of that, or the furries are the next evolution of the bronies. And I'm kind of scared to see where it goes next. Jinna or Shorefoot asking for a friend. Shorefoot. Why? What's up? The reason we want Shorefoot is because when the new Divine Gate is added, this is technically going to be a starter area. So getting this is going to be as easy as getting this. You know what I mean? So with how fast all of these nodes leveled, that's going to be the Tropics next, because it's going to have your Divine Gate, and then your Divine Gate, keep in mind, just logic-based. Long-term, this is my thought. We already have a lot of implementation in the Tropics. The Anvils is going to be added probably at the end of this month, tested as a second starting area at the end of July. No, not end of July. Started July through July. August, it opens up as the second starting zone for the August launch, for the August fresh starts for phase 3. So, if you think that everything north and east is going to be developed by then, you might be as crazy as I am. Now, we are on pace for May deployment, June deployment, July deployment. That would, in theory, if Dunes and Kill was included in the Anvils, complete the continent. Even if we have May, June, July, that's still fine. But my thought is the tropics. All of this will flow down into here. When Ashes is done with Alpha, what do you stream and play? Well, Ashes. When Ashes is done with Alpha, that's what I'm, yeah. Cause like we'll go Alpha this phase 2.5 to phase 3, and then we'll go to 2 shorter betas, and then we'll launch. So I'm gonna be here. Yeah, I'm gonna be here permanently. Ashes is like my home. Even on downtime days, I'm here. But yeah, for me, like, I'm building a long-term community. It's not more like breaks. So far, we haven't had any indicator that there are going to be large like outages or anything like that. So for me, that's really encouraging. And even if there is, like, on downtime days right now, we just do Ashes reacts. And honestly, half the time that we react, we get so into talking about the game that it's 10 hours of just yapping instead of actually reacting. It's kind of cool. So yeah, for me, it's all about Ashes. I have I've very much kind of like cemented myself here and plan to stay in this community. This community's already given me so much. And literally yesterday, people were like, when everyone was donoing and I was fucking bawling my eyes out on stream and shit, multiple people were like coming in and they were like, Dusty, you are like, in my mind, the Ashes guy now. And that was like a very cool thing to hear, because a few months ago, I didn't exist in this scene. I was one of the New World guys. So it's been so cool for me, man. I'm so grateful for everything that's come my way. I plan to legitimately like not leave Ashes at any point. I already have so much fun here that like the future is only gonna bring more. You know what I mean? People don't understand how crazy it is to get a sub or even a $5 dono. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And like for me, I'm not someone who had a lot of success streaming instantly. I've streamed now almost 12,000 hours in my life, and I say this a lot, but about 7,000 of those were to 20 or fewer viewers. It was only about a year and a half ago that I really settled in and like found myself in, you know, a spot of growth with New World. And I worked on improving stream a lot. I worked on improving my content a lot. And I would literally, I'd go back and watch my streams and I'd be like, oh man, you're being boring right here. Don't be boring right here. Find something to talk about. Find something to engage with. And so I put a lot of effort in over time, like figuring out what I was doing wrong, figuring out why I wasn't entertaining. And basically over time, I got a little bit better at streaming, a little bit more comfortable. And in the last year and a half, the channel has grown immensely, man. Honestly, like, January 2024 was when I started streaming like full time, and that was because of a lot of support from the New World community. Prior to that, it was always a little up in the air on like whether I would be in a spot to go full time or whether I would have to stay working, you know, the jobs and streaming on top of that. So for me, it was like you said, a ton of self-reflection, a ton of like, do you actually want to full send this? And so like late 2023 into 2024, I got really sick. I was working a sales job, and basically I had a cash deposit that was given to me in my last shift before I got sick that I had to bring over to the bank, drop off within an X number of days. It was a zero tolerance policy if something was late. I couldn't leave my bed. I was fucking just awful sick. So I ended up getting let go from that job. Turns out that is the best thing that could have ever happened to me, because while I was let go, I was starting my day, waking up, making a coffee, applying for 10 jobs a day. And then as soon as I was done applying for jobs, I'd take a second, I'd kind of like tell myself shit was cool and shit was going to work out. And then I'd stream. And that was how I dealt with shit. And basically every day that I would stream during that time and started doing long streams and focusing all of my energy on it, every single day was growth, 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 growth. And even now in Ashes, day over day, week after week, more and more people are coming in, and more people are coming back every single week. And so things like that make me super grateful. It wasn't like I started streaming just as a hobby and, you know, it instantly took off. Yo, Zandra, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It wasn't like you know, a lot of these streamers that get massive, it's this quick pop. They're like big on YouTube and then they start streaming and then they just get this huge following instantly, right? Hey, yo, Big Mayo. Coming in with a T1, dog. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And like for me, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't like it wasn't this instant thing. It wasn't anything where I ever expected it to be at this point. Like anyone to really give a shit about the stream, anyone to come through and support. And so that's why every single day, like you mentioned, man, I remember how hard it was to get a sub, to get even people talking in my chat. So I talked about this last night too, but like now I'll come in and every single day I'll load up my OBS, I get ready to stream, and before I'm even streaming, people are typing in chat. Like we have people that are offline that are hanging out, like, or we have people that are in here while I'm offline hanging out, just waiting for streams. And that's like fucking mind blowing to me that people look forward to hanging out in this community this much. And like, for me, it's not even like people are just coming here to see me. People are coming here to be a part of the community. And that's like the entire thing for me that makes me happy. Like there are a lot of streamers where it's not really about the community. It's not about the other people that are there. A lot of people go there to just watch the streamer. But I feel like people come here and yeah, maybe to watch me and maybe to ask me questions. But if I'm yapping about something else, we instantly have people that will answer the question if I'm busy. We instantly have people that are always quick to provide feedback and help people whenever they're confused or needing something. And I think that's a big part of why this community continues to grow. Like, I simply just go live every single day. Why are you looking at me like that? What up? Are you gonna sleep me? What are you gonna do right now? Hi. I thought they were gonna like sleep me or something. Oh, so you're gonna throw this every way. Dude, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I consider myself very lucky, man. A lot of people just show up and listen to me fucking yap about whatever, man. Ashes, not ashes, literally everything. So I don't understand why, but I'm thankful, dog. I'm very thankful. I just come here to watch Dusty chop down an adolescent tree. This is the peak gameplay. It's the Frogger movement tree to tree. Like, this is what people stay here for. And thankfully, I'm almost level 10 as well. We probably shouldn't have waited this long for it. I had someone hit me with a diddy dart earlier when I was mining some rubies. No! Dude, it's such a long sleep, too. I got randomly slept when we were fighting giants. I never did see that, Rogue. Bro, the diddy darts are insane. Diddy darts come in out of nowhere, and it's like a fucking 15-second CC, too. Oh, that shit's so toxic. Chat, if you haven't played, by the way, rogues have an ability that we affectionately refer to as Diddy Dart, because they shoot you with a dart from very far away, and then you're just kind of like dope fiend leaning for a little bit. So people don't understand how much mental goes into stream editing, etc. I started playing content sometimes under 7 of you. So this is you wanna know the funniest thing? I don't really plan out any content. I'm gonna keep it a buck. A lot of streamers will tell you like, oh, plan out skits for your stream, do this, do that. I feel like that's fake. Like, I feel like that makes it like acting. And I feel like streamers that act on their stream either hit a point where they are like tired of playing that character, and so their mask slips and people don't like them because of the mask slip and them not being upfront, or people get tired of that character and they try to end that character, and then people don't like who they actually are. So for me, that's also part of why I'm always so fucking surprised that people keep showing up. I'm not really doing anything crazy. I'm not out here with these big skits, with these big fucking planned punchlines, this scripted content where I'm like, oh my god, you guys come up to me and you're all gonna kill me and teabag me, and then we're gonna have guild wars that day. Like, I literally just get on, I vibe, and I hang out. And I'm like, I'm so fucking grateful that people just show up. It's literally the most chill thing in history. Like, people that have met me off stream are like, Dusty, you are the exact same person off stream as you are on stream. And I don't know if that's good or bad, because they call me a fucking psycho on stream. But I stayed with them at TwitchCon and they didn't call the cops on me. So it's a big benefit. It's a big benefit. It was a great time all the way around. Yeah, that's you sometimes. I mean, I think that's the best thing a content creator can get personally. I think a lot of content creators are focused on the wrong thing. They're focused on the numbers. They're focused on how many people watch. They're focused on how many subs I have. Like, and for me, that's never been the goal. I stream with my viewers hidden. I stream with my subs hidden. I don't know how many people are in here at any given time. When I first started streaming Ashes, it was 40 people. Now, may very well be 200 at any given time, 150 at any given time, whatever it is. And like that entire time, I don't see the numbers go up. I don't see the numbers go down. I don't see a single viewer metric during stream. But what I do see is how many people come in and yap and have fun and participate in stream. And I go into like a lot of streams and it's like chat's not moving. No one's like chilling. No one's interacting. Yo, what up, Britton? How you doing? Just went by and saw you chopping some trees. Bro, you caught me. I'm trying to get my lumberjacking up to 10. So they started construction on the actual building in Jova. So if you have people in a guild or whatever, the wood shop needs donations. So I believe, chat, what did we say? It was ash, oak, it was basalt, and anything else. But just a lot of those, like those novice tier mats. Well, lumberjacking is up to 16 already. God damn. God damn. Yeah, I've been saying I gotta get mine up for a couple of days, and then I've been avoiding getting mine up for a couple of days. Are you near Jova? Yes, Sirski. I am literally north of Jova right now, just yapping. What up? Zinc. Okay, zinc. Cool. Get him our shit tons. Word. Well, keep in mind, we don't need to do it ourselves. Make sure you don't spend all of your shit, because once this is up, if you have a bunch of timber that is like... Jesus. If you have a bunch of timber that is pre-refined, then you'll be able to turn that into beams, blanks, or boards, and through that, you'll be able to vendor those. So, wondering when you walk back in if I can hand you some gear? Yes. Let me organize this. All right, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. I got you. How long is this alpha gonna last, or when's the next coming? So this is a 3-month stress test that goes May 1st to August 4th. On August 4th, we'll go back into more like normal regional servers, and that's going to be a long concurrent server. So their goal for that is at least 1 year minimum, and during that time, the game is gonna become feature complete. So they've always been on like, we're gonna try to get this in between this date and this date. Some things get pushed forward, some things get pushed back because development's always changing. But basically phase 3, once that server starts on August 24th, there's no end date to it. Not that it's like never gonna end, but they're just not giving a date of like, this is when this is gonna be over. Because Intrepid wants to take their time and deliver an amazing product. And they want things to be finished when they say they're finished. And that has been, in my opinion, one of the nicest things, is that they're willing to wait until something's actually ready before they have to actually force it out. So as a result, when we get implementations of content, they're typically meaningful. They actually bring value to the game, and it's not just like, oh wow, we got this empty piece of land. Cool. Everyone's excited anytime we get an update, anytime we get a patch. It's a really cool feeling. So personally, I've always been a fan of that. So Alpha 2 Phase 3 will go until the game is feature complete. Then we'll have 2 shorter betas. The betas are meant to be just polish, final code of everything on the game, and then we'll launch. So my guess is like 2.5 years until the launch itself. I've always thought like late 2027, but it depends on how, you know, how everything continues with development. Could go faster, could go slower. Yeah, I got you, Matt. I got you, Matt. Thought about getting into content for Ashes. I think getting into content for anything that you're interested in is quite possibly the most accessible thing that anybody can do, because getting into content doesn't necessarily have to be streaming 10 hours a day plus like I do 70 hours a week. Getting into content could be recording a 5 to 10 minute YouTube video and doing something in your spare time. Honestly, if I was a smart content creator, I'd probably do a shitload more YouTube, because it's a very easy way to grow and to actually get eyes on your content in the first place. I kind of go about it the brute force route, where I just stream a shitload and hope people show up. It's not always the best for growth and may not always be the most consistent, but That's where I try to go at it, just because that's my preference. But for any content creators that are like looking to get into stuff, I mean, I always say the first thing you can do is just press go live, man. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if I never pressed go live every single day and just like kind of didn't do it. So take part as your VOD with markers, tug over for guides. Yeah, for me, it's just like I stream so much and my focus is so heavily on Twitch, right? So my long-term goal is to be able to have enough put away where I can basically get an editor signed up for X amount of time, where it's just like, hey, I want you to pull from VODs. I want X amount of videos a week just cross-posted from VODs. Like good topics that we cover, good like funny things. If we have like a good segment of farming, then we clip that up, and through there it would basically be this cycle of like I stream a shitload, those get pulled, edited down, put on YouTube, and the YouTube brings more people to the stream, which allows me to stream more, which allows the editor to get more stuff. So that's basically my pipeline that I'm shooting for. Whether that'll actually be achievable at any reasonable time frame, different story. That's something that's very hard to achieve and actually get working optimally, because a lot of the time that takes somebody with like knowledge editing of what you're actually making for content. So like for Ash's content, you need an Ash's editor. There aren't many Ash's editors out there yet. So it's a little bit tough in that regard to get it all set up. So for me, it's like anytime that I'm not streaming, since Twitch is my big emphasis and not YouTube, like I multi-stream on YouTube as well, right? But my main community is on Twitch. So with Twitch, there's this level of like, any time that you are not streaming, it's time that you could be. And it's time that you could be growing. It's time that you could be getting more people into your chat. It's time that you could be doing anything. So literally every night when I end stream, there's always like a little bit of, ah, shit, could I stream another hour? Like, should I have streamed another hour? And that's kind of like the live stream anxiety, right? So I think YouTube also frees you from a lot of that, because you just post something and you're good with it. But my preference is just being here, yapping a chat and stuff like that. So is there a monthly requirement right now? So basically it is a one-time purchase right now with no monthly sub cost. So to get into the alpha and be in the rest of development until the game launches, it is $100. So that $100 also comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your alpha pack itself if you're not happy. And if you are happy, you're here until the game launches. So in my opinion, it is an incredibly safe purchase. That 90-day period is really well timed right now, because May 1st to August 4th, we're in this 3-month stress test. So by the time August 4th rolls around, you'll be able to be like, oh, do I want to stay? Or do I want my money back to go elsewhere? So you're able to make that decision. You're able to, if you do want that money back, be able to get your money back and go elsewhere. You know, come back when Ash is more finished, polished, whatever you're looking for. So yeah, the cost on launch, there will be no box cost, no DLC cost. It will be a $15 a month sub, and you get your first month of sub time included with your alpha pack. So again, that sub doesn't start until the game actually launches. Then past that, there will be an in-game store that is no pay to win, no pay for convenience, no pay for anything that gives you power or gain within the game other than looking cool. It's a transmog store, transmogs and dyes only. You get $15 in that as well. So $30 worth of kickbacks, 90-day period where you can get all of your money back if you're not happy with the playtest. It is, in my opinion, like the safest purchase that a gamer can make. And genuinely, I have 850 plus hours since December. Like late December, I played 10 hours a day. I'm doing different shit all the time, every day. Right now, we're working on gearing up. We're working on prepping. We're working on getting stuff built in towns. Working on getting my lumberjacking up, which is almost level 10. Oh my goodness, almost level 10, boys. We're so close. I can't wait. So, level 10 lumberjacking means I'll be able to make my apprentice lumberjacking axe. That'll unlock the next tier of trees, because even if you're apprentice lumberjack, you need the axe before you can chop the next trees. So, level only gets you so far. So, we're doing all that work right now. We're gear grinding earlier today. We've been working on our last couple levels, slowly picking away. I'm a level and a half from the current level cap. So it's just so much to do, man. It feels like there is genuinely such a non-linear progression to everything, where you can make your own decisions. You can go about everything the way that you want to go about it. It's really fun. It's really fun. So if you are thinking about checking it out, I would highly recommend it during this 3-month period as your first time to enter. You get 3 months to gain as much knowledge as you can before August hits. And then once August hits, you're good to go. You hit the ground running, you hit the ground with some knowledge. Almost 20 stonemasonry and mining. Is there any point to them with crafting? Stonemasonry and mining? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to make a lot of stuff with that. Like weapon molds, armor molds, all of that shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yo, Lou Dog, where should I go for him? XP at 14? XP at 14, I would probably, like Meta said, do another little level or two at Oakenbane. And once you're 15 or 16, I would personally head over to Steel Bloom. I would say try to get to level 16 first, 15 bare minimum. But Steel Bloom will have 15, 16, 17, and 18 mobs throughout it. So as long as you're in that 15 plus range, you can do 15 to 20 at Steel Bloom very, 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 very safely. And that's actually where I got a lot of my gear drops early on. Steel Bloom has a very juiced loot table pretty much through the entire point of interest. And it's relatively chill to farm. Chat, by the way, anybody that was farming today, did you guys have any good or bad feedback on how the mob damage changes are feeling today? Did you guys encounter anything that was exorbitantly good, exorbitantly bad, hit very hard, hit very soft? Where are we leaning? Because they did change up a few of the mob damage algorithm numbers today. So if you guys had anything that was very, very rough, please let me know and I can pass it up. We have a direct line of communication started up, so. What levels of character you're currently on? 23 and about 32%. 25 is the current level cap. 50 is the level cap for launch, so it'll continue to expand. You can make 1 gold per easy off slate molds. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. With weapon and armor molds, like especially with the fact that everyone's gonna be getting their journeyman tools, like all of that shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can make very good money off of that. I 100% agree. Yo, Meta, I hope you have a great night, brother. I appreciate you hanging out if you're still here. Love talking about for hours. Been a while. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, stream starts at 2 p.m. EST every day. Feel free to pull up whenever. I'm a very transparent content creator. Like, I literally have pulled up my monthly earnings before and like shown chat how much a full-time content creator makes, and it's a disappointing amount if you work a full-time job. I'm gonna be completely honest. So like, if you guys have any questions about like content, ashes, anything like that, man, I'm just someone that's very thankful for the position that I have, and I'm more than happy to share literally anything. So. What are some great classes to play in this game? If you do exclamation classes, that'll get you a nice little grid that'll help explain some stuff. But as of right now, we have 7 of 8 primary archetypes. So your primary archetype is what's going to determine your active abilities. So I'm a tank. I'll always have tank abilities. The primary archetypes are tank, ranger, fighter, rogue, cleric, bard, mage, and summoner. Summoner is the one that's going to be added probably around July. So that's our final primary archetype. Those will always give you your abilities and kind of like determine what your character is. Then you'll be able to take any one of those 8 and make it your secondary archetype. Your secondary archetype will augment your primary with elements of that secondary. So if I'm a tank with, a tank primary with a cleric secondary, I will have tank abilities, but those tank abilities may be augmented with elements of a cleric. So like my intimidating aura would still be my intimidating aura, but maybe every time it pulses, it also heals allies near me. My Indomitable Spirit gives me 20% healing received, 20% max health. Maybe it heals me for 20% of my max health over 5 seconds when I pop it as well. So, do you know if hunting mobs despawning came with anything like them spawning in the first place more often? I haven't heard too much about the hunting feedback yet. It was only targeted on a few mobs. I don't know if people have noticed more or fewer huntables as a result of that. But yeah, chat, has anybody been hunting a lot today? How easy is it to level solo? I don't have time to play 3 to 4 hours a day, so it makes it hard to group. No, definitely, I feel that. Solo leveling is always going to be less optimal than group leveling, of course, since Ashes is built on that like player to player and that group-based everything, right? And so they are in the process of improving questing and that solo to small group experience. Questing in between now and August 4th is set to receive an entire revamp, not just a couple updates here and there. So all of those revamps that we always go through will be based on community feedback, all of our feedback to Intrepid. So right now, they've taken a step to kind of like incentivize people to quest by adding a 30% XP modifier to those quests, like a bonus 30%. So questing now is much better than it was even just a couple months ago. They've been taking constant passes at it, trying to get it better, and it definitely does show. with that being said, it is by no means what it will be in its fully finished version. So I would say if you're looking to get into it as a quester, keep in mind if anything doesn't feel amazing, that's what bug reports are for. If there's a quest that is incompletable, if there's a quest that the UX is not lining up properly, we bug report that, and all of that goes into the feedback that shapes the quest revamp. Likewise, if anything feels overly good, say you hit some quest where you're just like, damn, this was insanely fast, this was great. You can also submit feedback on that and just be like, I just did this quest, this quest, this quest, and they all felt really good. More like these would be awesome. And all of that feedback is what shapes the future of Ashes in any system. Artisans, gatherers, crafters, refiners, PvPers, PvEers, open worlders, epic Ash, woo! World bossers, everything. Literally everybody contributes with their feedback to the future of Ashes in all of those systems. So it's cool, really cool feeling. How much for the epic Ash? $1 million, real money transactions only. Thank you. I don't fucking know. What's it going for? What do you need it for? The fuck do you need epic Ash for? Oh wait, I might need to make excavation kits with that. I'll send you feet pics. How are your feet? What size shoe you wear? I've been actively looking for stuff while trying to find droppings. Let's see. And I'm finding Grem and Ravens only after I clear the area. Have not seen any wolves or bears today. 10.5? Wait, that's my size. I'm like a 10 3/4. Like a 10.5 is just a little snug, you know what I mean? And then an 11 is like, okay, I got a little room for the toesies here. So yeah, I'm 6'5", 10 3/4 shoe size. My wingspan's 6'8", about 190 pounds. Peak vertical in college basketball was like a 38-inch vertical. Yeah, I don't know what other... My 40-yard dash is overwhelmingly slow. I'm not the fastest. Probably wouldn't be too impressive at this point either. I haven't stretched in a long time. It's been a few years since I did hamstrings. So 40-yard dash would probably be pretty bad. Or 10.5 wide. 10.5 wide would be weird. I'd have too much like lateral room. Because I have narrow feet. I'm a very narrow person. I have like a very, I don't know, slender waist, I guess. If you do make a purple excavation kit, I'll say the purple riverlands. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yeah, so Ultra hooked me up with one. He found one and was like, I'm not gonna run this shit. Rip me. I mean, I'll probably buy another one. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hey, Matt. What up, dude? All right, let me make sure I don't lose any of this. Everything here is Matt's. We get the full transfer. All right. Let me know what you need transferred, and I got you. 470. I always forget people's gold that they give me during the transfers. All right, 3 pieces, 4 gold, 70. I got you, dog. Do you need anything else on the rogue? Just end stream, runs away forever. Okay, so hunting changes. We haven't really found much. You guys are saying hunting-wise, you're seeing fewer mobs initially when you go into areas, and then more hunting mobs spawn after you originally kill those mobs? I just want to make sure that I don't have it backwards. But that's what I gathered so far. I don't know about more. You're seeing some once you start killing. Overall, more scarce though, would you say? I feel like it's super hard to find resources level professions right now. They did add more T1 spawns recently, but a lot of competition is naturally going to happen in those areas. So I would definitely say, actually, hold on. Might have some juicers. Let's see. Copper longbow. Do we have like a Sanctus or something? Surely we have like a Sanctus somewhere. Take that. Take that. Copper wand, copper longbow. Sanctus longbow. I knew we had a Sanctus somewhere. Take those. And then I think that's all I have. But that should help. Oh wait, god damn it, and your gold. I fucking told you I always forget the gold, dude. I literally just fucking said it. Keep 2 gold. Oh, you're fine. Take your money. I don't need your money. I will extort the entire guild. Don't fucking worry about it. You take your money. I'm gonna be skimming off the top of the guild taxes in no time. You just wait. I steal / rip fizz weapons. Not on my end of things, no. Pretty much anything steel is just getting instantly gobbled up, Zombler. We did have quite a few drop over the course of the day. We had like 5 in Forge, I believe it was. Unfortunately, I got none of them. No. Wait, why not? What do you mean? You said we only need 1 gold, 50 silver for everyone else. I told you to put it up to 2 gold, and then we would just split the 25 silver each. What do you were in on this. Don't act like the fucking good guy now. Don't try to throw me under the bus. You were gonna take a 25-25 split. Throw me under the bus. Okay. Is Carla giving up her split too now? Is she gonna play the hero too? I want to skim the guild taxes, god damn it. Q-Show, out of the movement with tank for you keep momentum. Are you talking about charge? Yeah, give me 1 sec. Let me start up a quick 250 refine and I'll show you the charge cancel. Yeah, I got you. The biggest trick is you have to end your momentum yourself. So I'll explain what that means. But basically, with charge, let me get this started up. If you cancel your charge with the charge cast itself, or the charge duration ends, the charge will just kind of like end your momentum, right? So the biggest thing is to cancel your charge without the game knowing that you canceled your charge. And how we're going to do that is block to cancel our charge, because the game will just register, oh, you're blocking. So get up to a high ground to really demonstrate well. But basically, if I pop my charge, there are a couple of things that I'll do first. Charge is going to take your current movement speed and increase it by a certain percentage. So what you want to be doing is making sure you have a little bit of stamina. Sprint. Step 1. Sprinting is going to give you a higher base movement speed, and your charge takes that base movement speed and multiplies it. So you sprint, charge, jump, and block. And that's going to keep your momentum going. So the sprint increases your charge speed. The jump and the block is what's going to get you off of the ground so you have no friction. You block to cancel the charge, and then the actual charge doesn't end and stop your momentum because the block starts. So that's the biggest thing. Just make sure you're off the ground and then you just block, and that's the simplest thing. A clip? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I share this stuff with the community so more people can learn it. More than happy. I love movement tech in this game. It is one of my favorite things that, like, something as simple as like sprint into the charge into like b-hopping and stuff, like it can completely change everything as a melee player. So I think melee is always very dependent on like very crisp, very concise movement. And I've been in a ton of fights where I'm going on range players and they physically just can't get away from me because I'm outmaneuvering them. So really cool feeling. I think the movement system is one of, again, my favorite things that Ash has been, that Ash has so far, I should say. So how do I help the building? Must we go over to the actual building? Oh yes. So over here, how can I help? Contribute resources. Show me what you need. Okay, huge. So this is what we need. We need uncut lumber. We need cut wood. We need raw metal. Xantor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So we need uncut ash and oak. We need a lot of cut oak. Like we need oak timber. We need basalt. And we need raw metal. Oh, this is gonna be done like early. This is gonna be done soon, chat. Like very, very, very soon. Shit. All the willow's gonna be gone before tomorrow. Been putting in work. I know. That kind of sucks. I was hoping it wouldn't be done until like 2 tomorrow. Flanker. Go to bed. The fuck is he doing up right now? Isn't it like 6 his time? The fuck is he doing? Does dude sleep? I don't sleep soon too. I feel like real flanker is a fucking bait. No, it's him. It's just like his fucking Instagram name or something. Yo, what up, Xantor? How long is a playtest for? So it's gonna be another 2 to 2.5 years until the launch, in my guess. There's no like set launch date or anything like that. But in terms of like what can be gained during that time, we're gonna have multiple resets and the entire evolution of the game, even just in a few months. Like, I've been here since late December. So basically, even in that time, I have learned so much that will contribute to me, sorry to burp, me having a successful launch. In addition to that, we've also built up a multi-hundred player community over here just in the months that we've been here. So, in my opinion, I think that this in particular is the best time for new players to get in, because we just started a 3-month stress testing period that lasts until August 4th. Then on August 4th, we get new servers that are going to be long servers that are up for at least a year. During that time, everything will become feature complete. And by the time those long servers are done, we'll have 2 short betas, and then the game will launch. So, for me, personally, the reason that I think it is such a good time to get in for new players, your Wave 3 pack that gets you in now until launch comes with a 90-day refund policy. This 3-month stress test gives you pretty much 90 days. So, is there a guild where I can tag along? Exclamation guild spaceship, absolutely. It's discord.gg/catswithabs or exclamation guild in the chat. We'll get you a link to that. In public, you'll just post up for your permissions. That'll get your perms there. And from there, you'll be able to see everything. There'll be a little post and announcements to check out. You'll be able to make your ticket through there, and then we'll get you sorted in one of the guilds. We do have a lot of people to keep track of, so that it'll be a little bit of a walkthrough when you get in there. So should be visible. Should be visible. But, so for me, personally, Xantor, I think that the value of getting into Ashes now is insanely high, because that 90-day refund period covers this entire 3-month stress testing period. And then from there, you have a lot to look forward to in terms of like outward game dev. We're going to get so many systems and improvements so unbelievably quickly as everything does continue now through the end of phase 3, that by the time phase 3 ends, it feels like an actual game more than it does a playtest. Yo, ESPN Gridiron Football. Banger name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Paid the 100 within a few hours. I knew I'd probably not play any other MMO again. That's how I was. Like, granted, I got the $250 pack and then didn't play for 11 months because I was like, I really liked the core systems. But for me, it was like, I want to see more. I want to see it come together. And by the time December rolled around and I finally saw it coming together, I was ready to leave New World and give it a shot. First day that I hopped on, I was like, I'm not fucking leaving. And I've been here every day since then. Genuinely. So, look at packs. Exclamation Ashes. If you do want to look at packs while supporting the stream, it is $100 USD to get in now to the until the launch of the game, right? But you get that 90-day refund period where if you don't like it, you can just get all of your money back. It's nothing where you have to feel completely obligated to stay playing. It's nothing where you have to feel like you're trapped in, you're locked in, anything like that. If you like it, you're here until the launch. And if you don't like it, just get your money back and you watch stream until launch for free. So, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Wait, Flanker, your name actually got stolen? How? When did you make your character? Like, did you make it late? What do you mean your name got stolen? How did nobody take my name? I mean, I'm not really like relevant or anything, but how do people take my... wait, what? How am I safe? Ika. That's fucking crazy. Like, how many of your names got taken though? Did they take Flanker and Flanker UA? That's so fucked. Poor Flanker. He doesn't deserve that, man. Justice for Flanky Wanky. Honestly, why didn't you just go Flanky Wanky? Realistically. That would've been good. This man comes in with the first time chat with the football as well. Yo, what up, ESPN? Hope you're having a good night, dog. I'm just waiting to reserve DustyWhy TTV. DustyWhy TTV, YT, TikTok, Kick Party Rumble, Twitch Prime. We're gonna have to get deep with it. Oh, someone just got fucking murked by a guard. Oh, that poor soul, that kindred spirit. Oh, they're fucking gone. Oh, they're dead. Poor guys. I don't even know who that was, but I don't think they're very happy anymore. When you're ready to raid, you should raid Strag. He's our new officer. Man, fuck Strag. Little bitch ass motherfucker. Okay, yeah, Strag's kind of cool. What's Strag gonna be doing? Very important things, I'm sure. Hopefully. Litter on the street. Let me just do a quick favor to everybody and pick this up. Good fucking god. See, this is one of the cool things too. Like, I feel like this community inspires so many more people to also want to create Ashes content. That is very cool. We have a lot of people who, before coming over to Cats, weren't streaming. And nobody in Ashes is like a mega streamer, right? So every single content creator that exists is bringing a lot of value to the Ashes scene. It's pretty great. So I love it, man. I like seeing more and more. So that wasn't supposed to happen there. That wasn't supposed to happen there. My bad. That was an accident. I didn't click anything, but literally as I was yapping, as I was yapping, my OBS decided to disconnect us for a second. So, my bad, guys. It wasn't your internet. No, it was me. I don't even know what I did, but I'm sitting here and I hear, and I'm like, oh, well, fuck. I guess something terrible has happened. So I got back in as fast as I could. I'm sorry. I wanted to come and say goodnight to you all. I didn't want to just leave on that abrupt of a note, but that was rough. Is there a way I can tell which storage slot is the additional one for being a citizen if I purchase an extra one? Because I want to swap what town I'm in, and I'm worried it'll yoink my full one. I want to say that it's in order. So it should be your, like, your base one, and then your free citizen one, and then the discounted one, and then the 5 gold one. Didn't you already raid out? It said you already raided. Well, I think it bugged since I, oh, wait. Well, apparently we already sent the raid. Oh. Okay, cool. Well, have a good night, guys. Love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow.